everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Today marks the inaugural call of the Caribbean Princess cruise ship here to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Today being the 1st of January 2024, we are delighted to have you here, Captain Vincent, to our shores in St. Vincent on New Year's Day. I hope that all your passengers and all your crew enjoyed the great time that you're here in St. Vincent. We have had some visits by other Princess cruises before, but we are delighted that you're here today. And I know it's your first call, but I hope that you will be able to be more frequent in our waters.
Yes.
So on behalf of Current Company, I would like to begin first by officially welcoming you here to St. Vincent today. Now, here with us in attendance, we have the Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Sustainable Development, Honorable Carlos James. And then we have the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism as well, Dr. Risa McBarnett.
Yes.
I also have representing the ministry, Mr. Kurt Duggan. And then from the St. Vincent Port Authority, we have Miss Sophie Clouden and Miss Gillian Campbell, all here to welcome you to our shows. So again, special welcome to you. Thank you very much for coming to our shores. And I would present the plaque from Current Company to you to commemorate this momentous occasion.
Thank you. Beautiful.
There we go.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you. So this is yours. And
Beautiful.
you can find a nice place.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Well, we are delighted to be here, And again, I was on tour, so I enjoyed myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure our passengers, even with the hangover from last night, they enjoy.
Yes, I hope so. I hope so.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And now I'll pass you this one is a beautiful plaque of the vessel.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon,
Good
Captain.
afternoon.
On behalf of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Port Authority Management and staff and the board, we would like to welcome you to beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 1st day of January for your first call to our beautiful island. And you did say that you got to see some of our island this morning and enjoy some of
Yes.
the adventure that we offer. So we hope that this is the first of many calls by your ship. We already have had Princess coming before, but we would like to have you coming again. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a real pleasure.
It's good having you here in
Yes,
Vincent and the
it's been a
Grenadines.
pleasure.
And I just want to say, Captain Vincent, it's first call to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, first call for a new year as well.
Yes.
For a ship coming to Port Kingston. In fact, today he went on a kayaking trip on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and really enjoyed
Very much.
the
But it's the I read
and you're tanned. and really it shows you the beauty of the country. And
I know. I love it.
as a captain, not many captains get off and take in the sights and the beauty. And I was really happy to hear that you enjoyed
Yes.
being on a tour to one of the beautiful parts of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes.
And I'm really hoping that you'll be back here. And I promise you, the next time you're back, we're definitely going fishing. We have to pull in a big one. So I'm happy to take you on a personal tour to one of our fishing sites. So this is really part of our development in terms of our tourism trust. And we're really putting a lot of energy and initiatives, getting new ships to destinations, getting more vessels. Captain, it's our second year of consecutive growth in terms of cruise ship inaugural calls and also cruise ships boarded in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This year we are going to see almost in 2024, between January, February, March, almost every day. And that's one of the joys of having a multi-island destination between mainland St. Vincent right all the way down to Union Island. In January we have almost every day of the month we have a call, save for about 1 or 2 days when you don't have a call. And that shows you the frequency in which persons are coming to the destination. They're really attracted to it, and I want to extend this to your crew and your passengers to come again to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have from the ministry,
Oh, that's beautiful.
makes as a cheese boat, and when you're cooking.
Yeah.
But it's also
beautiful.
and it's carved in the shape of the island, St. Vincent, the main island. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Beautiful.
So I'm happy to hand this over.
Yes.
Back to you.
A real pleasure.
Yes. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And good luck with the tourists, because I'm sure you will succeed, because this island is beautiful.
Excellent.
For real.
Excellent.
So I appreciate. I'm an islander, so I know what it means to be in an island, and it's beautiful. And for what I've seen just a little part of the island, and I'm already fascinated. So I'm sure if I go around, I'll see even more beauty to discover. So
Certainly.
I'm sure you will succeed.
I'm happy to have you here.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness hast appointed the offices of rulers and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge. Pray, be seated. Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion to waive the hours of sitting.
Yes. Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings of today's sitting be exempt from the provisions of the standing orders hours of sitting pursuant to Standing Order 12.5. As many as are that opinion, say aye. As many as are the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Minister of... No, I was just about to commence the debate, the preliminary matter.
Yes, Madam Speaker. As the preliminary matter that I raise every year during this week of debate on the appropriations bill. Honorable members all received yesterday evening the copy of the budget speech. As honorable members also know, during the course of reading the speech, I detect a number of small typographical errors in the document, and I undertake to have those errors corrected and an amended version, not substantively amended, but just for the typographical errors, will be posted online as it always is. So I just wanted to make that point for honorable members. I'm obliged.
Thank you. Yes. So we'll commence the debate. I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
It's on? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I, well, as formalities, I rise to make my contribution to this very important debate on the budget. But before I begin the substantive presentation, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I wish to just make a preliminary remark. And this has to do, as you know, there was a terrible plane crash in the waters just off Paget Farm, Beckway, last Thursday, and 4 persons died. And I want to acknowledge that here in this honorable house, the sadness and grief of the families, but also of the communities and those persons who were there assisting. And I want to commend the persons from the village of Paget Farm and elsewhere who helped. And I think I do need recognition, Madam Speaker. I'm told that persons who I know well, Ali Olivier, Kirk Olivier, McLean Snag, Jason Williams, William Olivier, even Louise Mitchell as well. She's not from Paget Farm, but she happened to be there, and she was in the water assisting. Kenyon Cozio, Eltina, Olivier. They all rendered assistance in recovering the bodies, and the following day, several other divers went and recovered the engine from the aircraft. So they are heroes, Madam Speaker, for the tremendous service that they rendered, and wish that to be acknowledged here. And our hearts and prayers continue to be with the families of the victims. Madam Speaker, I wish also to acknowledge in this honourable House the passing of the former Prime Minister of Barbados, because it will be a while before we come back. Barbados, of Trinidad and Tobago, sorry, the Honorable Basdeo Pandey, who was Prime Minister from 1995 to 2001, very flamboyant politician, and served with distinction. And he died on New Year's Day. I think it's fitting that we acknowledge his passing here, and I'm sure there'll be a time when there'll be more fitting tributes to him. And I think that's it, Madam Speaker. For preliminary matters. Now, Madam Speaker, yesterday I listened to the Honourable Minister as he presented this budget. And he spoke for over 5 hours. I think that might have been a record for budget presentations in this country. And it sounded so good, Madam Speaker. A lot of the presentation. I think you're clapping a bit too early. Madam Speaker, it sounded as though St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the place where everybody should be. But we know, Madam Speaker, that was far from the reality. That in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as he spoke, I am thinking, he can't be talking about St. Vincent and the Grenadines. His sweet-sounding words and his hopeful rhetoric could not be describing the experience of people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He could not be talking about a country which has over 21% of the persons unemployed, where 41% of the young people are unemployed, where poverty is increasing, not decreasing. And in fact, they have failed to publish their last study, and I don't even know if they're doing the current one that should have been done since 2018. A country where crime is at its worst ever. In a year, last year we have record homicides, year after year. And last year wasn't just a record, it smashed the record at 55. In a country where 1/3 of the students in secondary school drop out before they get to Form 3. Where in some schools, Madam Speaker, the class of 20 or 30 students, 5 years later, only 5 or 6 of them are in the graduating class. That, Madam Speaker, is reality. His account was disconnected from the reality of people's lives. This is why you say, when you're in power for so long as they are, they become isolated in their own bubble. And they see things the way they would like them to be. They want people to judge them by their intentions rather than by their accomplishments. And because you have good intentions, then you must have good accomplishments. And Madam Speaker, he seemed so impressed with how much money the government was going to spend and with the size of the projects they were building, that he really didn't say, he didn't have to demonstrate anything about the impact of these projects on people's lives. One big project had to compete with another in his presentation for place of prominence because there were so many of them, according to him. And he assumed that because these projects were big and novel, then they must be making people's lives better. But you just have to, Madam Speaker, walk on the streets of Kingstown. Go to any village across this country. Talk to business people. I'm not just talking about people who are unemployed or persons who may be down in the luck. I'm talking about people, Madam Speaker, who have been the backbone of the economy of this country, the middle class. And they will tell you that their experience is that this is the most difficult time they've had in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's the lament that I hear all the time. And so when you have a budget presented, and I'll give, Madam Speaker, what I suggest are some of the reasons for this. And the disconnect that the minister seems to not wish to acknowledge, but which everybody else in the country, well, not everybody, but most people, because I know some people, they're doing well because they have, of course, favored positions. But if we listen to them, Madam Speaker, the people out there, we know that the reality in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is that we have a lot of work to do. And that the budget that is being presented this year, this leap year, 2024, should offer hope to people. It shouldn't just be a budget that talks about mega projects, you know. I must admit, Madam Speaker, the picture of the port that's on the estimates document is very impressive. It's big. It's pretty. The question is, Madam Speaker, how are these things going to impact people's lives? We asked this question, of course, when they were building the airport, and they said that it would be. I think the minister said it himself yesterday, if you build it, they will come. But that is not how you plan for economic development, Madam Speaker. You have to have a vision of what the project is, how it connects to people's lives, and when I say people, I mean our people, Vincentians, and how it transforms those lives, what role they play in that transformation process. Because development ultimately is about people. It's not about concrete and steel. That is necessary to facilitate development. But ultimately, development is how it affects the lives of people. And this means in terms of increasing wealth and well-being, but also increasing skill, giving opportunity for people to function and to feel that they're contributing to their country and to their own lives. Not that they have to sit back and watch others do it and then wait for a handout from government. And I think, Madam Speaker, it is a failure to fully recognize and integrate that thinking into the development process that gives the reality now, that results in reality of the disconnect between what the minister presents and believes and what the other people in the country, and certainly members on my side, the colleagues, see when we talk to people around the country. One of my colleagues here likes to refer to it as the credibility gap. And I think you know who I'm talking about because you laugh. So this is part of the context in which we are presenting this budget. But Madam Speaker, in terms of the substance of it, the overall budget, of course, is $1.6 billion. Well, to be accurate, $1,616,476,574. I believe this is the biggest budget ever. Maybe it's an election budget. Election might not be this year, but it might be coming at some point soon. Who knows? But it doesn't really matter, Madam Speaker. What matters is that the budget, as a serious document, ought to signal to the people of this country that we understand our predicament. We know what you are feeling. Never mind in the rarefied atmosphere here in the Parliament and in the offices of the ministers and so forth. They may not be able to appreciate it in a direct way, but they must have information as to what's happening on the ground, and then send a signal to people in this country that relief is on the way. That is a missed opportunity in this budget that was presented yesterday. So the overall budget of $1.6 billion. Current revenue of $810.8 million. And current expenditure, total including current expenditure and amortization and sinking fund, that is the total recurrent expenditure of $1.045 billion. So there's an overall deficit of $235.1 million. And this will become important, Madam Speaker. That's why I mentioned these figures as I go on in my presentation. So you have an overall deficit of $235.1 million. On the other side of the house, they will tell you that this is the biggest budget ever. And therefore, it must be the best budget ever. Because, you know, bigger is better in the government camp. But, as we know from budgets from the past, much of it is hype. And I will demonstrate. The estimates upon which the minister's remarks yesterday are based are prepared to add up, to balance, not to implement. Madam Speaker, as we said in the estimates debate last month, there is so much sloppiness and laziness in the presentation of this document in some of the ministries, where large sections of the document, there is no information that is supposed to be key information, key indicators. This happened in the finance minister's own ministry. And if you look at pages 187 to 251, and page 243, and page 237, these all fall under his ministry, you will see what I'm talking about. So if these indicators are not worth filling in, why are they worth putting in the document in the first place? What is the point? What are they intended to do? Is this an exercise just in sleight of hand or showmanship or propaganda? Or is it a serious document that presents the state of affairs in the country, that holds the ministers and the ministries accountable for what is presented here this year, to say this is how we have managed over the course of the year to achieve or not achieve them, and to explain why? The director of audit and others have made comments about making that process more credible by having these sorts of information and other things presented in a professional and complete manner, so that they could inform us here in Parliament, and of course the country at large, whom we serve, who the minister is working on behalf of. In the minister's reading, however, of his presentation yesterday, and a slick presentation, it was intended to gloss over these deep flaws. But it isn't working, Madam Speaker. I mentioned them here, though, only to briefly, because it is to show that much of what they say in the budget has not been given a lot of thought. Yes, there are some key things that they're focusing on. The port modernization project, perhaps. But there's a lot of stuff in there that they just basically go through the motions. So the budget is constructed to look good rather than to actually deliver to the people. And when all is said and done, Madam Speaker, more is said than is done. We go through this year after year, and I will come to my specific complaint. As I go on in my presentation. Madam Speaker, they continually increase the budget, but they fail to implement the budget because on the face of it, that's the document they present, they do not have the money to do it. Now, the minister said yesterday, he predicted, he said that I would say this. But, you know, that is not insight, Madam Speaker. It was deduction, because it was based on what the estimates and his address revealed. It is an inevitable conclusion that they lack the money to implement the budget. So if you present it, and I am serious in analyzing it and critiquing it, there's no other conclusion that I could come to. There's no insight there. The budget, Madam Speaker, is presented on a deliberately false statement that the government will collect $215.8 million in other receipts. We raise this every year, and they ignore it every year. So what are we supposed to do? Because you don't take it seriously, we shouldn't? I take my job seriously. I believe in representing the people honestly. And this is part of the $1.6 billion that they said they need to implement to pay for their current expenses and to implement their capital projects. The consequence of this is what we see all around us. By that I mean the shortage of $215 million. If it didn't have consequence, then I wouldn't bother. It's an accounting situation. But it has real consequences for people because many of the projects that are in the budget don't get started. And we see it in our communities. This is not something that is, you know, I have to educate people on. We see it in our communities. And some that get started, they take forever to complete. And why is that? Incompetence or lack of funding. People see this across the country. And people across the country are badly affected by it. And they should hold the government accountable. Because when you say you're going to do something, a budget is a projection for a year. I know that you have projections for the next year and the following year for 3 years. But the point is this budget governs this year. And so when you say you're going to do something this year, don't come and say, well, next year, well, you know, we started the mobilization and so forth, but we didn't get around to the actual implementation. When you did say that you were going to do the implementation, I mean, that's what you did with the roads program. Well, last year you're saying you have a roads budget. It's a rogue budget. Oh, well, I misinterpreted. All right. Well explained. So, Madam Speaker, the people all the country, the roads get worse every day. Ask those people living in Mespo or out by Bruce, by Senator Bruce, in Lauders and Greggs, in those areas there. Yeah? I don't even have to talk. My own community in Beck, good Lord, I stop complaining now, except for the Bluff Road, because they're going to kill people if they don't fix it. Madam Speaker, the jetty, the main jetty in Canawan, you know how long that's been temporary? 20 years? Honorable member for Southern Grenadines? Yes. Yes, I get into that. So, Madam Speaker, you have the presentation of the budget and you have the shortfall and you have the consequence. That's why it's important. You know, I know some people might say, well, all right, as the minister said yesterday, he said, oh, they say we don't have the money, but every year we deliver. We deliver. Well, you deliver some things, yes. But a budget is a complete package. And when you promise it, you're supposed to deliver everything in it, unless there are exigent circumstances. But here's the thing, Madam Speaker, unless you don't think that that's what's important. Everything, yes. So you would say, oh, we're building the second largest project ever in the country down in Bottom Town. So, how you could say we can't deliver? But the fact is, as big as that project is, Madam Speaker, it is still only one project. And it does not affect people's daily lives in the way that bad roads and drains and the jetties and so forth affect them in their daily lives. And Madam Speaker, you know what is more egregious? They make these promises deliberately, knowing that they cannot be fulfilled. They know they will not collect the money because they have failed to collect even 5% in that category of capital receipts called other receipts over the years. In fact, the audit report for 2019 at page 40, Madam Speaker, indicates that out of $198 million in 2019 in other receipts that the minister said that they would collect in order to implement their programs, they only collected $3 million. That was less than 1% of the revenue. Now, Ms. Siso is the director of audit. You see? And so if you're only collecting less than 1% of that large sum, how are you going to deliver? I mean, that's logic. Unless, of course, there is something else at play. Unless, of course, there is something else that is intended to do. And if that's the case, you should say so and don't leave it up to people to deduce. And if they know that they would not collect the money, they must also know that they can't be delivering on those promises. Yet they do it anyway. Year after year, the budget is inflated, and more, they try to convince the people that on the basis of that, because it's bigger every year, you're making progress. Because if you're increasing the size, you must be making progress. And they think, of course, even when we call them out on it, that they could do it because they think they could fool the people all the time. But as the saying goes, you well know that you can't fool all the people all the time. And our people know that fool me once, shame on me. Fool me again, fool me once, shame on you. You're right. Thank you. You see, you're very well familiar with it, so you are. So you know very well what you're doing. Exactly. Thank you. That slip revealed a lot there, Madam Speaker. So our people know that you fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Because I should know better. And the people of this country, they know better. And they will not be fooled forever. They will demand better from their government, and they will demand change. But here, Madam Speaker, that is how we present, how we understand the overall presentation of the finances of the country as presented in Roman numerals 1, that is the general summary of the finances. But just for a moment, let us assume that the minister is correct, that he says he will collect that money, $250 million, which is part, as I said earlier, of his capital spending, his total of $570.5 million. This is what he says, Madam Speaker. He says the capital, and he bragged about it yesterday, and on the 19th when we discussed the estimates. You know, it was so much money that they're implementing so many projects. They can't even keep up. You can't get aggregate. You can't get blocks and so forth. Or maybe if they haven't put Bigs out of business, they might get some of his blocks. But to the point, Madam Speaker. He says that they will spend $570.5 million in capital projects. And that is a lot of money. It's a lot of projects, as he said. Whether we have the capacity, of course, to implement it is a different matter, and he talked about some of those issues yesterday. But the minister also says that to implement those projects, this is according to his own figures, that he has to raise, or he will raise $805 million in capital receipts. 61 million in grants, 317 or 318 millions in loans, external loans, $155 million in local loans, and in capital revenue of $1 million, and other receipts of $215.5 million. So he says he needs to raise $805 million to implement capital projects that cost $570 million. So he's raising in excess $235 million more than he actually needs. Just in case? Why does he need to raise more money than the projects cost? What does he intend to do with the excess money? And a lot of the money is borrowed. 472 million of it is borrowed money. Why would you borrow money that you don't need? Just think about it, Madam Speaker. You say that you're going to spend capital projects cost $570 million. And in the same documents, you say you're going to raise $805 million to do it. How does that make sense? Anybody who's building a house, they will tell you, they go to the bank and the contractor tell them, okay, boy, you need to borrow $250,000. They know the cost of borrowing, and they try to see if you can get it down to maybe 225 or something like that. You borrow a little less. You don't say it costs 250, so you borrow 300,000. Because it's going to cost you more to carry it. So the reality is that the minister is departing from that common sense logic that the ordinary homeowner would apply when he's building his house. Yet, he does not explain this illogical presentation in his document. Borrowing money costs interest, and it costs fees. Since we don't need it to implement the projects, because the projects only cost $570 million, why borrow it? If you don't borrow it, it will reduce the debt burden, and the cost of servicing the national debt, as we know, is a problem. Although the minister did say so yesterday, not, but I'll talk about that just now too. So when we look at it this way, the way the minister presents it, the way he apparently wants us to see it, because he wants us to take the numbers in the estimates at face value. We are looking behind it and saying, no, he can't collect that money, because we look historically and say, the $215 million in other receipts, you have not been collecting it, so therefore it's bogus. But he is saying, no, this year it's going to be different, man, I'm going to collect it. But what you're going to do with it, that amount of money, when you don't need it for your capital project? Does he want to waste public money? I don't want to ascribe that kind of thinking to the minister. Does he borrow it just because the money is available? I don't think so. But this, Madam Speaker, is where the deceit lies. It's where the fiction comes in. This is where the budget becomes a sleight of hand. And why I said it last month in the estimates debate, and say it again, it's a dishonest budget. It is phony. You see what happens here, the $235 million in excess capital receipts are merely an accounting trick to enable the minister to cover up the $235.1 million in the overall deficit. So you can present the budget as though it's balanced, even though the money will not be collected. And you present the budget as a balanced budget. So he would look foolish if he were to present a budget that is not balanced. So better a dishonest budget. And Madam Speaker, if this were an innocent deceit, then we could probably simply say, all right, find the balance in the books. But it has serious implications, as my colleague says, and real consequence for the country, some of which I've outlined earlier. But Madam Speaker, this is the backdrop against everything that is presented in the budget. All the nice words we heard yesterday, all the fancy projects and so forth that are presented. All of that is built on the foundation of the estimates. You can't get away from it. If you start with a lie, it does not become truthful the further you go. Yes. I learned from you. Madam Speaker, I wish now to turn to the debt because this is part of the consequence. The overall debt of the country is $2.44 billion. This is in the estimates at page 848. What is alarming, what is concerning, Madam Speaker, is that the payment of interest and loan charges are increasing. The Minister probably could explain why that is the case. But between 2023, where you paid $80.2 million in interest and fees and charges, in 2024, that goes up to $107 million. That is an increase of $26.9 million, or over 33% in 1 year. That is a tremendous cost that is imposed on the Treasury. It creates a serious problem for us keeping debt servicing costs high and the debt burden heavy. That's right. Debt servicing, Madam Speaker, now takes 34 cents out of every dollar. I think when I came to this parliament, it was around 24 cents out of every dollar of current revenue. That is 34% of current revenue. And we are running a current account deficit. Madam Speaker, yesterday, however, the minister said in his presentation at page 77 that the debt is manageable and we are on target to reach a 60% GDP ratio. Let's see where it is. Yes, at the bottom of the page, the government, it's page 77. He said, our debt is manageable and on track to meet the Eastern, I'm quoting here, Madam Speaker. The last two lines on page 77. Our debt is manageable and on track to meet the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union's target of 60% debt to GDP ratio by the year 2035. That is a target that the OECS has set. Grenada and St. Kitts are closest to that target. I think one of them have already passed it. So the minister says that we are on target. That is an extraordinary statement, Madam Speaker, given the trajectory of the debt and the debt to GDP ratio over the past number of years. Some may use a less charitable word to describe it. Then he goes on, Madam Speaker, in his presentation to cast aspersions at unnamed persons who took an interest in the debt. Here's what he said at page 78. I'm quoting him again. There is a motley assemblage of ideologues and opportunists. I don't know who he's talking about here. Who would have you believe that our debt is out of control? Well, I'm drawing you out. There is a motley assemblage of ideologues and opportunists who would have you believe that our debt is out of control and our economy is stagnant. But they are misleading you. Madam Speaker, this is the government whose over the 23 years of its existence has managed an average annual growth of under 2%. They're projecting last year we had 6%, which is better, and this year you'll have 5%, all based, of course, on the mega project that is going on, the construction project. But over the course of the time, the life of this government, it hasn't been. It's hovered around not just under 2% on average. So, of course, that's a stagnant. In any event, Madam Speaker, that is what he said. So how is the debt being paid? That's what we need to know, because it's important, as I said, 34 cents of every dollar you collect in current revenue, taxes and so forth, goes to pay the debt. And you have all these expenses, you're not meeting your current expenses based on what is projected in the estimates. You don't have enough revenue to do that if you pay the debt. So then, is the government borrowing to pay the debt? Clearly it is. So, how much is it borrowing and at what interest rates? Are we borrowing at higher interest rates to pay off debts that carried a lower interest rate? Perhaps the minister could elucidate. Madam Speaker, the fiscal responsibility mechanism, which the minister mentioned briefly yesterday, and the report, the first report that was presented to the Parliament and I had an opportunity to read, raised concerns about the government's ability to meet the debt. This is the government's own body that they handpicked, you know. It raised concerns about the government's ability to meet its debt reduction targets of 60% of GDP, debt to GDP ratio. And the minister has boldly said that we are on target to do it, especially since it continues to run primary deficits. So here's what the report says, Madam Speaker, at pages 19 to 20. It's at variance with what the minister said yesterday in his budget presentation. This is what they say. I'm quoting, I'm reading. It says, the debt burden remains high, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines remains at risk of debt distress. Public debt rose to 87.1% of GDP in 2021. And then it says that the external debt is 74% of GDP. This debt level is currently assessed by the World Bank and the IMF as high risk of debt distress, but sustainable in the medium term. But sustainable in the medium term. Then it goes on to say, Madam Speaker, as I said, this, I don't think people are familiar with this document or with the agency, the Fiscal Responsibility Mechanism, which was established, what, about 2 years ago? Yes, this is something that's being done. In Grenada, I believe it's part of the law. Here it's just a resolution and it's voluntary. So don't come tell me nonsense. So here's what it says, Madam Speaker. In the absence, this is what the document says. In the absence of debt restructuring exercise, Bringing down the debt to GDP ratio will require a combination of primary surpluses, which we don't have, and positive economic growth, which, last year 5% is better, but historically it's been less than 2%. The government is currently running a primary deficit, and this must be managed, or the debt ratio will continue to rise. This will only change if the growth rate in the economy significantly exceeds the real interest rate, which is not happening. This means that for the government to meet its intertemporal budget constraints, today's primary deficit will need to be offset by future surpluses. The alternative, and this is important, would be to continue to borrow to repay the debt, which would force the debt ratio to rise without bound. Delaying fiscal adjustment, therefore, will require a stronger effort in the future, because at that time the debt ratio will be much higher. And Madam Speaker, because the Minister didn't really give much weight to this in his presentation, I'll just read the last paragraph. It says, although sustainability factors do not offer specific guidelines about the appropriate level of debt to GDP ratio, even when the government commitment is taken at face value, there's a little bit of skepticism there. The large debt raises questions about the feasibility of any debt reduction plan. In addition, a large debt not only complicates the management of monetary policy, but also makes public finances extremely vulnerable to increases in international rates. And then it says that it's mitigated by the fact that 80% of the debt is at fixed rate, so it doesn't fluctuate too much. But the point is, Madam Speaker, the minister seems to present this as this is not a problem. But everybody else says, listen, you got to be careful. It's a concern. And you can't present this as though, borrowing is just so easy and you can manage where you're going and so forth. And the statement that you will get to the 60% is simply not believable in these circumstances and as presented here by the fiscal responsibility mechanism. And then finally, Madam Speaker, this is important as well. They say that the risk is that in the absence of an urgent and sustained program of restraint in expenditure growth, they might call it austerity, and debt, and a means of generating significant revenue growth, there will be a growing burden on the society to where a growing share of current expenditure will fund higher interest costs, with interest expenses approaching $78 million per annum, or around 12% of total expenditure by 2024. Such funds are preferably spent on social and development programs. I agree. I was just reading what the fiscal responsibility mechanism that you had picked said. All right? If you want to follow ideology, that's your business. I'm telling you what the document says. My point is I will do better than you, that's what. Now, Madam Speaker, the minister did not cite in his speech this document. In fact, he was quite dismissive of it. And it only matters, of course, if he decides to take it seriously. Otherwise, it's just presentation. And it sounds like, from what he's suggesting here now, is that he doesn't intend to really take it seriously. So, Madam Speaker, I wish now to turn to another issue of the finances. And that is the overdraft, which I mentioned in this Honorable House and in the public domain. as a serious concern. The minister said yesterday in his presentation that he finally took note of it and that he is addressing it. He didn't say, of course, that any of the concerns raised by the leader of the opposition or the opposition forced his hand. He said it's because the Director of Audit has mentioned it in the past, but the Director of Audit has been mentioning it since 2010 and they did nothing. And we started to talk about it about 2 years ago, and they decided, well, listen, this is embarrassing, we have to do something. But let me explain what the problem is. The government continues to abuse the overdraft facility in two ways. One, the overdraft is set by Parliament at $50 million. They say, listen, you have a budget. You say, this is how much money you're going to take in. This is how much you intend to spend. We understand that the money coming in and the money going out doesn't always match. So you have a facility at a bank. You can go and borrow the money until the money you're expecting from what you budgeted in the estimates comes in, and then you put it back and you bring back down the overdraft. That's how an overdraft works. It's not supposed to be a loan that you continue going forward. So the limit is set as $50 million. But in the estimates this year, as of September 30th, 2023, the amount in the overdraft was $118.4 million. That is at page 842. That is more than double the approved limit. $68.4 million over the limit. That was not required. It was not approved by Parliament, that was required. So the government just continues to flout the financial laws. Are they going to convert part of that into a long-term loan as they've done in the past? Now we have two such loans in the estimates, adding up to a total of $43.7 million. Remember, this is from the overdraft, you know. You're not supposed to borrow long-term from an overdraft facility. The only way an overdraft facility converts into a loan is if you have spent so much money, you've exceeded the limit that you can't bring it back down. And the money that you received, that you had been replacing with the overdraft, you use it for something else. That is profligate spending. That is not following the financial rules and what was presented in the estimates of the country. So, are they going to convert it? We'll wait and see, because that also puts pressure on the bank. And of course, what that does, it becomes borrowing at a high interest rate at 7 to 8%. That adds to the carrying cost and the burden to the people of this country. And that's why, Madam Speaker, it's important. It is not just an accounting issue. It affects the way public funds are allocated, as I read just now to the fiscal responsibility mechanism. It says that more and more of the money that could go to social programs have to go just to pay debt. And so if you don't manage it properly, in the sense that keeping the spending within bounds when it comes to current revenue and current expenditure, and sticking to what we agreed to in the Parliament, if $50 million that you're going to be able to use the $50 million and then put it back so it comes down to zero or near zero by the end of the year. So, the practice, as I said, is not only unlawful, but it is costly, and it costs the people of this country a lot of money. So no wonder we are paying much to service the debt, and continues to climb to what it is now, $2.4 billion. Madam Speaker, there's another issue with the overdraft, which I drew to the attention of this Honourable House in previous budget presentation 2 years ago. And that is the failure, as the Accountant General has indicated in a report, to account for monies in the overdraft account. We look at it from the period of 2010 up to 2015 previously, where the amount reported by the government, that is the Accountant General, and the amount reported by the bank as to how much was used in the overdraft differed. And between 2010 and 2015, that amount came up to $95.9 million. We have updated it since from 2016 to 2019. And during that period, for 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, a total of $54 million, again, could not be accounted for. So that made the amount, Madam Speaker, in that period, 2010 to 2019, $150 million in overdraft money that could not, the Accountant General said, be accounted for. And let me read what she says at page 53 of her report. It says that, looking at the overdraft current account, she says, in the absence of a bank reconciliation, I'm quoting, statement, it could not be determined what contributed to the difference. And then she went on to say the overdraft limit in 2019 was $50 million. So that is what she said at page 53. Then the accountant, the director of audit, went on to make a recommendation at the end of that section of her report, where she says that the bank reconciliations statements should be prepared for the current account to determine the reason for the difference between the balance presented on the financial statements and the balance stated on the certificate of balances issued by the bank. And they should be done on a timely basis. So she didn't just say reconcile it, she said you have to present reasons. You have to explain why this happened in the first place. So the minister yesterday, in his presentation, he said, listen, I've taken note of what the Accountant General said. We have now 2 set interns who have been hired, who were later appointed as senior accountants, and who are reconciling the overdraft account from 2010 to February 2012. That's how far they reach. So they have a long way to go. But he didn't say, if they reached up to 2012, what were the reasons as the Accountant General required? What were the reasons for the difference? As the Director of Audit, stated. Not enough to say that he reconciled up to February. You should do as the Director of Audit says and give reasons for the difference. Why would the minister not provide the information? What is there to hide? It can't be an innocent clerical error, as previously suggested, because the problem has continued year after year after year, totaling $150 million between 2010 and 2019. It's not the minister's money, you know. This is the people's money. So he has to give a proper account of it. I hope in his wind-up that he will. And the problem here again, Madam Speaker, is not just process. It has real consequence. Because when you can't account for money in the overdraft, that amount of money, it could lead to waste of public funds, or worse, it could lead to corruption. And this is why the Director of Audit every year had been at pains to point it out. And after so many years of doing so, the minister ignored it until, of course, we started raising the matter publicly, and then we hear now that they're trying to reconcile them. But it's not just a matter of reconciling. We need to know and present to the Director of Audit at least what the reasons were or are for that discrepancy. Now, Madam Speaker, that is important because it requires the minister has to follow the laws. He has to deal within the guardrails of the financial architecture that we have created for the governance of our country. You can't just simply do what you want and say, well, my intentions are good, and therefore allow me this discretion. No, you got to go with the law. There's a reason for it, Madam Speaker. It's to prevent abuse. It is to prevent wastage. It is to keep the minister and the government and the departments and so forth functioning in a way that is accountable. It's very important. You can't say, my intentions are good. We all know the road to hell is what? It's paved with good intentions. So, Madam Speaker, the minister has an obligation to bring these things. And there are others, of course, we have mentioned in the past, but time being what it is, I will move on. Madam Speaker, I wish now to turn to address the issue of the NIS and the reforms. We all know, because the reforms have been presented yesterday, but they ain't implemented yet, that the NIS is in trouble. And as things stand, and the minister repeated it yesterday, it is projected to run out of money to meet its obligation between 2034 and 2035. The minister said the reforms are coming, and he outlined them yesterday. But it took so long to bring those reforms, Madam Speaker. And in this matter, time is of the essence. It made the matter worse. The government, in fact, put politics ahead of the interests of NIS pensioners, and have failed to take timely and prudent measures to fix the problem. And Madam Speaker, the crisis at the NIS, it jeopardizes pensions for so many people. Most of them, 85% of them, don't have any other source of income. That has implications for the wider economy, because those persons were persons who were employed before. We know there's 21% of the people are unemployed. And now in their retirement, that money comes to keep spending in the economy going. If the NIS fails, that fails. The economy is in serious jeopardy. The government put politics ahead, however, of the reforms and the delayed. This has serious financial and economic implications, as I outlined. What this all means, and we all agree in this Honorable House, is that we cannot do without the NIS. It must survive, and it must be made healthy again. Till God comes to his earth, we must have the NIS. But how did the NIS get to this crisis point? The government must take responsibility for it, because I said they failed to act. In the 2020 manifesto, Madam Speaker, they said to voters then that what was upcoming, the 11th actuarial review, was being prepared at the time, and that it would result in improved pensions and other benefits, when they knew damn well that it was not going to happen. Because they had the 10th actuarial review, which said similarly to what was in the 11th, that you have to make the reforms now, and that it may affect benefits and contributions. They knew it. When they made the election promise, they already knew that the mess was going to hit the fan. So, Madam Speaker, all of this happened in virtual darkness, because the NIS reports, they were not made public. Imagine that. The law says that those reports have to come to Parliament. And we had to be surreptitiously trying to find out how you can get a report from somebody. Policy holders can't go and have a look at the report of the actuaries. So the actuaries finally said, no, you got to put this thing up on your website. Let people see it. Let some light in. Let people be able to hold you accountable, because when we put it, I don't want to be blamed, essentially, for not doing the work, because I'm the actuary. I say these are the things that have to be done. If you don't do them, I want people to know that I tell you should do them. To put the thing up on the website. And for a long time, they didn't do it. I mean, that's transparency. What is there to hide? Transparency is it's a wonderful thing in our speak, and accountability, because it makes for better governance. It may be easier if you could do things in darkness, by yourself, without restraint. But when you're wrong, you become catastrophically wrong, and other people pay the consequence. It's better to have all of us looking at it and saying this is what needs to be done. And if you don't do it, to have the people raising a noise and they say, get it done. So the minister outlined a number of the proposals that were set out and that he have accepted from the actuaries. But there were some other things, Madam Speaker, that he did not mention, and he should mention, about the way in which the government has dealt with the NIS in the past and the way they should do it going forward. First of all, Madam Speaker, the NIS have made payments to students and to non-contributory payments to persons, deserving persons. I asked a question in the Parliament last sitting when I asked about the amount of money that had been paid out in non-contributory pensions over the years. And the minister told me it's a total of about $44 million. But they also have had the very good program of paying students $500 when they pass CXC. I have no problem with that. I think it's a very worthwhile program because it encourages students to do their best. But over the course, the life of that program, it has cost the NIS $14 million in basically a handout to the government because the government says we're giving it to the students. The students don't know where it's coming from. But the government taking the credit because they're saying, here we're giving you $500, but it's the NIS, it's the pensioners, the parents and grandparents of those students who are paying for their $500. And at the same time, it's undermining the integrity of the system. So the government has to give a commitment that in continuing the program, that they will find source of funding elsewhere. Not only that, they took $14 million, Madam Speaker. The NIS quite clearly needs an injection of capital. You can't just get it from pensioners, taking more and more money out of them and then telling them that maybe they're not cutting the benefits now or they're not raising the pensionable age now, but who knows? That $14 million should be put back in the NIS as a contribution from government. It should be treated as a loan so that there is a capital injection to keep the NIS healthy. The money now to fund the program for the students must be found. Maybe, the Prime Minister can cut back on some of his foreign travel and put some money into the fund to pay the students and some of the other ministers. That would help. But in any event, it should not be going forward taken from the NIS funds. Those funds should be found elsewhere. And the same, Madam Speaker, with the non-contributory pension. I understand, and the Minister did very well last month, when he explained the genesis of the non-contributory pensions. At the time when the NIS came into operation, it was young, they had few pensioners, and they had contributions. It was fairly healthy, the benefits and so forth were generous, but not everybody qualified because they didn't have the required contributions. So the actuary had recommended that some people be given a non-contributory pension. At the time, $20, he said, and then it was raised and so forth, and now it's quite substantially more than that. But it had grown over a period of time. And so over the period of that program, from 1997 to 2022, the Minister said, in his answer to my question in the Parliament in November, that $44.9 million was paid out in non-contributory pensions over that period of time by the NIS. And as of 2022, it was still paying. The numbers had decreased in terms of the number of persons who were benefiting, but because the amount that was being paid had been raised, there was still $671,000 being paid annually in those pensions to a declining number of persons. So, Madam Speaker, given the chronic state of unemployment in this country and the growing poverty in the country, non-contributory pensions is something that helps to keep people out of destitute, what do you call it? What's the word? Keep them out of terrible poverty. But Madam Speaker, this is something that we need to revisit, and going forward, again, the Minister must give the commitment that he would take the money from the consolidated fund and provide it to the NFS if he wishes to have it administered by the NIS, so that they can continue to manage those programs. He didn't mention anything about that in his presentation. But this is more to do with the relationship between the government and the NIS rather than with the NIS and the pensioners. Because yesterday they dealt with that, with the pensioners. They said, listen, you're going to have to raise your contribution now from 10% to 15%, and then some other things that have to be done in terms of not getting early retirement and so forth. That comes out of the pensioners' pockets. This now is government's relationship with the NIS. That's the part that the minister quite conveniently didn't deal with yesterday. What needs to be done as well, Madam Speaker, and this is something for the NIS, and I've been critical of the NIS publicly about this. They need to be more aggressive, Madam Speaker, to encourage self-employed persons and overseas employed persons to join the service. Definitely. I know that the actuary had recommended that self-employed persons' voluntary contribution should stop, that it should be mandatory and so forth, but then there's the enforcement issue. How are you going to manage that? So, what we need to do, Madam Speaker, and I have said this, quite frankly, to past officers of the NIS, I would assist if they were to come to Beckwith and say, listen, let's go talk to the fisher folk. Let's go talk to so-and-so people. Let's try and encourage them to join up. I would assist. And I'm sure every member in this Honorable House would do so. Because it's not for the NIS. It is not for the benefit of the NIS I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the benefit of the persons who are covered. People-centered approach. That's right. Thank you, colleague. So, Madam Speaker, you have, for example, you have cruise ship workers. Do they pay the NIS? I know one I spoke with a couple of years ago, he said he used to do it voluntarily. I don't know if he still does. They do. The oil rig workers, these are overseas workers. And there's a lot of them now. And they don't live abroad, they come, they go and they come. They should be also be considered as for the NIS to reach out to say, listen, this is it's a mutual benefit situation. Seasonal workers in USA and Canada, farm workers, are they covered? Do they pay into NIS? Well, this is again, I mean, these are things. Private insurance, Madam Speaker, there are persons who have private insurance that they, you know, for, what do you call them, where they pay for you to fly out if you get sick and so forth. They don't wait for you to come to them, you know. They come to you to offer this service. They say, listen, this is how we can benefit you. You should be interested in this. I don't see the NIS doing it. They're sitting back and saying, the law says you have to do X, Y, and Z, and therefore, that's sufficient for me. They have to do better than that. If they're going to manage it, then they have to be more aggressive in going out there and getting people to be part of it. Yeah, but you didn't talk about that much yesterday. Madam Speaker, the government, again, in its relationship with NIS, the government must pay its NIS contributions and debts owed to the NIS immediately, not on no payment plan like your hire purchase. You have to pay it off now because you should never be owing the NIS. You should be the flag bearer of a good example of an employer in its relationship with the NIS. But we know in the past that the government, Madam Speaker, has abused that position of closeness with the NIS by not paying into it. And then when they can't pay, they force the NIS or tell the NIS that they have to give them a loan so that they could pay the contribution. And then they swap that loan for a building that who knows what's going to happen with now. And come on, Madam Speaker, these are not prudent things that ought to be doing. I remember Eustace used to tell us a story that when when Sir James was in government, that they came to ask for the NIS to lend some money for bananas. And he looked at it and he said, no, this is not a good investment for the NIS Prime Minister, go get it somewhere else. And to his credit, Sir James listened. He didn't say, listen, I'm the Minister of Finance, I'm the Prime Minister, I want the money, you have to do it. That, Madam Speaker, is a practice that needs to be adhered to because the NIS is there for the NIS, the policy holders. It is a social institution that does good, but its primary function is not to solve these myriad of social problems. Of course it will contribute when it can. Its primary function has to be to make sure that the policyholders, that the pensioners are taken care of going forward. That is the most important social function it can perform. When anything else jeopardizes that, you have to pull back. And this is why I'm saying the non-contributory pensions, the other contributions that are made out of NIS money on behalf of government, that the government should find sources elsewhere. Madam Speaker, not only must the government pay all of the monies owed to the NIS, I mean, except for loans, of course, but they must also do so, make their future contributions on time. And finally, Madam Speaker, one of the other recommendations of the actuaries is that the investment committee, that it be composed in a way that you have persons of specific expertise on it. That was addressed yesterday? But that is a proposal that I know that the public service unions as well had indicated. But it seems to me that it makes sense. You can't just look and say, no, oh, you know, the investments that were done abroad, yes, we had a tough year a couple of years ago, but now they've rebounded, so therefore the investment committee must be doing a good job. The point is, it makes sense to have persons on it who are not on the board and to have persons who are have some special skill to bring to the table. The question is this, Madam Speaker. We have the reform. It's going to cost pensioners money. It's going to have implications going forward. And we will have to study them more, to be honest with you, over the course of a few days, because this was only presented yesterday. But given, Madam Speaker, the situation that I've outlined just now with the relationship between government and the NS over the past, can we trust this government to restore and sustain the NIS? That's the thing. Can we trust this government to do it? Given the poor record and the failure to act repeatedly, can they be trusted with pensioners' money? And my conclusion, Madam Speaker, is that they cannot. I believe that they will continue to have, as they have over the years, in treating the NIS in a way, Madam Speaker, that brought us to the crisis situation that we are here now. And, Madam Speaker, to conclude on this point, the current situation with the NS, it sums up everything that is wrong with this government, Madam Speaker. Well, not everything, but a lot of things. One, they have failed to create jobs that is needed to create the revenue base for the NIS. They have failed to increase wages to increase the revenue base of the NIS. Remember, there was a study done, PayPal did a study recently, last year, that says, or the year before, that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have the lowest wages and salaries in the Caribbean. Also, they fail to take the tough decisions needed to ensure its sustainability. They have promised things that things would improve over the years, but they didn't deliver. So, that is why, Madam Speaker, I do not believe the jury is still out and we have to be vigilant. And that is to say the policyholders, the other stakeholders, the unions and so forth, civil society have to be vigilant and saying now we have come to a point where there's some transparency in the sense that the actuarial report, I know that the 12th is out. I haven't seen it yet, but it's supposed to be laid in Parliament. I expect that it would be. It should have been laid here today, supposedly. But now that there is some level of transparency, we have to ensure that it happens, because transparency must be at the heart of everything that the NIS does. And regular updates should be provided to the policyholders. I mean, that's an obligation. You're working on behalf of the policyholders. Why are you treating them as though somehow you're doing them a favor? They're paying well. You know, the NIS here, the administrative costs for running the NIS here in St. Vincent, the minister said yesterday, is higher in St. Vincent than the other countries in the region. So these are things, Madam Speaker, that I need to take into account and say, listen, let me treat the pensioners with more respect and be accountable to them. Madam Speaker, I wish now to turn to the issue of crime. Can I have another bottle of water, please? The issue of crime and security, which was addressed by the Minister somewhat briefly yesterday, which is a bit of a surprise to me, given the current situation. The first duty of any government is to protect the lives and livelihoods of the people, of its people. That is the first duty. Without that, nothing else really can function. In recent times, however, the crime in St. Vincent and the Grenadines have become more prevalent, gotten out of control in some areas. In 2016, we set a record of homicides, 40. And by then we thought, geez, this is really becoming a serious problem because you have 35, 37, 38, 39, 35, and so forth. And it seemed chronically high, and that was considered high. 2016, there were 40. 2022, we broke a record with 42. The last year, Madam Speaker, we shattered that record by a staggering number of 55 killings in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, making St. Vincent and the Grenadines the murder capital of the Caribbean, of CARICOM. The worst manifestation of crime, of course, is the murders and the homicides. But it's not the only one. And what was, there are other factors. You have the sexual assault violence, you have violence against yachties, you have predial larceny, which I'll talk about just now. There are other areas of crime, but of course, when you have a situation where you have 55 homicides in 1 year, and you wrap your head around it and you say, what is happening here? And it breaks the record from the previous year and the record from 4 years earlier. You're thinking, well, we're really heading in the wrong direction. And it makes people fearful. Especially, people who are looking at it from abroad. When you travel abroad and you talk to people, they ask you, say, Friday, what is happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? I'm afraid to come home to St. Vincent. I said, no, don't be afraid. Come and visit your relatives and friends. But they are concerned, Madam Speaker. And in this presentation of his budget, the minister didn't really offer much hope that he recognized the seriousness of the problem and that there are real solutions that he was going to present. For example, he acknowledged that there were 55 homicides and that was high. But how are you going to deal with the detection of crime and the prosecution of crime and the investigation of crime? We say that you should have, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we should have access to forensic technology, to be able to modern technology, to be able to prosecute these matters effectively. And that there's no mention of that. The minister seemed to have passed it off to say, oh, the Minister of National Security is going to deal with that when he talks. But this is the budget. This is the principal document that guides what is going forward. You take as to what is serious and what is high priority based on this document. Not where somebody comes up afterwards and ad-libs. Madam Speaker, of course, the minister, I agree with him. Yeah, crime is a complex issue. It's multifaceted. But it's a social problem. It's not an inevitable disease. It is something that you can address. You don't have to throw your hands up and say, well, there's crime everywhere. Sometimes some people tell me that. Oh, Friday, there's crime everywhere. You want what to do? The problem is that it's a social problem. And other societies have dealt with it. In Grenada, how many homicides had last year? What? I think fewer than 10. What are they doing that's different from us? So, Madam Speaker, we know the causes are complex. Unemployment in this country is very high. Among young people, 41%. That's higher than St. Lucia, which has 38%. Barbados at 30%, Trinidad and Tobago 12%, and it's over what is exceeds the average of all the other the small Caribbean states. So we are the worst when it comes to unemployment amongst young people. We note also that poverty has gotten worse in St. Vincent and Grenadines. I'm not making this up. This is why I said yesterday when the minister was presenting this, storied account of his budget presentation. It sounds more like you're writing poetry or some fiction rather than a serious economic document. That there was a disconnect between what he was presenting and what was actually happening on the ground. So you have poverty increasing. The study that they produced, or at least they attempted to produce, and then it was leaked. I suspected it was going to be killed, and that's why it was leaked. That between 2008 and 2018, let me go back a bit. Monies had been provided to the government of St. Vincent before the ULP government to do 10-year poverty study so that you could see what is the trajectory of poverty and social development in the country. Under the NDP, I think the last one was done in 1998, and so they had 3 years in office to address some of the concerns, and up to 2008. And during that period, Madam Speaker, indigent poverty, which is the word I was looking for earlier, fell. And in Parliament, I don't know how many times you hear the government taking credit for it. 5 of the, 7 of the 10 years was under the administration, 3 under NDP. I suspect most of the progress was made under NDP. But they kept saying, Madam Speaker, indigence has fallen down to 2.5% or something like that. And poverty has declined. And then you have a period between 2008, when that last study was done, and 2018, that they again hired the consultants to do it, and the whole thing reversed. And so now we have indigent poverty going from 3.5% up to 11%. And by indigent poverty, my colleague will say that is the dirt poor. That is the persons who can't make ends meet. But poverty overall also increased, Madam Speaker, from 30.2% to 36% during that period. So we're going in the wrong direction. In fact, it's kind of an aside, I noted that in this document, the fiscal responsibility mechanism, they wanted to refer to the poverty rate in the country. And they referred to the old figure of 30.2 because that's the most up-to-date document they had, because apparently they didn't have access to what the government said was their incomplete study that was done for the period 2008 to 2018. And they have never been able to do it. I don't know why it became so difficult to complete a poverty study. All of a sudden, you can't get it done. And are they doing one now, Madam Speaker? This is important information for social partners, for international multilateral agencies, for friendly governments around the world, for people here in the country. Why is my life so hard? And then they put the statistics and they say, well, now I could understand. Because poverty is increasing. There's some communities around in Barley and Central Lee, but even in my community in Northern Grenadines, which had a low incidence in the first report, more than doubled. The only constituency where it declined was in North Central Windward during that period of 2008 to 2018. So that's the backdrop. Poverty has increased in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we must understand, and we know, I think all of us appreciate that to be effective, we must know what causes crime and then develop strategies, long-term strategies to deal with it. And prevention is still better than a pound of cure, an ounce of prevention. And so, Madam Speaker, years ago, in the NDP, we put forward a document called the Spiritual and Social Redemption Charter. But, Madam Speaker, he's justing because he was very instrumental in that document, Madam Speaker. The problem is that, Madam Speaker, we have been presenting the strategies that we can use to develop programs to mitigate against crime. And that is something that we need to deal with in greater detail. And when we call for an all-party approach, a national approach to dealing with, that's what we're talking about. You know, and of course, it was rejected by the government, by the Prime Minister, but we continue, Madam Speaker, to do our work. We must restore trust and confidence in the police and the criminal justice system. And that comes, Madam Speaker, to have community policing. Of course, I spoke there about earlier about the need for forensics to basically get the police well equipped. And then there's a major issue of morale, you know, to deal with. The rehabilitation of offenders. Madam Speaker, I had a conversation with someone who works with prisoners down at Belia. And she was indicating what the program that was being done to work with inmates making certain items and developing that skill and so forth. And I was fascinated to find out how, you know, it was going. What was extraordinary is almost by casually the information came out that a lot of the people who were involved in that program, very few of them actually reoffend. The recidivism rate was very, very low. And so that tells you that investment in rehabilitation, it pays off. Some people think, oh, you're coddling criminals and doing so. It's not that. You're doing it to protect yourself as society. You use what is effective. You don't get some idea saying, well, you can't send somebody to school because they're in jail and so forth. If that person comes out and then is a productive member of society, then the time spent was beneficial to him, but it's also beneficial to us as a society. So that's why it's important. But Madam Speaker, one of the subject matters that I want to say to combating crime in the tourism-related area. I raised a question in Parliament last month, and I asked the Minister of Tourism. He made a comment just now about me trying to knock me off stride, but about preparation for the tourist season, the yachting season. It always happens in November when the yachts start coming back. You get an upsurge in the number of incidents where people are stealing items from the boats, dinghies, and engines, and even breaking into the cabins of the boats. But we have to put measures in place. You know, we have to do something annually to say that we are taking this thing seriously. And so we have to have a special unit, or at least train the police on the ground in those communities to respond quickly and to do it in a way that keeps in touch with the victims, which is usually yacht visitors, because they can leave any time, you know, and then you can't prosecute, and then they don't come back, and then they spread it on social media or some of the through their friends, and we lose yachting business. The Minister of Tourism or the Minister of Finance yesterday said that the yachting had rebounded to a certain extent, but not to the levels that it had been prior to COVID. Well, I will tell you, it's not to the level that it has been back since 2005, 2006, when you had like 93,000 yacht visitors in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now we have, we started around 40-something thousand, we may be up to about 50 now. We're still trying to get back to that high. And we lost a lot of business. We lost a lot of it to Grenada. We lost a lot of it to St. Lucia. You know, and that is something that we have a natural advantage in. And so we need to do something about combating the crimes. But I'll talk more about that later. Madam Speaker, and finally, pretty lastly, we have to give the farmers. There is nothing that the minister said about it. This is a very, very important area of criminal activity that is not given sufficient attention. It is not a sexy area. It's that it doesn't get, people don't, you thief somebody's hand of plantain or the melons or the animal, sheep and goat and so forth. And nobody pays much attention. The farmer's lament is that, you know, he had 2 or 3 and they're gone with all. They ain't leave one for me. And you talk to the police and no redress. And the problem is, Madam Speaker, is that it's very damaging to those individual farmers, because after a while they throw up their hands and say, why are you going to do it and somebody else reaping? Or they only plant where they can see their stuff and keep an eye on them. But it is also damaging to the farm economy because it saps initiative and it basically disrupts the production. And the minister said yesterday that this is a great time for farmers in the country. I don't know where he just suddenly discovered that. But, you know, the crimes against farmers is something that needs to be given attention. And I speak about it all the time, Madam Speaker, because they don't seem to have a voice, even from the Minister of Agriculture or in the police, on that issue. And I spoke to many of them when I do my walkabouts and so forth, and that's one of the first things that they talk about. So I made that promise, Madam Speaker, that I would raise it all the time, and certainly in government I've said there will be no tolerance, a zero tolerance policy with respect to predial larceny. And the upholder is as bad as the thief, and both of them will have to pay the consequence. And by the upholder, I mean the people who buy this stuff from them. If a man is not a farmer, how he could come selling you watermelons? You know? If he never raised a goat, how he come selling you a goat? You must know that, and why the price so cheap. So there's the upholder, you know, they are aiding and abetting in that crime, and we could do something about it, and we should do something about it. Of course, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister talks a great game when it comes to crime. Time and again, he will tell you, with utmost certainty, who's to blame for the crime epidemic. But not once does he say that he and his government actually accept responsibility. In NDP days, you know, they used to say Mitchell and Toussaint were the cause of crime in this country. They must take, not the cause, but they must take responsibility for crime in this country. But suddenly, in government, that flips around. You know, everybody else to blame. Of course, you remember that at that CARICOM conference in Trinidad, and the matter that the member for East Kingstown raised in a question here in Parliament recently, when the Prime Minister said that blame the young woman that they associate, and I'm quoting here now, so you can't say he didn't say that they associate with young women, in some cases beautiful young women, who are high maintenance, and they have to rob and steal and kill and deal in drugs in order to maintain them. And when this matter was raised last week by Parliament, you know, the Prime Minister doubled down and quoted some obscure religious text to support the ridiculous notion. But, Madam Speaker, there's a blame of lawyers. You know, the conference, too many judges and lawyers have allowed too many lawyers to, in criminal practice, to control the court. There's blames of magistrates because they're not doing the job properly. Blaming preachers in the church, you know, because they're not preaching properly. Young males, you know, everybody else but the government. So what must be done? It's not a problem that can be solved overnight, but, you know, there are a number of issues that we have addressed previously, and those include things like strengthening the police and community policing, addressing the causes of crime, the vigorously prosecuting predial larceny, dealing with the rehabilitation of offenders to prevent recidivism, and having the special units to deal with sexual violence, domestic violence, and so forth, and tourism-related crimes, and also for the auxiliary police officers, Madam Speaker, to make them pensionable and provide training and promotion opportunities for them. These are things we have said in the past, Madam Speaker. The auxiliary officers, they work, yes, that we would make that pensionable and provide opportunities and training for them so that they're recognized for their contribution and the important work that they do. Madam Speaker, it is accepted wisdom as well that a good education provides better options for young people, and it is an effective tool against antisocial behavior and criminal activity. There is a strong correlation between societies that have very high levels of education throughout the population and crime, especially violent crime. So investing in education is a no-brainer. That helps with dealing with crime because it provides opportunities, but also it helps people to make better judgments on certain things. But the escalation, Madam Speaker, in violent crimes, especially gun-related crime, demand urgent action from the government to fix the problem. And part of that is fixing the education system so that it can provide young people with real options. You know, I was chatting with a friend of mine a while ago, and he was making the same argument. He said that the schools have to be connected with this crime-fighting strategy. The school, the education system. And he said, you know, and my colleague who practices in criminal bar, that one of the first pleas in mitigation that you'll get from the lawyer of their convicted client is, you know, Your Honor, he dropped out of school in Form 1 or Form 2 or Form 3 or something like that. He didn't finish school, and so, you know, can't make the right judgments, has limited opportunities and so forth. So that connection to crime is well known, but Madam Speaker, it's a longer term solution, but there are things that we can do in the medium term and in the short term, like the establishment of a forensic unit here that allows our police officers to use that expertise to investigate crime effectively. Madam Speaker, when people feel unsafe in their communities, they don't participate in things that we might think that they're out enjoying themselves and so forth, but that is the essence of economic activity, just the interaction with people. You go out from your home, somebody selling barbecue by the side of the road at a football game, suddenly you have 3 people who might have stayed home because they hear some shooting somewhere nearby. But they go in a situation where they didn't hear about it and they get a sale. That's business, that's economic activity. When people are shut into their homes and they feel unsafe, then it affects the economy as well. And that's why I said at the outset of my remarks on the security and crime situation in the country, that without security, it undermines everything else that we do in the country. That is why this is so critically important. And so now, Madam Speaker, as I segued from the dealing with the matter of crime and security and speaking about the matter of education, I want to make some comments in a more detailed manner about the education presentation of the Minister and about what we on this side of the Honourable House, Madam Speaker, see that needs to be done to have an effective education system in this country that contributes to the development of our citizens and to the development of our country in an effective manner. That is something, Madam Speaker, that has taken front center stage in recent times. Our education system must cater to the developmental needs of our country. The Minister addressed the matter in his presentation, and I will come to it a little later. But for now, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is this. A sound education system, I mean, it's almost like, you know, tried to say it, but a sound education system is necessary. It's an indispensable investment in our future, but it has to be a relevant education to be the foundation of growth and prosperity in the country. All education isn't equal. All systems are not equal. And it needs serious reform, the system that we have now. Our priorities need to be reset. I didn't hear the Minister saying that in his presentation yesterday. He talked about the numbers of scholarships that were given, and that is true. They increase the number of scholarships tremendously. But every government that has come to office increased the number of scholarships. And he talked about, scholarships in Taiwan, scholarships in Cuba. I mean, scholarships in Cuba, studying in Cuba, that was done on the NDP. You know, it was opened up under the NDP. So all governments have basically tried to expand the education opportunities. And that's a laudable thing, because that's it's really one of the only things that we can give to our young people is a good education, so that they could come and help us develop this country, make their way somewhere else in the world, because we're all global citizens now. So, Madam Speaker, everyone, however, who considers the problem of education in St. Vincent and Grenadines talk about the colonial inheritance. And they do nothing, though, to change it. Everybody talk about the colonial inheritance and so, but then they just continue it. And in fact, in some instances, they seem to embrace it. You know, this notion of elite schools and elite this and elite that and so forth, when the bulk of the population, you know, the students are not managing, is simply antiquated. As a poor country, we can't afford these things. We got to reach out to the average person, to the making sure that our systems, every cent that we invest, is benefiting the broadest number of people, increasing the public good as much as possible. So, Madam Speaker, in one of the things that has come to light or come to the fore, and my colleague, to his credit, member for Southern Grenadines, has been speaking about this in Parliament here and on the radio for year after year after year. And he has not been given sufficient credit for recognizing this very early, that the Technical and Vocational Education and Training, Madam Speaker, TVET, has not been embraced as an important and essential component of our education system. And that is something, in an extraordinary moment of honesty and perhaps clarity from the Minister of Education on radio some time ago. He said that the country was going in the wrong direction. So here, Madam Speaker, here is what the Minister of Education said in a radio program. He said, and I'm quoting him as it was quoted in the Searchlight newspaper, and what we need today is to recognize that the new society that we are living in now, and to accept that the education system, which was basically formulated to deal with the past society, the old society, it is no longer, let us say, totally relevant to the developmental needs that we have identified and will transform our society and enhance persons' living standards. And he goes on again, Madam Speaker, to say, and all basically have come to the conclusion that the education system that we have, as we have it, especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, is too much based in the traditional grammar school model that was utilized in England, with a heavy emphasis on academic training, and this is the point, and there is in fact a weakness where skills are concerned. So, Madam Speaker, so what he said essentially is that the system has to change its focus to deal with this very important component of education. And the question is, did he and the government change course, do what is necessary in the present budget to recognize what he said in that statement? Or is that just another example of what I said? Persons recognizing and paying lip service to these concerns and then doing nothing about it. And the truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that is one of the big missed opportunities in this budget. When he spoke about education, the minister, he treats technical, vocational education as though it is just simply for dropouts. That you have a program that is set aside in one of the technical institutes, and somebody drop out from high school and they go and do a program for 6 months or a year, and that's it. That is yes. So there is no plan, for example. There is no plan, Madam Speaker. There is no plan There is no plan, for example, Madam Speaker. No comprehensive plan in the Ministry of Education or in the presentation that was given here by the Minister to integrate technical and vocational education at level 1 and 2 into the secondary school, all the secondary schools. You said, yes, there's going to be a component at the Beckwith Community High School. But that's because you don't have a technical institute there. So what about grammar school? What about Thomas Saunders? Yes. Madam Speaker, the shift that is required, Madam Speaker, that the Minister implied in the comments that he made on radio is simply not reflected in the speech that the Minister of Finance presented here yesterday. And I would perhaps to junior minister. Madam Speaker, so our approach, Madam Speaker, is that there needs to be a fundamental shift in focus. I said this some time ago, in 2022, I believe, when I made a national address on education. And it is a theme that we continue to reiterate, that we have to have a fundamental shift in the thinking about the way we regard technical and vocational education. Currently, it is highly stigmatized in the education system here. Stigmatized, yes. I said that because it is a fact. And this is something, Madam Speaker, that needs to change. It's not going to change just simply by tinkering. You have to have a bold plan to elevate the quality of the training that is provided so that it is not just available for persons who may not be going to do CAPE or associate degrees. Why is it that you can't do such a program and then do a level 3 or level 4 training in technical and vocational education? Because these are the skills that are needed for our economy. We hear the lament of employers that you can't find skilled people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And they use this as justification to go abroad, to bring workers in to do work here, that really these projects should be providing more opportunities for our people, given that we have 20% unemployment overall and 41% unemployment for young people. It's simply not good enough. And if you recognize that the education system is out of sync with the needs of the community, the needs of our young people, then you got to be bold and show it. You can't just be incrementally increasing the numbers here and there and offering 6 months and 1 year courses at level 1 and level 2 only. Madam Speaker, I met some time ago, I met a young man had come home from New York, and I met him in Beckwith at a barber shop, and he said, he's a big fan of technical and vocational education because in his day he did electrician at a community college, and then when he went away, he used it as a basis for then going and furthering his training and so forth, because he had gotten the basic introduction here. And now he's very successful and runs his own business and doing very well. And so this is something, Madam Speaker, is an example for young people. Madam Speaker, I was very pleased yesterday when I heard the minister say that the government was going to introduce or lower student interest rates to 4.5%. This is something that we campaigned on in 2020. It is something that we have been pushing and saying that the debt burden for students coming out of college is too high, and so we can do better. Other countries in the region have done so. Some countries, they don't pay tuition fees. So we put forward a plan, Madam Speaker, to say that the rates for student loans will be 4.5%. That is a prudent recommendation. And if we could lower it to 4%, we would, because the way we would operate the scheme is to have a development bank that manages it, as they do in Grenada. And the whole intention is to recover the money and then we lend it back.
to students. You don't have to make a profit from it. So if you have very low rate of delinquency, and the people, when people don't pay back, it's not because they don't want to pay back, The way the scheme works now, you go to school, and as soon as you borrow the money, you start paying it back. And that you don't have any respite. Your family have to keep paying and so on while you're still studying. You're not even working. In some other countries, what they do is you say when you come out of school, you start paying. And that the interest is there and so forth, and a program is there to pay the bank, but you come back out and you just extend that as part of your loan as you go, as you start to work. So instead of, the 20-year or the 10-year, whatever period is, ending at a certain time, it pushed back a year, but you don't pay out 3 years while you're in school. But anyway, these are reforms that we can be done. But the important thing is that yesterday, I was glad to see that the government finally took up the plan to say that they will offer interest rate at 4.5%. Young people should be very thankful to us for making that suggestion. And I don't think that they do it, Madam Speaker, just out of the goodness of their heart, They know, Madam Speaker, they know that the young people are looking at these policies of the Democratic Party and saying that that is the policy that I want from a government in office. But here's the thing, Madam Speaker. We were recommending this since 2020. If they had taken that suggestion back then and implemented it, somebody who carrying a loan now would have saved about $5,000 in payments. So, delay is costly, as I was saying earlier on with the debt overall. But still, it's good to see that not everything that we say they can rubbish. The YES program, if you want to talk about it. Yes, you introduced the YES program. But during the 2020 campaign, I put forward the notion that we should extend the program to the private sector. Because before that, no, it was not. It was public sector that was doing teaching and public services. That's where it was. And then that is where the idea came from. So now you go rename it on site. By all means, carry on with it. Yeah. Madam Speaker, on the education front. So here's what we do. We have said, Madam Speaker, that we would make it affordable, more affordable for people to do tertiary education. It is time as well, Madam Speaker, for the government to say, oh, very good. This is a headline from ANN. It says, PM Gonsalves says NDP's election promise of student loan reduction unsustainable. That's the headline. Read the article. Put a date on it. Why you don't just say it was a good idea and we took it? And done with that. Let me move on. All right. Madam Speaker, here's where we go. The inclusive, Madam Speaker, it is time, I was saying, that the government boasts about its education revolution, that it has admitted. It says it's a revolution. I say it's just simply that they have universal secondary education. You open the doors and a lot of people come in. Revolution is something that you have to assess after a passage of time. You can't take the label for yourself and make it reality. It's just a label. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that we have a lot of students coming into secondary school. The schools, by and large, are free. And they don't pay tuition fee. There's a lot of administrative costs that you have to deal with now, which I think, quite frankly, they're getting out of hand as well. But we have said that the students, when they come to write the subjects, good Lord, they come Form 1, Form 2, they work hard, Form 3, Form 4, Form 5. And they come to write the subjects, so they want to write 8 subjects. And the parents have to go around with a sheet like a mendicant trying to beg and ask people to say, sign up the student, pay something from a student to be able to buy. The government should take that responsibility and say, listen, let us complete the process. Let the children write the subjects that the teachers say they're qualified to write. They don't have to go around and say, well, you can't write 8 and 9 because you could only afford 6. Yeah? Make it a program, because you don't have, the way you do it now, somebody comes and they go and they apply and you decide which one you pick and choose to give the assistance to. Make this situation. Eh? Yes. And this is a proposal we have had for a long, long time. In any event. Yeah, burn your corn, that's all right. What is not true? Students don't have to pay for the subjects? They, yes, I say, instead of in any way where you could pick favorites, make this a generalized program where you say the students, you're completing your education system, training, and so therefore we will pay for the program. All right. And finally, you can't, you see, so you're saying it's unsustainable. Yeah, touch your corn, boy. Yeah. Touch your corn. Madam Speaker, the key issue here now too, an important issue, and it's get kind of left behind, you know, is the matter of the teachers who are still outside the classroom because of the vaccine mandate. I mean, in good conscience, how could anybody in this day and age justify not rehiring those teachers and putting them back in the classroom? Giving them a chance to continue. Yeah? Instead, the court said, ruled that they should be given back, treated as though they were never off the job because they never left and they were never fired properly. So therefore, Madam Speaker, why all the vitriol and why the spite and the continuation of this hurtful policy of keeping those teachers? They have out of the classroom. They have mortgages to pay. They have loans or the loans of their students and children going to school, or their own loans from the past to pay. And they still have to go and catch as catch can. You know, Madam Speaker, this is time for that to stop. It is time for that to stop. So I say, Madam Speaker, this is a time that they can simply say, let us discontinue with the legal proceedings and all of that, and put the people back in the classroom and let them continue their job. And if you're feeling really generous, then you could apologize as well. And, of course, all the other public servants as well. I'm checking. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I'm trying to gauge my time here. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, so we have seen that the proposals from the opposition and education, they have been forward-thinking, they have been progressive over the past, and they've been ignored largely. And now they are basically being adopted, and they're being made centerpiece of this government's approaches. That's fine. But imagine, Madam Speaker, what more that we can do to implement, to benefit the children in our education system and the economy, the country of this country, of this, the economy of this country, when in government and the authority is given to us to make the changes that are necessary, and we will make them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister addressed the matter of youth, culture and sport yesterday. And in his comments about, he led off by speaking about the Prime Minister's Advisory Council of Youth. She's find it. I think my paper dropped out. It was tagged, but it fell off. Madam Speaker, this is a government that basically killed the National Youth Council. They failed, Madam Speaker, to give the efforts to revive the Youth Council, and so they have, on 23 years, have overseen its demise. What, Madam Speaker, the government is saying now, that they're going to create a Prime Ministerial Advisory Council on Youth. Madam Speaker, yes, at page 33. This is, tag it for me. This is something, Madam Speaker, that it doesn't seem to have, it doesn't have any framework, it doesn't have any legal provision, it doesn't have any funding, it doesn't have, it is just, it's there to advise the Prime Minister. What we really need, Madam Speaker, in this country for young people, is an organization to advocate on behalf of young people. That is what an independent body like a National Youth Council would do, with separate funding that is provided for as a transfer in the estimates, adequate funding to do it, and with a mandate to advocate on behalf of young people and to come up with programs to do things for young people. And that is something, Madam Speaker, there is no reference to anything of this sort. You have had various iterations of different kinds of programs for young people that this government has presented from one budget to another. And, the efficacy of it and what it will actually do and what kind of mandate and authority that it will have, Madam Speaker, is all very vague. So this is why, Madam Speaker, we think that it does not replace an organization that has as its mandate advocacy on behalf of young people. And that is why we said, Madam Speaker, that the National Youth Council should be revised, reinstated, and put with adequate funding and to become a fearless advocate for young people. Madam Speaker, we see there is a lot of talk and attempts to reach out to young people on behalf of this government. All of a sudden, everything is about the talk about young people, and they want to do this and they want to associate themselves with young people. And this is, Madam Speaker, it's being done, against a backdrop. It's not done in a vacuum. It's being done against a backdrop of our positions, that is the New Democratic Party, gaining traction and resonance with young people. And they know that people see in our programs that they see in me as a genuine person who is concerned about their welfare. And I made that commitment to them, Madam Speaker. And I show a couple of you might have been at the youth rally in Camden Park. Mimicking? Well, you watch it on Facebook then. So that is the backdrop, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is something I take very seriously. I put myself on record. I made a youth guarantee pledge to young people. This is not symbolic, this is real. Where I said there are three components to this. One is our priority, and we've been consistent in this, is to find jobs, create an economy that creates jobs so that young people could find employment. 41% young people unemployed is a crisis in this country. We cannot accept that. The second component, Madam Speaker, is if you don't have a job, then you have an opportunity to have training, effective training to find work. And the third component is if you have the training, you still haven't find work, then we have a responsibility to assist you to find work. So you'll have the internship program. This is why I was so interested long ago, well, since 2020, in expanding the YES program to the private sector. But these internship programs would be a way, Madam Speaker, for at least 1 year, the young person gets a job, that they are paid, and that they are given an opportunity to learn a real skill, that they could continue to work with that employer, hopefully, as the minister pointed out yesterday from the OSV, who was singing praises. This is what I hoped for, Madam Speaker, when I thought about the program so many years, 3 years ago. That you would have private sector saying, this person brings value to my organization, I'm going to keep them on, you know, rather than in some of the YES program situations where this young people, they're being underpaid in the first place and underpaid to do very little, you know, then when they really want to learn a skill and they want to be able to be valued. So, Madam Speaker, we made that Youth Guarantee Pledge, which we stand by. My credibility and my reputation stands on it because I believe in it. And the young people see that because they know I don't talk out of both sides of my mouth. Yeah, and they believe me, yes. And so that's the backdrop, Madam Speaker, against which all of this rush to say that they're reaching out to young people is all about. And so we also had, of course, the Youth Rally in Camden Park, which, you know, frightened a lot of them, so we'll see. But seriously, Madam Speaker, 40... Well, I don't know what you're thinking, man. But, Madam Speaker, the most telling point is that, as I said several times in this presentation, 41% young people unemployed. That is an indictment on this government that has been in power for 23 years. Well, you go and argue about the figures. Madam Speaker, they have said as well, that is, yes, that is an indictment. 41% unemployment amongst young people after 23. They have not changed the situation with respect to unemployment of young people in all the years they've been in office. In fact, the Article 4 consultation report from the IMF in 2017 said that poverty overall in the country had increased from 2001 to 2017. Not poverty, I mean unemployment. So this is not things that I am making up, Madam Speaker. I don't have those statistics, and I don't lie about those things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in his presentation as well, the minister spoke about very, very proudly about the athletics track that they're building at Diamond. Yes. Madam Speaker, listen, this is something for young people. Of course, I embrace anything that benefits young people. But here is the thing, Madam Speaker. Go around the country. Go around the country and see what is happening with hard courts around the country. You know, Rose Hall, the member for North Windward. There's a hard court that they built, what, just before the election? I don't think it's ever used. There are moss all over it now. The one in Beckway, Madam Speaker, had lights and everything, very nice, well built on the NDP when they built the airport. They said they would give something to the young people. The thing is dangerous to walk on, far less to play on. West Kingston, all over the country. If you're so interested in youth and sports and all of that, why not fix these facilities in the communities where you know they will be used? But no, this one is like everything else. It's to show. It's the big shiny object to try to dazzle people. Look, we're building this thing. We promised it to you back in 2001. And finally, 20 years later, we're doing it. So you see, Madam Speaker, the one up in Oya that Monty Roberts built, still nothing has been done on it. I went to a netball tournament that you have won, John, the member for North, soon to be member for North Windward. Senator John was organizing a netball tournament, Madam Speaker. I was happy to be there, but the conditions of that court in Fancy was abysmal. Both Fancy and Oya. You're playing netball with hoops that don't have nets. Because the people, they try, they make do with what's there. But the point is, Madam Speaker, where would somebody, and the member, the honorary member for North Windward, he presided over this. Where is somebody from Fancy going to go to play netball or use a hard court other than there? It's not an easy traverse. You know? It's not like in Kingston you go from one to another. So, Madam Speaker, don't come and tell me, you know, that, oh, this is a commitment, this shows your commitment to young people. When on the one hand, you have things that could benefit them all over the country with very little investment, and you have this stadium that you promised 20 years ago. 20 years in the making, you know, it's still incomplete. They don't have toilets yet.
When last did you make?
Last sports day. So, still no covering. I make it. Yes. Well, I'm making my point. Whether it has toilets or not. The point is, Madam Speaker. All right. Well, I stand corrected if you say it's there. But Madam Speaker. But here's the thing. This stadium was promised in 2001, right? And it's still incomplete. That's the point that I'm making. That's the point. And then you trumpet it and you're saying, listen, this is our fulfillment of our commitment to young people. That young person who was 5 years old or 10 years old, you made that promise to. At this time, you think they could benefit from that now? Right. So the point is, Madam Speaker, shiny objects. Fix the hard courts in the communities, and then you will be doing something also that's very beneficial. All right. Well, if you say it's there now, fine. Oh, you saw those pictures? Okay. Well, Madam Speaker, I wish now to turn to briefly to discuss the matter of healthcare. Healthcare. And I'm not going to deal with it in total because I know my colleague is going to address that as well. But there are a few issues, Madam Speaker, that really need serious attention that were not addressed, and I'm going to point them out. The minister devoted a lot of time, actually. As I was reading it over last night, there was quite a lot of ink spent on healthcare matters in the budget. But as I read, Madam Speaker, and they talk about the acute referral hospital and, you know, all the stuff that was going to be in there and so forth, what I want, and I don't think I missed it, but what I want from the minister is to give a commitment or to tell me for sure whether there is anything in there, there's going to be any unit that dealing with mental health issues in the acute referral hospital, because mental health is one of the underrepresented areas of our health system in this country. We have not been paying sufficient attention to it, and people suffer needlessly You know, it's an illness. It's not a curse. And so you have this facility that is going to be all these, you know, you have one up in Georgetown, you say you're going to do something with the Milton K2 and so forth, and you're going to do the acute referral, but nothing. I don't recall seeing anything that says that there is a mental health unit that will be there, that there's going to be properly staffed psychiatrists, psychologists, and so forth. And so you have real possibility of treating people, not just warehousing people, as tends to happen now. And then when they get to a certain level of recovery, they're sent out, or sometimes they're forced out. You know, we can't. This is a vulnerable part of our community, and these are members of our community, and they don't advocate for themselves very often. And you know, families sometimes have lost connection with them because they're the ones who tend to feel the brunt of the effects of the behavior that comes with the illness. So, Madam Speaker, I wish that the Minister would, I'm sure it's not there, and certainly if it is, it has not been given the prominence as it should be, that we need to look at that, to have a facility that has, recognizes the importance of mental health as a medical part of our healthcare system, and provide facilities to assist those persons with mental health illness. Much more clearly, Madam Speaker, much more needs to be done. You know, I hear some harrowing stories, you know, you know, I know persons, Madam Speaker, who, and young persons who have had mental health issues, and you know that with treatment and proper care and so forth, that they can be properly functional. But if they don't, then it's a slippery slope that eventually, you know, things wind up very badly. So, in this facility, there ought to be provision for that, and not just, you know, a desk and a chair somewhere there and a psychologist. It has to be a proper unit of mental health in a modern facility. Madam Speaker, the Minister also dealt briefly with elder care in his presentation. I think he mentioned it when in the context of building a new facility where Lewis Puddett Home was. This is also a very serious issue for us here, not just in St. Vincent, all over the world. I mean, looking after, you know, older persons in our society, parents and relatives and so forth, it can be a very, very difficult exercise for persons who have to work and so forth. And it requires that there be resources put towards it from the state. The Lewis Puddett Home or any facility in one location is a start, but it's not sufficient. These facilities have to be in communities where the people reside. You know, you're not going to ship your mother or your father or somebody who is an uncle and so forth off somewhere if you're living in Beckwith, for example, or in Chateau, out to Glen, to get care. It's better if there are facilities, Madam Speaker, decentralized. There's not a word about that in the Minister's remarks. But it's an approach that I think is preferable than having a single institution or one or two in locations where the persons would be inaccessible to their families or not easily accessible. So we need to have a plan, Madam Speaker. I know we discussed recently in this Parliament legislation to deal with the protection and care of elderly persons in our community, in our country. And we supported that legislation because there's a lot of progressive stuff in it. But we also have to demonstrate by putting state resources into it that, you know, these persons will be taken care of. That when you need a facility of that sort, that you have one accessible and affordable in a community near you so that they can access it. Madam Speaker, finally, on the matter of healthcare, I heard the minister yesterday, he was talking so proudly about, the Prime Minister promised nurses this and they promised nurses that, and they're bigging up nurses and so forth, and they weren't bigging them up when, under the vaccine mandate, they send them home and tell them don't come back to the hospital. So now they're trying to mend fences. You're trying to mend fences, but don't worry. People also have memories, and yes. The point is, Madam Speaker, they don't want to admit that they were wrong, but that's so be it. But the persons who the programs that they have to assist nurses and so forth, I'm all for it because they are hardworking. They put up with a lot, and so they need to be properly compensated and encouraged to stay in the system and to perform. This is not just a job, this is like a calling. It is really something that we should show that respect to them, which was, as I said, sorely lacking from this government in their hasty decisions regarding the vaccine mandate and draconian policies that they accuse us for that they implemented. Yeah. Madam Speaker, tourism is one of the areas that I shadow as in the Parliament. And it's an important component of our economy. We have put forward a plan, Madam Speaker, that says that we have to rebuild the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is a plan that I hope the government embraces. And it requires revitalization of agriculture, the expansion and growth of tourism, the development of the blue economy, and I'll have something to say about that too, broadly, and what a term I call new economy, which is, it includes what some people call orange economy and sports and so forth, the things that traditionally we don't normally think as economic activity. We think of them as sports, we think of them as culture and so forth. But in fact, there's an economic component that can be pursued and exploited and give the persons who are, who are doing them an opportunity for sustainability. And so we will look at those, Madam Speaker, entertainers and sports persons, craft and vendor makers and so forth, who tend to undervalue their own work, quite frankly, when in fact, with proper encouragement, marketing, and support, and so forth, they can be very, very high-valued produce. Madam Speaker, so we have tourism as one of, and it has to be, it's a major component of our economy. I think it's the largest foreign exchange earner in the country, other than probably remittances. And so it is critically important that we do everything we can to expand it. Of course, we heard with the investments in hotel facilities and so forth, with Sandals coming on stream next month, I believe. That is something, Madam Speaker, that we had supported from the beginning. But, don't forget that this, project that Sandals has taken over should have been open since back in 2007. When they had a Zimbabwean Bay Resort. You remember it was being built for Cricket World Cup back then. So it's somewhat delayed, but better late than never. And I do think, Madam Speaker, that building room stock, especially on the mainland, is critically important for making the airport at Argyle viable, but also for making the tourism sector in this country, which has so much potential, take off. And there's so many other things that can be done in terms of the types of facilities that can be created. But, Madam Speaker, I will make a statement about that at some point at an appropriate time. there was, Madam Speaker, over the Christmas season, I noticed it. I actually took a picture. I remember years ago, from where I lived, I could see down in the harbor in Port Elizabeth. It was Christmas Eve, not Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve. And, you know, the bay was just packed with yachts. And this was like in 2004, thereabouts. I mean, I counted over 300. I mean, it was huge. And I couldn't see the entire bay. And this season, Madam Speaker, I was happy to see that there was quite a lot of yachts in the harbor. And I'm sure that that was the case in other parts, in Villa and maybe Buckingham Bay and down in Chatham and so forth. In different parts, Salt Whistle, all of that, yeah. So it's good to see that, you know, that yacht is coming back. Because we have, as I said earlier, a natural advantage when it comes to yachting. The Grenadines is the best. I won't even qualify it anymore as one of the best. It's the best sailing destination in the world. You know, and people come from all over. You know, and I was on the ferry yesterday, and there was conversation going on between persons who had visitors who would come, and two of them had come as, I think, on a yacht, and the person talking across the table from them. I wasn't eavesdropping, I was working, but I couldn't help. And they were saying that, you know, they'd come here and they had enjoyed themselves so much, and they'd come on a yacht and think. It's something, Madam Speaker, that we have a tremendous potential in, and we just at the tip of the iceberg. But we can't take it for granted. You know, we can't say because we have all of this natural beauty and attraction that people will come. Because, as I said, back in 2005 or 6, somewhere around there, we had like 93,000 visitors. Where did they go? A lot of them went to Grenada and to St. Lucia. And St. Lucia, which used to be way behind us, came up and actually surpassed us. So we have to work at it. And that is something, Madam Speaker, that I've been pushing for all the time I've been here, because it's part of the livelihood of my own constituency, my community, but it's also critically important for the entire country. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, in one of its reports, said that yachties spend probably more than anybody else, because there's so many things that they have to buy and service. But if they come into, and this is something that the Minister of Finance need to look into, quite frankly, is to try and get back some of that business where the provisioning of the boats and the servicing of the boats, basically we've lost that. Because you go to Grenada and they have all duty-free concessions and so forth. There was one place, Wallace & Company, that used to do it, but they not there anymore. But this is something that we have to do to attract the boats to come, because when they come, they don't just buy the stuff. If you're on a small boat, you want to get off and go to a restaurant and go and do some laundry, go to a bar, go, you know, those kinds of things that generate economic activity. But, Madam Speaker, one of the troubling things is that the St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been always in the top rank of numbers of incidents against yachts, that is crimes against yachties. And that is something that we have to very clearly, and I have not seen, I asked the Minister about it last time we were in Parliament, back in November. I asked a question as to what was being done and so forth. And quite frankly, you know, he said, oh, things were being done. Well, he was very vague, to be honest, as to what was done and what needs to be done. I think that the fact that if you, I mean, these yachts, they are very well connected. There's an organization called Caribbean Safety and Security Net, and they publish incidents almost instantaneously, you know, when they occur. And so, Madam Speaker, the distressing thing is that the last report from 2022, they said that St. Vincent, and I quote here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines returned to the top position, that is, for incidents against yachties. And that was, how many they reported that year? 26 reports, and one of them was violent. Madam Speaker, it's important to note what are the kinds of crimes that are committed. And this organization, this report that's published, noted, it says that dinghies and outboards remain the primary targets for thieves. And some of them, they have upgraded their equipment and so forth to protect them. But Here's one of the things that's the concern. They said that even lifted dinghies, that's not what I want. No, video surveillance tracking devices have captured some thieves in action, but law enforcement has not demonstrated a willingness to act on this information. I had a first-hand encounter with someone who had that experience, Madam Speaker, who had been in Chatham Bay, Union Island. The dinghy was taken, the engine was taken off. I was in a shop and somebody pointed them out to me and they came and explained to me. And what happened, they had one of these surveillance devices on it, not a surveillance, a tracking device on it, and they could locate where it was. But nothing was done to retrieve it up to that point. It had happened on the 27th, I believe, and it was reported to me on the 29th. And so this is the part of frustration. When I said earlier that under my comments on security and policing, that we need to have either a specialized, but it can't be a specialized unit because there's just too many islands and bays and so on where our yachties are. But we need to train the police in ways to respond quickly and to do so in a way that gives the assurance to those persons who are victimized that we are doing something about it. You know, the notion that you know where it is and nothing, they feel that nothing is being done. That's why it was reported to me. That is not acceptable. And also in the prosecution of such offenses, because you need the persons, the virtual complainant, to be there, to be witnesses and so forth, they have to be done fairly expeditiously, or they have to find ways in which to take evidence and so forth. Well, my colleague on the other side of the bar might suggest ways in which they can become more effective, the police that is, in detecting, prosecuting these kinds of offenses so that we don't lead in this category of crime as well. You know, we say that recently because of last year's 55 homicides, we are per capita the highest number of homicides in the CARICOM. Now we hear for yachties and so forth, we top in that list as well. What happened? We blighted? We are not. What we need to do is put policies in place. We need to have a recognition that these things are needed and don't just hope for the best. Policy is required. Hope is not a strategy. It is the fuel that drives you to create a strategy to get something done. So, Madam Speaker, that needs to be done urgently and to send an assurance to the yachties that, listen, we see that thing there, we see we're at the top of the list, we want to be there. We're going to do all we can to make sure that we address this. Years ago, I used to come to this parliament and say, listen, every November, I know, yachties are complaining that their places are broken into. They had no surveillance on the water in Port Elizabeth there, and so many yachts were there. I pleaded and pleaded and pleaded. Eventually, a Coast Guard boat came down, and they said they were, doing things and so forth, or they had a boat that they were using, and it fell apart. But anyway, the Coast Guard are there now, and hopefully that is making a difference. But it's critically important, Madam Speaker, because tourism is one of the pillars of our economy. It's a plank upon which we will build a successful industry, but a lucrative industry and one that creates jobs and opportunities for our people and for our business people. Madam Speaker, I spoke just now about the pillars of the economy. One of the other pillars of the economy, my colleague would have mentioned earlier, is what we call a blue economy. It involves, but I'll leave with this and agriculture together, because that's how the minister has presented it in his budget as a Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. For too long, Madam Speaker, the government has paid lip service to blue economy. And they continue to do it. For over 15 years, they say they've been providing money for fleet expansion and upgrading. And they still say they're on the verge of this thing taking off. I mean, how much hope must you have before you can say, well, listen, this thing ain't working? No fleet expansion has taken place, and fish export comprise less than 1/4 of 1% of GDP. You know, we have tremendous potential, but we're simply not exploiting it. And to say that you have a program in place for 15 years and you have none to show for it tells me that it's what I said earlier on at the beginning of my presentation. There's just so many promises and so many things that are put out there, and it seems they're just repeated and repeated because nobody can be bothered to remove them if they're not being implemented. But there's too much potential here in our fishing industry to be able to just let it go. The minister in his presentation said that there was going to be a solidarity fishing fleet. This was in the 2023 budget. They had $4.4 million to spend in 2024. None of it was spent. I don't know why not, but none of it was spent. This was to be spent on the so-called solidarity fishing fleet, which was done with the Alba Bank and so forth. That $4.4 million is back in the 2024 budget. How will the money be used now? What is different in this year from last year to say that the money will be spent and how it will be spent? The minister in his remarks said that there was going to be at page, and I read the page 10, 11. He says that, you have the money. That's the sad thing about it. You have the money, but you ain't doing it. If you didn't have the money, you have an excuse. What is the excuse now? You have the money, you're not doing it. Because you had the money last year. Didn't you have the money last year? No, I didn't hear that. Madam Speaker, you could do it when you wrap up. Yeah. Similarly, Madam Speaker, here's what he says about fleet expansion. So while our talented fishers do not need to be taught to fish, they do need greater experience operating larger, modern commercial fishing vessels. Recognizing this need and hoping to move more fishers from near-shore subsistence fishing to more commercially viable production, which has been the Holy Grail for a long time, we have collaborated with the Alba Bank to introduce a Solidarity Fishing Fleet Enhancements Program. The Solidarity Fishing Fleet project will spend $4.4 million this year to purchase the equipment and equip 4 modern tuna boats in the first instance, and to train fishers in the operation of those vessels and the business of commercial fishing. On completion of their training, we will assist fishers with demonstrated interest and aptitude to operate their own commercial tuna boats. It seems like such a casual comment. To operate their own tuna boat, where are they getting the tuna boat from? The problem, Madam Speaker, is that the Solidarity Fishing Fleet that he's talking about, $4.4 million, it sounds like the government is going to buy its own boats and is going to operate them. So the government is going to be the cutting edge of the fishing industry. And then the fisher folk who are supposed to be benefiting from the program, they're going out and being trained and so forth, and then they say, okay, you can go and operate your own tuna boat. Do you know how much it costs to operate a tuna boat? I have a friend who's doing a business like that. It's not an easy thing. And so, why you put that in there so casually as if people could go and just get a tuna boat? Where is the funding coming from to do it? The government has put $500,000 in the estimates to say that they will use that to pay down payments for loans that fisher folk are supposed to go and get, and that will unleash another $2.5 million. How is it going to unleash it? This is money that they're going to go to the bank and borrow? How is that program working? I hope the minister will say something about it, because from the reports that I've heard, for 15 years they've been doing it and nothing is happening. And there's so much potential that can be done. With $500,000 to help fisher folk to be able to get in a position to move from the subsistence fishing that you speak about to a more commercially viable fishing. That is a piss, and that's telling me that you're not serious, in assisting the fisher folk. And no wonder over all the years, nothing has happen. The bottleneck in the system clearly is capital or lack thereof. And so that is where you need to focus the attention of government to providing that assistance so you could unlock it. And telling people we're going to put the down payment for you and you have to go borrow it from GECU, and then GECU checking all your references to see if you qualify. It obviously isn't working. You know, so it's a cynical trick, Madam Speaker, to play on fishers. I want to hear what the Minister of Fisheries is going to say about it, because quite frankly, it makes him look bad because he's in charge of this program. And he needs to come and make sure that he has a way to say, listen, this is real, this is stuff that we're going to do. I look at the suggestions that the Minister made regarding the UBEC, which is being done not under Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, but strangely enough, under Ministry of Tourism. What exactly is going to come out of that that will benefit the fishing industry? That is something that seems somewhat kind of vague. I know it's a lot of money, and it may accomplish some good, but is it part of the upgrading and expansion of the fishing fleet? Madam Speaker, there is no urgency, quite frankly, in the government's position with respect to the fishing industry and blue economy in general. There's a lot of talk and talk and talk, but then simply not putting the resources. I told you, what they have put here does not meet that requirement. We have said, and I would say this, Madam Speaker, here in this Honorable House, in order to signal the importance of this industry, we have to separate out fisheries from agriculture as a separate ministry. Yesterday, as the Minister was talking, the Minister of Finance was talking, he was going back and forth about $11 million here and $27 million there between agriculture and fishing, and you're buying agricultural implements, and then you're buying aggregating devices and so forth. And you can see the interlinking of these two things. But the important thing is, Madam Speaker, this industry is so important. It has so much potential. Grenada, for example, has 10 times the export that we do. That's over $100 million, whereas we do what? I don't know what the amount is now, but it's still a minuscule part of what is possible. But the ministry of the Fisheries Ministry in the Ministry of Agriculture has been almost like a desk in the Ministry of Agriculture, rather than an equal partner. And I was at a session the other day, and I was quite gratified to hear this is a consultation that the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries had with a consultant who was doing a proposal for how they could expand and so forth. And he made the same suggestion that why are these two ministries together? They don't fit, and it's just historically it's been that way. But more than that, it's not just historical or cultural. It is efficacy. What would be more effective to do? And so, Madam Speaker, I am urging that this approach be done. So you say, listen, we have a Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Conservation, so you balance both things, and you have a minister targeted with focusing on developing the fishing industry and on conserving as well, the lobster and the conch and all these other stuff, so that we have an industry that is there for the long term. But more than that, it signals, Madam Speaker, that you're treating this thing seriously. That you're going to give it its own ministry, that you're going to have people who are dedicated to making this thing work, and so that the Minister of Agriculture don't have to come and defend this stuff when in the budget it makes him look so bad. I'm defending you. So, Madam Speaker, there is another very important component of the blue economy, broadly speaking. Fishing industry, but it's not really fishing. It's the CMOS industry. This is something, Madam Speaker, that I was introduced to some years ago in Union Island. Well, first in Myro and then in Union Island. Eh? I did, yes. Madam Speaker, the industry, the CMOS industry, it has developed, I was going to say organically, but it may be misinterpreted. It developed from local initiative in the Southern Grenadines, started, and it has become a very important industry. There is potential there, tremendous potential, and these are things we have to be looking for. We don't have a magic bullet anymore. We have one crop or one thing that is going to create an economy for us. We have to look for every single thing where we can make a living at that is viable. And so you have the CMOS industry that has come up, and they have different products now that they are making. You can export the dry, you can export the dry stuff, or you can make gels and so forth, and people are looking for different ways in which to incorporate it because it has tremendous health food benefits. But, the minister is laughing, but in his budget, there's no recognition at all that this even exists. You don't drink it. But here, Madam Speaker, this is something that we have, that we can develop. And we have excellent marketing potential because of the Grenadines, as a pristine kind of place where it is grown. Because CMOS is grown all over the world. But we have to market, but I won't say all over the world, but in a lot of places. We have to market it as something that is, that ours is unique, and that we have a tremendous potential for it to expand. It is also, Madam Speaker, a very good export commodity. At a meeting some time ago, a function in Kuala Lumpur, the member for Central Kingston and I engaged in a fruitful conversation with a young woman who was starting out in the industry. And she was very excited, and she had a lot of knowledge and so forth. But it's clearly that she also can benefit from guidance and from some support mechanism that assists her in order, and not just her, but other persons in the industry, to maximize the potential of it and to gain export market. But there's no support, quite frankly, from the government for those independent, what do we call them, CMOS farmers or CMOS growers. There was no support for them. The government simply doesn't recognize that this is happening. When you consider, you don't start and say, listen, you're going to support something because it's big and because it has already achieved. And you say, well, this is something big, so I must or should support it. But you have to look at this potential. That is where growth comes in. Growth comes by recognizing potential early and then making it come to fruition. And this is one industry, Madam Speaker, where that is possible. But there is no recognition at all from the government that this exists. Well, show it to me when you get up to talk, where you say that the government has a program to help the CMOS industry. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, this is a tremendous potential. It has tremendous potential as an export commodity because in its unprocessed form, it is lightweight. It can also be processed as a gel and exported abroad. There's demand in markets abroad because it is seen as a food, as a substance that has tremendous health benefits. And so just think of the potential there is if we can have that as a growing economy here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We were in New York some time ago, Madam Speaker, in October. In fact, we made connections and representations with persons, Vincentians there, who asking for possibilities of ways in which they could link with businesses here in the CMOS industry to find markets and to put things on the shelf. Somebody sent me, a photograph, or at least a few photographs some time ago, with someone who was purchasing the CMOS here in St. Vincent, had bottled it and packaged it nicely and was having it on shelves in the supermarket in San Diego. That is a tremendous opportunity for us, and I urge the minister to urge the Minister of Finance, because he obviously didn't get the memo from you if you say that you are encouraging it, so that he would get it done. So, Madam Speaker, I want to, I see some wonderful young people in the Strangers Gallery from the Community College. Welcome. And thank you for being here. I will be on my best behavior for the rest of the presentation. Thank you. Madam Speaker, every time I come to Parliament in this budget debate, at least, I raise the issue of the Otley Hall dry dock. And I raise it, Madam Speaker, for two reasons. One is because of the potential it has for creating jobs and serving our shipping industry here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We know the story of the Otley Hall Marina and dry dock. This was built years ago under the New Democratic Party government as a means of transitioning from agriculture, as one of the means. That is how important it was. It wasn't just some standalone project. It was part of a plan to say, well, agriculture, the bananas in particular, was being pressured in the WTO and the European markets and so forth. And at some point, we may not be competitive. We have to go into other areas. This was one of the things that they said is an area that's natural for us, because we have a good shipbuilding industry historically. We have seafarers who work all over the world. We have shipping, a merchant fleet here that is the envy probably of some other bigger countries than ours in the region. So it's a natural fit for us. And so they built it. And then, of course, they got mired in controversy. And then when the NDP fell from office, the government tried to form the commission of inquiry rather than trying to get the thing working, What they're interested in is trying to get Sir James and other persons to be held accountable for what they saw as things that went wrong with the financing of the project. Well, we know that commission of inquiry didn't go anywhere. It went to the Privy Council, and the Privy Council basically quashed it because they tell them what they were doing was unfair and biased. So, Madam Speaker, that was the history of it. And you figure, well, all right, fine. What? Yes, it was, and it's accurate. It's accurate. So, Madam Speaker, that is what happened. And so instead of now saying, okay, fine, the legalities are over, let's just make this thing work. I have said that. I mean, come to office, you're not going to say, okay, this project was built by this government, so therefore you're going to let it languish. It's not the party in power who owns it. It's the people who own it. You have an obligation to make sure that it serves to this maximum potential for the people, whether you oppose it or not when it was built. When the cruise ship boat was built under the NDP, you had the Lenny hurricane came and wrecked some parts of it, and people in the opposition were rejoicing. Lieutenant Lenny mashed up the cruise ship boat. Now without that, you'd have all them cars of cruise ship coming here in St. Vincent. You got to be more forward thinking and less partisan when it comes to these major projects. So Madam Speaker, the Otley Hall dry dock needs to be revitalized. I see in 2020, I had raised the issue here in Parliament before that, and subsequently in other areas, I asked questions about it, but nothing is being done. It's frustrating. Because you go down there, Madam Speaker, and I've said that it's a neglect, it is a sin. Because when you see the kind of disrepair, the neglect that has happened there, where the dry dock is separated from the walls. The pontoon lift is completely rusted through. You can't even walk in it. And the place has just become a storage for all kinds of things that anybody wants to dump there. You know? It's not acceptable. And young people can benefit from this because there is high-paying jobs that are available there in electrician, diving, welding, you know, accounting, once the facility is up and running. So, Madam Speaker, that is something that I urge again, for heaven's sake, you know, take this matter seriously and do it. The minister said that he has been talking with some private sector people. Where you have it? At page 28 of the, I'm looking at the wrong book. Yes, Madam Speaker. Page 28 of his presentation. At the bottom of page 28, he says that we are currently, and I'm quoting here, we are currently evaluating 3 separate proposals from the private sector, 1 local and 2 regional, for contracts to rehabilitate and operate the Otley Hall Marina. I mean, that's what he said here. It's kind of vague, you know. And I just quote you something from back in 2020 when I raised this matter in this House, Honourable House, in this very kind of forum, the budget debate. And what the minister said then is that he said that the government, and this is from the Vincentian newspaper. What date is that? February 14th, 2020. He said that in his, the Minister Gonzalez said that the government had made a number of diligent efforts with local and foreign investors to optimize the potential of the marina and shipyard, but the results were suboptimal. The minister did, however, recognize that the facility can maximize its economic and developmental impact if it is well run as a private sector entity. Discussions, he said, were currently in train with one such private entity. I mean, that was 2020. We are now 2024 and he's saying exactly the same thing. How serious can he be? How seriously must we take him? I spoke about it, Madam Speaker, as part of the developing the economic backbone of this country so that we can have another activity that can generate an income. Anybody you talk to in the shipping industry here, anybody you talk to, and I had a good conversation with a gentleman who was there from the outset and still active today when the Otley Hall Marina shipyard started. And he said, it's a no-brainer. Once it's up and running, it will function efficiently, effectively, and you will make money. Just our local fleet alone here can keep it in business 24/7 all year round. So imagine, Madam Speaker, it is a facility that it boggles my mind to understand why this government has not developed it. And the only reason I can come to, Madam Speaker, is that it's political. Having vilified it so much when they were in opposition, having brought a commission of inquiry against Sir James in the early part of his administration and been slapped down by the Privy Council. They just simply said, well, listen, we can't afford to let this thing succeed because it would look like it would vindicate what the New Democratic Party in government was saying. As I said, we have to get past that. This narrow political partisanship is hurting the country. It is preventing us from having jobs, that are opportunities for our young people, from creating wealth in our country. And that is, Madam Speaker, where we are with that. And so when the minister says that he's looking at some people and so forth to do it, as I said, it repeats what he did in 2020 and in such vague terms that I really can't take him seriously. But I hope, against all hope, that he's right. Madam Speaker, the importance of it too, you know. The ferries here, the boats that walk up and down, the cargo boats up and down the islands, Barbados, Trinidad, and so forth. When they want to repair now or just do general maintenance, where they have to go? They go Grenada, as in the case of the fast ferry, or they go down to Trinidad. You know what additional cost that is to them in time and in money? but also the opportunity cost to us here because we're not providing jobs for our people. When you go and you hire somebody in Trinidad to clean your boat and to patch a piece of steel in the side, that is taking jobs away from people here. And why? Because the government did not allow the facility, which is the best in the Southern Caribbean because it has a covered dock. Huh? Well, I mean, the ferries, we know the ferry services. I mean, the Admiral ferry and the Express. Admiral had to go down there when they wanted to change the rudder and all that, not the rudder, the prop, and to paint. And then also, you know, the fast ferry goes routinely to Grenada to have it just to clean. Why couldn't that be done here? The Gemstar goes to Trinidad. And Guidance, all of those boats, that I'm telling you. And this is something, and the Admiral Bays and so forth. All these boats come out of Beckway and Union Island and some boats from the mainland. They could be done here and they could keep that place humming. But it's just their rust and ruin. And I would invite, maybe this is something, I'm glad that the students are here. Maybe this is something that the class could do one day and say, okay, let's look at potential economic projects and go down and have a look at it and see. Do it as a project and say, this is something that, how can we revitalize it and what impact it will have on the economy of St. Vincent and Grenadines. It's a nice little project. That would be our source of information. You know, Madam Speaker, there's a song Bob Marley had, who shot the sheriff? He said, Sheriff John Brown always hated me, I don't know. Whenever I plant a seed, he said, kill it before it grows. But that just seems to be like what this government is doing precisely with this. That the NDP plant a seed in the Orty Harling Marina and shipyard, and they just say, kill it before it grows. You know, and that is what has happened, sadly. And people are suffering because of it. Wow. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the issue of the private sector. This is an important topic. And it makes me laugh and chuckle, Madam Speaker, because I remember, you know, I've been in this house long enough. Longer than you, by far, Madam Speaker. I've heard the debates that have been here in this chamber. I've seen the full circle of attitude towards the private sector in their members on that side of the house. When they first came in, it was like, you know, competing against the private sector. They were going to show them how to run business. They had the supermarket down there where Massey is now. They were supposed to put these other businesses out of commission, you know, because they figured that those businesses supported NDP. They had that perception. But the point is, Madam Speaker, it is necessary and it's a good policy to embrace the private sector, not in the patronizing way that the minister did in his budget presentation. You know, because even when he's saying that he's reaching out to the private sector, he's saying, listen, the state has a role to play, the state is visionary and all this kind of stuff, and we can set the pace and then the private sector can also come in. But if you don't come, remember somebody else can come and take your place. You know, I mean, come on, who are you lecturing? And if you think that I'm lying, let me read page 29 because sometimes we say you're not accurate. At page 29 the budget, the minister says, local private sector in the period of growth and change, which he says is taking place, is to take advantage of opportunities, or someone else will. Before that, he said, we encourage the private sector partners to pay attention to both the opportunities and incentives presented in the budget 24. After loudly and repeatedly heralding the coming construction boom and offering deep concessions on construction, many contractors were still, and this is important, Madam Speaker, many contractors were still caught unaware and under-equipped to deal with the demand for their services. Similarly, there was an initial muted response to the transportation sector to our predictions of growth in tourism and demand for services like night buses, though interest is now appearing to rise. Madam Speaker, I wasn't kidding when I said that the tone that this government set when it came into office was one that was hostile to private sector. It was a state versus private sector. And the state was the one that had the initiative, had the foresight, and had all that was, and certainly had the resources to do all the things that were necessary. And everybody else was playing catch up. Yes. And Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is this. That approach has a legacy. What it has done, it has made a lot of business people not trust this government. They feel that they are capricious in their relationship with them, and that if you fall out of favor with them, you're going to be in jeopardy. And then, of course, we have the classic case of Leon Bigabig's Samuel, whose business was destroyed because he had the audacity to support a candidate that was running on the NDP ticket in 2010. And so, Madam Speaker, we have the case of Marcus de Freitas, who a former NDP minister and continues to be loyal to the Democratic Party, who is treated in a way, Madam Speaker, that is shameful, quite frankly, by the government. And he's a local businessman. And so when a minister adopts this tone and lecturing business people and telling them, well, listen, I'm providing this opportunity for you. If you want to take it, it's up to you. But if you don't, others will. Who are the others? You're going to bring people from abroad to do it? In the same way that rainforests come and put other of the exporters of fishing, like the one in Beckley, out of business? How is that development? I tell you, I keep reminding you, development is about people. It's not about bricks and mortar. Bricks and mortar, those things facilitate the development of people. We have to give people opportunity to change their own circumstances. We have to give them the opportunity to make a living for themselves, dignified way in doing so. People take a handout if you give you, but they rather work for it themselves. And so, Madam Speaker, when you try to lecture the private sector like that, what are they going to say to you? Well, I mean, to hell with you. Who are you talking to? So change that attitude, Madam Speaker. Bring it down. Be humble. Form a genuine partnership with the local private sector and say, these are opportunities here. If you need assistance, we can assist here. I don't want to see a party card. I don't care who you support. Show me what it is that you're doing that is beneficial to your community. How many people are you employing? And so forth. These are things, Madam Speaker, that I believe will take our country forward. It is a vision that I bring, Madam Speaker, to the politics of this country, and I ain't going to change that. It doesn't matter, because I believe it genuinely. And so, it is no wonder, Madam Speaker, that a lot of the people are not taking him on, because it's just simply they either feel fearful of getting into anything that the government promises them because they know they could turn around very quickly, or they just simply don't like the attitude of the government. It's terrible. So, Madam Speaker, the private sector continues to be an important generator of jobs. And this is another point, Madam Speaker, that I wish to make. Our country right now is suffering from a jobs crisis. Too few people have jobs. Nearly 1 in 5 unemployed. The highest in the OECS in unemployment. Too many young people have to leave the country to go look for work or to find better jobs because they can't make ends meet here. Our salaries are the lowest in the region, Madam Speaker. We have to, after all these years of talking and promising and so forth, and building the biggest projects ever, they only matter if they help to transform lives. The relationship between the people and those projects is the critical thing, not the building of the project. And this is the approach that you have to take now with the building of the port facility in Kingstown. If you build it now, you have a facility that's being built that constitutes 20% of the gross domestic product of the country. It's so big. During the construction phase, What guarantee is there that the economic activity it generates will be of similar magnitude? How is it going to relate to the local private sector, the farmers, whomever, to generate products and commodities for export? Because that's the only thing that makes it worthwhile. Otherwise, it's just a big, pretty project. And the big example of that I always cite is the Fisheries complex in OEA, where the government built that for $33 million. I don't think it employs a single person now. And it's rusting, it's just falling apart. It's a second Otley Hall North. You know? But the reasons for it are different. This is just plain neglect. And the minister, he could giggle what he liked, but I mean, I don't know if he has ever been there. Every time I drive past, go up there, I pass by and see. Huh? Not you, I'm talking about the member for. No, I know you go. Yeah. Listen, you're trying to pick a fight with me, and I'm trying to be nice to you. I mean, you gotta know your friend. You gotta know your friends, man. You gotta know your friends, huh? All right. Madam Speaker, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go a little faster now. This is so we have a jobs crisis in the country, and the private sector, the local private sector, is critical in helping us to overcome that. Economic growth and the future of this country depends on our people, the investment of our local private sector. It can't just be government investing in projects and saying, okay, now we have 6% growth last year and 5% predicted this year, but it's based on just the project, the port modernization project in Kingston, because it's so large and it's generating so much activity. What happens permanently after that? That is what we need to be doing and looking at now, not at some point after the thing done, you start figuring out, what do we do with this thing? You know, as I said with the OEA Fisheries complex. So, Madam Speaker, another subject matter that the Minister, he dealt with in his presentation under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Where the hell did I put it? This is the diaspora. Our diaspora, Madam Speaker. All across the region, but principally in North America, in Canada and in New York. The Minister made passing reference in his speech yesterday to it, perhaps showing how little that he really values our diaspora. At page 37 of his budget address, he says in the third paragraph, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through its minister and our Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit, will strengthen outreach with our vibrant diaspora communities around the world. As technology and improved air access make us more and more connected to our families overseas, we are excited about greater opportunities for all Vincentians to benefit from the knowledge, skill, and experience, ideas, and passions reposed in our diaspora, and for our diaspora citizens to feel more connected at home with communication, consultation, and accurate information. This all sounds well and good, Madam Speaker. It all sounds well and good. But there are no specifics as to how to work more closely with the diaspora. RIDO, the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit, has no resources. I look at their allocations in the estimates, Madam Speaker, to do any meaningful work here. So it is essentially useless. And Madam Speaker, I am convinced that sadly that the government doesn't value the diaspora. Over the years, they have made, from the government side, from the ULP party, demeaning comments about members of the diaspora, from members in the government. Calling, for example, some of them as dog walkers, you know. You know very well what I'm talking about. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, moreover, last October, the Prime Minister went to Canada and he didn't even bother to meet with the Vincentian communities there. He just went in and out, you know. Let's face it, Madam Speaker, there are many Vincentians living in Canada and the USA and in the UK and those living here. They are a significant resource and can be enlisted to help create business and trade in SVG. They love this country and they want to contribute to development. But too often they are made to feel that they don't give a damn about them, except when we are begging them to send supplies home during the time of a disaster or to support our local program. They want to be included, Madam Speaker. On a trip to New York and Toronto last October, my colleagues and I gave large audiences in attendance in the town hall meetings in Brooklyn and in Toronto. This is in October last year. And we were rapturously received, Madam Speaker, by large audiences. And so I want to commend my colleagues for their tremendous contribution in taking the message of, to our people that we value and appreciate them. And so this is what I said, Madam Speaker, there in Toronto to the audience there. I said, as much as you live here and love the city of Canada, I know St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the land of your birth or heritage, has always remained close to your heart. Your childhood memories are there. Your parents and other loved ones are there. The comfort foods that you enjoy, you learned to prepare and eat there. Many of the festivals you cherish, Carnival, Nine Mornings, Regatta, Easterval, are there. Thank you for keeping us close to your heart. We appreciate that. That is why we are here. It's very poetic, wasn't it? Thank you.
I'm giving you a rapturous response.
And Madam Speaker, it was not a one-way conversation because, you know, there was a lot of people who were just interested to know how can we contribute, you know. This is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do. How can I do it? I mean, why can't things be easier for us to come? Why you have to charge so much duty because I'm bringing my stuff home and so forth? I want to set them up so that we can set a business. I'm not saying, did I say the word returning resident? I'm talking about people who said bringing their stuff home to do business. Okay, you stop trying to distract me. This is it's a very serious matter. Madam Speaker, I didn't leave it there. I went on to suggest how they could help. I say, and I'm quoting again from what I said to them there. We rely on you for so much, for money, materials, stuff you send home to your relatives and to your favorite charities. We need your intellect, your training, your skill and experience to make every aspect of our economy and society work better. I know that many of you yearn for opportunity to take what you have learned and earned here back to St. Vincent and to put it to work for your country. I want to make that happen. We must do it, not in an old ad hoc manner, but in a systematic way that gives the widest scope for harnessing that which you have to offer and applying it effectively in the cause of national development. That message went down very well, Madam Speaker, I must say. We also explore, Madam Speaker, ways in which local businesses there can assist local business here. As I told you, the experience with the CMOS industry, so that we could form links and they could help us to find ways to market our commodities. Madam Speaker, we don't have, large produce here. We think sometimes you have a container of stuff, there's a lot of stuff. But if you find one or two groceries or so on who will take your produce, you have a market for everything you can produce because our production base is small. But we need to find those connections, and these people can help us to do that. And we simply cannot continue, Madam Speaker, to let their goodwill and experience and talents and considerable resources go to waste. And I include in that, Madam Speaker, another group that was insulted by members on the other side, that is the Garifuna people, who we must include in our outreach and include them as much as possible in our development. They are strongly committed to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Euromen as they call it, as their ancestral home. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that they see themselves, as some said, as coming here to take away lands and jobs from the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They will want to help St. Vincent because of their ancestral ties. And, Madam Speaker, it is something that has tremendous potential. When Mr. Adam Eustace was the leader of this party, of the New Democratic Party, he signed a symbolic declaration with the members of Garifuna community to embrace their ties. I welcome, Madam Speaker, the opportunities I see here for persons to engage in the culture, to learn the language and music and song and so forth. This could become, Madam Speaker, part of our cultural heritage that make us a unique people in the Caribbean, because this is like a second heritage. So, Madam Speaker, there's nothing to fear from enlisting these communities in the ties that bind us, to elevate us, to build our economy and to make us a better country. And I welcome that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a bit about the important subject of climate change and climate resilience. Madam Speaker, it's become cliched to say that the climate crisis is an existential crisis, not just for St. Vincent, but for humanity. Of course, for small countries in the Caribbean, we experience it very keenly because we, as the Minister said yesterday in his presentation, we contribute very little. Our carbon footprint is very small, but we do contribute. But we feel the effects of it disproportionately to our contribution and certainly into our size. And one of the ways in which we experience it is in the frequency and severity of the hurricanes that come through our region. We also see it in the loss of shorefront as the sea level rises and encroaches in the land. And the Minister gave the example of in Sandy Bay. But in my own community in Port Elizabeth, you know, there are places where I played cricket as a teenager. I mean, it's a long time ago, but still. And now the water reaches up, you can't walk there because it's right up to the wall. Places in Paget Farm and in Hamilton where the encroachment of the water up to the road. These are things, Madam Speaker, we can't ignore, because while we're sleeping, the oceans are working. You know, the effects of climate change are working. And the Minister expressed his frustration, and I join him in that, with the tepid pace at which COP28 had initiated sort of or moved forward the goals of combating climate change. And of course, Madam Speaker, we as a small country, never mind, sometimes you may think it's symbolic, but we have to do the right things, we have to say the right things, and we have to make sure that we are in step with the international community and international standards with respect to that. Now, I mentioned in the estimates debate last month that there was a project, a solar plant project, and the Minister, I think he mentioned it as well in his remarks yesterday, supposedly funded by the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development. And it was never allocated any money in the previous year, 2023, and there was no money allocated to it in 2024. But yet 2024 is listed as the year of completion of the project. So obviously it's something has gone awry there. So the Minister, if you could explain why, you said yesterday that space is a part of, when I don't mean outer space, I mean land space, where to put the things and so forth. But that is the panels is a problem, but that doesn't stop the money from being put in the estimate. All right. And it's something, Madam Speaker, because it sends a message as well that we are looking to transition from fossil fuels to reliable clean energy and solar panels and solar energy. In Mustique, they've gone tremendously. And in the whole hillside where they have panels now and they're putting storage batteries and so forth. So more and more of the power generation that is provided to the island and so forth is coming from solar and stored in these high-powered and expensive batteries, but it's moving away from fossil fuel energy generation. So it's an important, I think it's an important project that we should try and get up and running if the funding is still available. You know, we did a geothermal project, and the minister specifically mentions it in his presentation, that he singled out the geothermal project because I suppose in the estimates debate we had critiqued it and said, well, why were they allocating $120,000 to it in 2024 when the project was done? So he dealt with it specifically. He said the geothermal project was still alive, and he chastised the opposition for even thinking that it was not, or for saying that it was not, page 26. So here we say, I'm going to hold you to these words. Here we say, he said that the government is currently in discussion with multiple private sector entities with an interest in using the site for generation of geothermal energy, including one who has submitted interest in using the site for the generation of geothermal energy, including one who has submitted to Cabinet a proposal for a scalable modular geothermal production at the site that could generate an initial 5 megawatts within 24 months. Right? It says megawatts, yes. That's what it says. I'm just reading what it says. And then he talks about the problems with lack of permeability and so forth. We hope to be able to make, he ends with the vague promise that we hope to be able to make an announcement in the first half of this year as to the next phase of the geothermal project. Well, I am profoundly skeptical, let's put it that way. And that's polite language. The minister, said that when he made the remarks, he said that the reports of the death of the project were greatly exaggerated. In other words, it was greatly exaggerated, which I suppose he was channeling Mark Twain there, who said it some time ago. Mark Twain was he was a writer and a humorist, and you're a serious man. I mean, it doesn't apply in the situation. So you're not one who is associated with humor. So this is something that it's supposed to be a serious discussion here as to whether this project is viable or not, and why we are spending at this time an additional $120,000 in 2024 to it, when no funds have been allocated to the solar PV project, as I said to you before. He said that the project, he can make an announcement in the first half of the year as to whether this thing is going to go ahead or not. But, I am not holding my breath. What I will ask is that he stops wasting people's money on the project. If there are entrepreneurs who want to use the facility to test the efficacy of their technology, then let them put their own money into it. Because we are not an experimental situation here. So that's what I think needs to be done. And so the notion that you're going to be spending more money on this because somebody wants to try out some proprietary technology that they have is simply not something that we should be spending our money on. In my view, the project, I believe, as a project for generation, commercial generation of electricity, that is dead. The experts who came here from Reykjavik Geothermal, when they came, and the mayor, to start the project, these are people who are involved in this industry in a big way. And they packed up and they went, and so what you're telling me now that somebody else have something else that nobody else knew about, if that's the case, well, fine, but let them do it. Don't commit our funds to doing it. And I welcome them to try, but it's not something that seems to me that it could be commercial. Madam Speaker, and as we discussed the solar PVC plant, PV plant in Beckwith, that was not done. I think that even without this project, that VINLEC, if we are climate change and we are part of this, and the government on them side, they feel that they're the only ones who are interested in climate change and so forth, because we don't get up on the table and talk about it all the time. But they need to, Madam Speaker, task VINLEC with exploring ways. They need to task VINLEC with exploring ways in which to utilize more solar power in their operations. We cannot continue to restrict commercial solar power generation because it does not mesh well with VINLEC's current operation. We have to try and find a way to overcome that obstacle, because otherwise you have a resource that you're just wasting because we are stuck to a model that doesn't accommodate it. But maybe the model is the one that should not be accommodated. So I think this is something that needs to be seriously considered, Madam Speaker, going forward. 1 hour left. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I wish now to turn to the minister mentioned some measures that are going to be implemented to raise money. I just want to deal with one of them, and that is the matter with respect to increasing in vehicle licenses and so forth. When you present this to people, you tell them that the government is going to increase motor vehicles licenses, driver's licenses, and so forth. I could understand the electrical inspection fees. And people look around and they say, look at the state of the roads. I mean, you really bold-faced to come and tell people they must pay more in licensing fees and, what do you call it? Motor vehicle license and driver's license fees. And the minister actually had to go all yesterday to say that he's doing it because of the bad state of the roads. That maybe that this could help to contribute some funds to fix the roads. When he said last year in his budget, that this is a roads budget, they're going to spend $120 million on renovating it. And now this year you're saying, listen, the road's bad, so drivers, never mind that you have to change your your shocks and your tires and your suspension parts and so forth regularly because the roads are so bad all over the country. Now we're going to charge you more. And that is just rubbing salt in the wound. And that is unconscionable. And I don't support that, Madam Speaker. I really don't. I was actually thinking to tell the minister, listen, because the road is in such, I'm not talking about now, but a year ago. Yeah, because the road is in such bad condition, city motorists, listen, we know because you have to drive through potholes all over. Wait now, man. They said, let me just give you a rebate. This year, you pay half the fee, so you could fix your tires, so you could repair, especially the van drivers, and do that as a mea culpa. You say, listen, boy, I'm so sorry. I made this thing look so bad. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. And this brings me, Madam Speaker. Now, it'll cost you 3 minutes. Now, and this tells me, Madam Speaker. No, I didn't mean it costing you. I mean add me, because I had to wait for you. I had to wait for you to finish. I'm polite, Yeah, thank you. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of the license fees, drivers and vehicle license fees, and the unconscionable act of the government and this minister to say charging people more given the conditions of the roads leads me now to consider matters in my own constituency. Politics, all politics is local, they say. I am the leader of the opposition, but Madam Speaker, I have a constituency. I'm so grateful to them. That even though I'm not there on the ground with them all the time, whenever I go, they embrace me and they say, we know that you're doing the work on behalf of the people of this country and we love you for it. So I have to advocate on their behalf when I come here too, Madam Speaker. So here is what. The roads, Madam Speaker, in Beckway, really, that's the key area. As you know, my constituency constitutes Beckway and Mustique. That were the Paget Farm Main Road, I've talked about, oh gosh, since I've been in this parliament. I mean, the condition of the roads, Madam Speaker, it's not a road, it's an obstacle course. You know, you basically have to try to negotiate going down there and not, I drive a private vehicle, but what about the vans that have 15, 16 people in them? It's harrowing. Which piece? They fixed the piece in Lowe, it took 6 months. They finished it, yes. That costs you another 2 minutes. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Paget Farm Main Road is in a deplorable condition. There's a parcel of road too in Pretoria, Union Estate, which is up above where the Clive Tanner's playing field is up there. It was bad, but I drove over there the other day, Madam Speaker, and, I was afraid for my vehicle because you just simply could not negotiate it. There's no place you could go to avoid a serious pothole. A friend of mine told me, he said that people coming up here to something have to go out and pick up parts of the vehicle and drop off because it is so, it's ridiculous. How I raised this in this house about 2 years ago. This road was built since I was a child. I used to walk up and there because our family lived there, nearby. And so now it's deteriorated because the vehicles are heavier and more of them. And it really needs urgent attention. It's not a lot. You're talking about an area, well, I mean, if you do the whole thing, yes, it's quite about 500-600 yards. But the area that's worse is about 100 yards. And that should be done urgently. And also the road to Cinnamon Garden. There's no road there anymore. It's just all completely broken down. That was built back in the 1950s. And nothing has been done to repair it, Madam Speaker. So that also needs to be done. Overhanging trees, Madam Speaker. I had the good fortune the other day to drive into Spring. I used to run there when I was much fitter, but I hadn't been there in a little while. And so I was driving through there last weekend. And the trees are literally in the road. The bushes hanging down in front of you and so forth. They form the canopy you're driving on. I mean, this is a main public road. You can't cut the bush. I mean, the place looks like it's abandoned. What are we living in the wild? Fix it, cut the trees, for heaven's sake. Not just there on the Mount Pleasant Road where, the trees are overhanging. All the way going along Friendship and Belmont. You be quiet, Madam Speaker. It's in terrible condition. I want also, Madam Speaker, these are simple things. All you do is give somebody a truck and a cutting device and they could do it for you in 2 days. So stop griping about it. Madam Speaker, what we need to do as well, I mentioned this earlier too, the hard courts. I'm talking about my constituency, but I mentioned the one in Rose Hall, the one in Oya, that has not been given attention by government and can't be used. But this one here in Paget Farm, this was built years ago when the airport was done. It was probably one of the best in the country at the time because it had lights and, the poles, the light poles are very good quality because they're still there after so many years without being rusted through. But it has been abandoned. It's unsafe and dangerous now, so it can't be used. It needs to be fixed. If you respect young people, and the young people of Paget Farm in particular, then fix it for them, because I've been asking. And it seems like it takes me 7 years of asking to get a piece of road fixed. Well, to do a hard court, maybe it takes 10 years, I don't know. But it's not the way a democracy is supposed to work. Because you're in opposition, it doesn't mean that you can't get anything done. Because I represent people who send me here to advocate on their behalf. And they hear me talking, and then you just simply ignore me and say, well, we'll do whatever the hell we please because we're the ones in power. But that is urgent. It needs to get fixed. Madam Speaker, a year and a half ago, the Lifetime's playing field, which is the main playing field in the harbor. There was a freak storm the 31st of July, last year, year before, and it tear a hole in the roof. Not very big, maybe about 20 by 20. And it, you know what? You said that when I first brought it here. I mean, that you could have fixed the same week. Oh, God gracious me. Madam Speaker, that facility is used by everybody. I mean, it's a popular facility. And what it is, what it was revealed when the thing ripped up, is that the what do you call them? The rafters, well, they're not rafters, they're not wood, they're steel. But it's rusted through in some areas, so they have to be replaced for it to be safe. But that needs to be fixed. If you care about young people, go and fix it. They have crusades there. There are carnival things there, pageants there. You have Independence Day celebration there. All kinds of things happen there. And you look up there, the rain come, everybody will go scattered. And not more, there's a danger that something could fall on you. So fix it. It don't take much to do. Good Lord. Tourism sites, again, this is part of tourism. The tourism sites have been abandoned. I know here in Fort Charlotte, I mean, why is it taking 2-3 years to fix the road up there and to fix the facility? I was talking to the taxi driver the other day. He said, Friday we were losing money, you know, because we had a place to take the people. They look out at Belmont, they're repairing that. Fort Charlotte, you can't go there. Buckerman and the, what do you call it, Pirates of the Caribbean, nothing to see. You know? What about the Montreal Gardens? They say you're going to fix the road. Did you fix the road at Montreal Gardens? I haven't been there. Did you fix it? Did you fix it? No, I'm talking about Montreal Gardens. Madam Speaker, Wally Labo is what I'm talking about. I know what you're talking about. You're just being an idiot. That's what you are. Madam Speaker, there's a larger project. This is more forward-looking, but I'm putting it on the agenda because it's something that I think needs to be done. It's the development of the waterfront at Port Elizabeth. You know, under the Almond Tree Light Up Committee, they won the National Light Up thing last year. And I am so proud of them, Madam Speaker, because they worked so hard at it. And we have been doing that now for the last 10 years. But the waterfront there is a treasure. There are very few places in the Caribbean where you have that still, where it's not built up along the waterfront there. And it is something that we can really make into a premier attraction for tourism. And so it needs to be done. A few years ago, a friend of mine, you know, Madam Speaker, through his own initiative, he was an architect, he died recently, very well-known person. He engaged an organization called RUDAT, where he had planners and architects and so forth. They came down and they did a comprehensive plan of the waterfront, all for free. And they said, listen, this is how we conceive it. We talk to people and so forth. Here is the plan. You choose what you want to do, if any of it. And to my dismay, Madam Speaker, the government, I guess they chose none of it, because none of it has been done. But that area, this ad hoc kind of thing, throwing some dirt here and throwing something there and filling in a hole, and is just passé. There's too much potential there for it to be left like that, Madam Speaker. For the future, the expansion of the jetty in Port Elizabeth, there are 2 new ferries came in the last month. There is no capacity at the ferry dock in Port Elizabeth anymore. And so, Madam Speaker, this is not a situation where you're going to build and hope for the business to come. It's already there. So the development is being driven by need. That is the best kind of development. You already have a reason for doing it. So we need to be able, Madam Speaker, to expand that facility. You tell me the dredger is coming back in soon. Maybe this is an opportunity as well to use that, to do some deepening of the channel there as the ferries come in. Not just in Port Elizabeth, but also down in Canouan. Because as you know, the fast ferry goes in, sometimes it sticks in the sand. Because it's just too shallow. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the things that we can look forward to. And the Minister can put it in his estimates as a worthwhile project to do. If he doesn't want to put any funding to it, at least he says it's on the radar. And then when I form government, I can complete it. And finally, Madam Speaker, you know how long I've been asking for a learning resource center in Beckwith? You tell me why. The minister, I remember when Louis Straker was the member for Central Leeward, he boasted me, he said, I have two, I have one in Barley and one in Leyu. And he's showing off like, he said, well, I got two of you and none. So I said, I thought the idea was to have a learning resource center in each constituency. And that a friendly company was, country was assisting us with it. But for years I've been asking, Madam Speaker, and there's no learning resource center in Beckwith, and so we need to get that done. There's place to do it. Yeah, Madam Speaker, finally, street lighting. I raise this again because it may be small to us, it's important for the community. The village at union level, Madam Speaker, is one of the most poorly lit communities anywhere in the country. And all we need now is to put some more lights. Here's the thing. Street lighting has become cheaper because they're using the LED lights. This is an opportunity not just to cut back on the spending, but to put more lights for safety and for the convenience of the communities. So I'm asking, go up to union level, you see, I think they might have 3 street lights in the entire village. That is something that needs to be addressed. And other communities around the Friendship Road, people walking down there, especially foreigners, visitors who come, you want to be able to feel safe because their lights on. Light it from Low Bay all the way up to the harbour. It's a tourism destination, by God's sake. So these are things, Madam Speaker, that we need to do. Now, in conclusion, I know, Madam Speaker, I am waiting for the members on the other side to try to rubbish me. They will come tomorrow and they will say, let me put the words in your mouth. It's the worst budget debate I ever hear. No, I put in the words in your mouth. They will say, Madam Speaker, nothing that he said, made any sense. And Madam Speaker, I know that they don't really believe it, but they say it.
Honorable members.
They say it, Madam Speaker. They say it because, what else are they going to say? They are the old saying, they say, you don't stone green mango. Right? Yeah? How do you say it? Or Floxy. Either one. No. So, Madam Speaker, I expect those attacks, and they will try to belittle my colleagues as well when they make their presentations. But I have tremendous confidence in them, Madam Speaker, because I know that they take this very seriously, and they prepare very thoroughly. And from the responses that we receive from our constituents and the public at large at the end of debates, it's usually, Madam Speaker, highly positive. And I feel gratified when I come here and I seek to add more light than heat to the debate, because that is what is useful. So you can call me any names that you want, you can do whatever you want to say. But in the quiet moments, you will reflect and see that our ideas make sense, and that many have appeal, especially as you did with the 4.5% interest to young people. And I want to let the young people know that the government has adopted the proposal that I put forward to have 4.5% interest for the student loan program, so that young people can study for cheaper going forward. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 4.5%, yes. And we will make it 4%, don't worry. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, there needs to be a vision for a country that embraces limitless possibilities and places the people at the center of it. Not just as recipients or beneficiaries of government ministers' efforts, but as real participants in the process, driving the developmental process forward. In that sense, Madam Speaker, it must be people-centered. And by people-centered, Madam Speaker, I mean our people. The vision must be bold and transformational, but it also cannot be pie in the sky, daydreaming. It must be achievable, and it must be pursued as if we intend to attain it. It must be pursued, Madam Speaker, as if we intend to attain it. This requires pursuing it from year to year and with continuity from one budget to another. It cannot be that with every new budget and every year, the Minister of Finance and the government set out to break new ground and set new directions. That approach sounds grand and creative, but it accomplishes very little. We waste a lot of time, a lot of precious time, and that is something we cannot afford. Unfortunately, too much of this, Madam Speaker, has been present in budget after budget rendered by the present government, by the present minister and by his father when he was Minister of Finance. Every year, it seems, they want us to believe they have finally discovered how we can move forward. And the language, Madam Speaker, so highfalutin and flowery. You think you're reading a work of fiction rather than a serious government document. And that's how they have approached it. It sounds hollow and more pretentious than real. And they're not fooling anyone, Madam Speaker. Not this time, because we can do better. So let's get it done. Thank you.
For the debate, yes, I recognize the Honourable Member for Central Kingstown. Just a minute.
Also, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
First of all, I apologize for being late this morning about a minute or two because I was detained by the traffic. Because I consider the contribution of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to be that important. But Madam Speaker, I have to draw to your attention that for the estimates debate, the precursor to today's budget, the Honourable Prime Minister absented himself from the presentation of the Leader of the Opposition. I think it is a serious act of contempt and effrontery for the leader of this country not to make himself available for an exercise for which he's in charge, the annual budget. And I want you to know that we in the opposition and the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines have taken note of his carrying this position of not engaging or conversating, that's my language, with the leader of the opposition a step too far. He ought to find himself fair, and he owes this country an apology for his disgraceful behavior. And I want to be on record as so saying. It's an insult and an injury to this Parliament of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you very much.
For the debate, Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Minister, which one? Yes, okay. So I recognize you are indicating that you are ready to debate. Yes, okay. Two members can't be on the feet at the same time, so I think the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Member has a right to his own opinion. Of course, the Prime Minister indicated to me that he had a very important meeting to attend. And therefore, the member has, his right to his own opinion as to the whereabouts of the Prime Minister. But the Prime Minister is very much deeply entrenched as to what is going on at the Parliament. And therefore, Madam Speaker, of course, I think we had a good morning.
Very well.
And I beg to move that the House be suspended for the luncheon interval until 3 o'clock.
Honorable members, by my watch it is 5 minutes past 1, and the question is that the House be suspended for the luncheon period until 3 p.m. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 3 p.m.
The amount of place I got out of insult to the victim. Yeah?
Pray be seated. House stands resumed. At the time when we took the suspension for lunch, I had recognized the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, but I see the Honorable Minister of Transport is on his feet.
Madam Speaker, just before we broke for lunch, just before we broke for lunch, the representative for Kingstown, Central Kingstown, was very much concerned about the absence of the Honorable Prime Minister. Of course, I did indicate that the Prime Minister had a very important meeting. But I want to indicate to the House that there is also the absence of the Minister of Health, who is presently out of state, attending his mother's funeral in Trinidad and Tobago. So if you see the chair is vacant, it's because he is presently out of state. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Yes.
Just to inform that the Honorable Nigel Stevenson is not well. That explains why he has not been here yesterday or today.
Yes.
He is recuperating and is expecting to be with us tomorrow by the will of God. And you are aware of the reason why the Honorable Fitzbramble had to leave.
Yes, he sent a note indicating he had an emergency to attend to. Yes. Yes, so we will continue with the debate, the budget debate on the appropriation bill, and I recognize I'm sorry, Honorable Minister, let me set my time for you. So I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I rise to give my full support to the appropriation bill. I must begin by saying, oh, what a glorious day it is. I wish to congratulate the Honourable Member for East St. George and Minister of Finance for an exceptional presentation. I sat there and I listened, Madam Speaker, and I took copious notes. And Budget 2024, if you're to sum it up, it is a budget of opportunities. If you're listening and you followed the presentation by the Honorable Member for East St. George, he presented an opportunities budget. And there is a vibe in the country, a very positive vibe with energy. And it was a few days ago I was driving into Kingstown, just passing the Argyle International Airport, and when I looked at the number of jets at Argyle, linking St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because of a conscious decision by the Unity Labour Party administration to construct the Argyle International Airport, now we have gone global. And it is always good, Madam Speaker, whenever we debate, that we use evidence that persons who are driving, persons who are walking, they can see. And between Argyle International Airport and Prospect, I'm just using that as one example, you're seeing the positive change in the face of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not to talk about the construction of the Holiday Inn. not to speak about the investments right there in Diamond, the hardware, the pharmacy, the restaurants which are going up, Maya's Sweet, the supermarkets. So when we sit here and we listen to the presentation from the other side, we listen to the presentation of the leader of the opposition, all doom and gloom, we are seeing a different reality here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank Almighty God for granting this administration vision and foresight to lead, and to lead in challenging times. And Madam Speaker, there are many challenges, but there's something called a track record. And when persons are listening, and they listen to the debate, when they listen to this side of the house, they know that the Unity Labour Party, we have a track record that they can trust.
That's right.
It is not too long ago, right here in this house, and on the radio stations in this country, when we were constructing the Argyle International Airport, persons had all kind of things to say about crosswinds. One even said, if you build it there, the planes will rusty, as we say in common parlance. Yep. But this government, we did it, and we continue to benefit from the establishment of the Argyle International Airport. When we speak about track record, let us roll back the curtains. Not too long ago, when we had the COVID-19 pandemic, when you saw the long lines for food throughout the Caribbean, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we sat down and we decided to come up with something creative. And we were able to avoid those long lines, take pressure off the people, and we had food boxes going around from house to house throughout the length and breadth of this country. And the only thing the opposition had to say at that time was that they don't like the name Love Box. Should have just called it Box and Take Off Love. And when we had the eruptions of La Soufrière, in the middle of a pandemic, it took a government like the Unity Labour Party administration here in office, to move 20,000 persons in the middle of a pandemic. When I speak about track record, that is what I'm talking about. And Madam Speaker, I could remember 2010, when we were impacted by Hurricane Thomas, destroyed 98% of the banana industry. Homes were destroyed. But you know what? The people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have confidence in this administration. Within 24 hours, homes were being repaired. And whilst in some countries they moved away from agriculture, we continue to deepen the diversification process. When this government said we will guarantee every child a seat in a secondary school, whether it's on backrest or in a board school, this government promised that. And we delivered, and we continue to deliver. And I'm putting that as the backdrop for persons who are listening. It is the same administration, the same Unity Labour Party administration, with such an excellent track record that is bringing to you today Budget 2024. I want to use this opportunity very early to welcome the Honorable Leader of the Opposition as a recent convert to the climate change conversation. I could remember in this house, he presented, he said, well, I am from Beckway. Sometime it rains, sometime it doesn't. Almost to say, well, what you talking about climate change? But just like somebody late to the party, there's some people come late to the party, but they don't understand the dynamics of the thing as yet. And in his presentation, just in a passing way, he said that, spoke about the sea level rise, but the farmers of this country who are listening, the fishermen, they understand climate change more than the leader of the opposition because they have to grapple with the vagaries of climate change on a day-to-day basis. Yes. So, a presentation stuffed with pretense, just because, you know, you can't today get up and speak without mentioning climate change, so you mention it. But you can't appreciate the numbers. You can't appreciate the production figures in agriculture and also in fisheries if you don't have an appreciation of droughts and the increase in the temperatures that we faced last year and the drought that is coming and the increased temperatures that we will be facing. You have farmers telling you, I go to my land, and after walking for an hour, the place is so hot, the workers, they can't take it. You have persons who are going to buy their seedlings. They're putting them in the ground. Within a matter of days, as we say, they all quail up, they dry up. After buying them, after paying to put them in, after having certain projections in your mind as to how much you're going to make from this, you return to your land and it's all gone. And Madam Speaker, I am not here today to take us all the way back to the impact of the removal of trade preferences and the banana industry. I'm not taking you there. It's critical because it has laid the foundation for the discussion. But today, if we do not grapple with climate change, we will not have the answers necessary to develop a modern, competitive agriculture and fisheries sector. I have 24 areas of transformation that I wish to canvass. And we're doing more with Budget 2024. And I'm going through them one by one. And the first one, it was noted clearly in the presentation by the Honorable Minister of Finance. It is the most money that we will be spending in a single year in agriculture ever. $27 million for the farmers and fishers of this country. And I want for the farmers and fishers who are listening to soak this up. And the project already started in 2023. The poultry farmers are getting their day-old chicks. There will be greenhouses which will be built. Persons will be receiving sheep and goats and cattle provided. The fishermen, they usually say from time to time that their fortunes have changed for the better since you have the fish aggregating devices. Well, you're going to have more of those. Fertilizer will be distributed to the farmers and hand tools. So instead of using the traditional hoe and the fork, you can get something that is motor operated. And safety gears also will be distributed to our fishers. As I noted, it will be the most money ever spent in 1 year to provide grants to the farmers and to the fishers. Support for farmers and fishers from the Farmers Support Company. And in 2024, we are going to improve the services of the company. The FSC is a place where you're supposed to be able to go and get your business plan, to connect you to lending institutions and to build producer groups. And we are going to hire in 2024 developmental experts to help unlock close to $50 million agreed in principle from private lending institutions. Again, embracing private sector and private lending. In 2024, we will launch, Madam Speaker, 9 value chains. And in 2023, for the entire year, we did excellent work, and I want to commend the FAO and also CADI and the technicians in the ministry. We did excellent work in dashing production. This year, we are going to build out value chains in livestock because there's a significant demand for livestock locally and also in the region. Persons are calling St. Vincent and the Grenadines for livestock. And I want to commend the Cattle Farmers Association, formed and is doing excellent work in response, not like what the opposition is saying. Well, there is a huge demand for cattle to be exported, just don't send. That's the view of the opposition. On radio and TV, there is a demand, close it down. This government, with vision and foresight, we are going to ensure that through artificial insemination and through the monies that we're receiving this year from the World Bank, that we will be able to increase production and productivity, not only to ensure local food security, but that we will be able to export. We also will be establishing a tree crops value chain to address spices, avocados, breadfruit, and coconuts. Particularly so, since we are in the recovery stage and very early in the aftermath of the volcanic eruptions, where we lost a large number of our fruit trees. We will also be developing a banana and plantain value chain, because with the coming on stream of the hotels, we will have to produce quality fruits here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we continue to export to the region. 98% of the root crops imported by Trinidad and Tobago are from the hillsides of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the valleys. And whilst we have an excellent trade, it is important that we diversify the trade. As we speak, and I'm advised by the Chief Agriculture Officer, there's a container load of English potato seeds, 400 sacks on the way, so that we can establish white potato production here in our country. And we are doing this against the backdrop that currently we import a value of $5 million worth of white potatoes. It is being grown in Dominica. It is being grown in Jamaica in large quantities. And in 2024, we are going to develop English potato production here in our country. We will also be building out a vegetables value chain. And in a recent meeting, discussion with the persons who are doing the purchasing at Sandals, And when you look at the volumes that they would be purchasing and the volumes that we have aggregated because of the exponential increase in the tourism sector, we have to increase the production of vegetables. Work also will be done in horticulture production. There is going to be a need for us to produce more cut flowers. Work also in apiculture, with the bees. And I listened to the leader of the opposition on the issue with CMOS production. And I laughed because it is this government that took the export of CMOS up to the $1 million value mark. And that took place by the opening up of markets in Miami and working closely with producers in the Grenadines to increase production and productivity of CMOS. So for farmers who are listening, I want you to be focused on the fact that there is an opportunity for you to participate in production and also to diversify. We will be constructing a modern starch factory in Orange Hill, and this is exciting. The Arud factory was destroyed when we had the eruptions of La Soufrière. But importantly, in the way forward, we are not going to only focus on the production of one starch, because we produce cassava and we can do the flour from cassava. We produce dasheen and we can do the flour from the dasheen. The same thing with the bananas and the plantains. And we are going to have several different lines in that starch factory so that we can diversify the production. And we will continue to provide the income support to the farmers. And there is an expert who will be in the country before the end of this month who will be providing technical advice. No arrowroot farmer will be left behind. Budget 2024 would also create the framework for the establishment of a land bank. There are many persons who are interested in expanding their production and do not have access to land, and there are some persons, they have land, they want to go into a lease arrangement with someone with an interest, but the matchmaking is just not taking place. And the Farmer Support Company is going to be that body that will address that issue for us to establish the land bank in 2024. Budget 2024, we are going to see this year the opening for a public-private partnership platform for a lease arrangement for different areas at the stations in Perseverance, in Three Rivers, in Newgrounds, in Dumbarton, in Walilabu, and in Montreal. And I can remember a few years ago when I canvassed the idea, having the blessing of the fisher folk, that we wanted to establish a public-private partnership with the fishery centers. And the persons on the opposition, some persons said, well, that ain't going to work. If you do that, what will happen? What will happen? Well, we leased out the facilities, and since then, we have seen here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines we can boast of having the most facilities anywhere in the OECS, and it has definitely boosted our exports. And Budget 2024 will assist the facility in Oya, in Kaliakwa, in Bekwe, in Union Island, in Barrowley, and we will be establishing facilities also in Shipping Bay and in Lowman's Bay. Budget 2024, we are going to revamp the way that we collect data. And it's very important. And I remember the Samoa Pathway document that noted that small island developing states must pay very close attention to statistics and how we gather the information. And in 2023, we have trained a cadre of persons to utilize the drone technology. So in 2024, instead of having the extension officers and the data collectors walking around with a copybook, you will be able to utilize the drone technology and be able to provide more accurate information so that we can have a better and more efficient planning discussion. It was raised by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the issue of preda larceny. And in 2023, we had here in the country a team from the FAO to address the microchipping of animals. And I wish to announce that there is a grant of some $200,000 US to assist 500 livestock farmers in the microchipping of animals. And that will be rolled out in 2024. And for persons who are following this, the first phase was conducted in Barbados, and it was very successful. I now turn to the Solidarity Fishing Fleet. And in 2024, we will establish the Solidarity Fishing Fleet. And I just want to note this. When we speak about fish, a highly perishable commodity, and the Leader of the Opposition said, over 15 years, you're talking about fish. Without an international airport, you can't have a meaningful discussion, Madam Speaker, about fish. And the opposition, the New Democratic Party, when they were in office, they did not build an international airport. So it's only recently that we could have a meaningful conversation about exporting fish in very large quantities because it is highly perishable. And I noted in his presentation, he said, well, it's time to split fisheries from agriculture. Well, in some countries, they're actually fusing them into the Ministry of Food Production. What we are going to do in 2024 is that when we build the value chain for fisheries, the business side of the fisheries industry will be separated from the technical side, where you're dealing with the issues touching on concerning conservation, and you're doing the regulations and the monitoring. Because if you only have a single space and a single cadre of persons dealing with them both, sometimes they tend not to focus on the business side. And that is why we want to ensure that in 2024, we beef up the technical expertise at the Farmer Support Company to deal with these business opportunities. With the $1.1 million that we are going to place in the FSC, I want the young farmers to listen. The monies will be available for you to come to invest and to participate in the value chains that we will be having. Before the middle of February, a team will leave from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to go to Cuba to look at and to assess the vessels that we are going to purchase. And as we speak, there is a technical mission from Cuba, right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that has an objective to establish a platform for the production of long-line vessels and the repairing of long-line vessels right here in our country. I now turn to the food terminal markets. And for persons who are following, when we had the banana industry in the 80s, in the 90s, and before that, we had spotted across the country what they call the boxing plants, a central area where persons on shipment day will come and sell the bananas. And not only on shipment day, on the Sunday before the shipment, you'll go to the boxing plant and you collect the boxes. And there was an entire ecosystem around the movement of boxes, the preparation of the bananas, the transportation. Persons were buying pickups to transport from point A to point B, whether boxes empty or boxes with bananas to Port Kingstown. And what we are seeing, when we spend $27 million this year, we have to ensure that when we reap, it is done in an organized manner. And we are going to retrofit the facilities at Lauder's, at Lacqua, at Lanley Park, and also at Belmont. And the aim is, as always, to embrace the private sector and to see whether or not persons in the private sector would be interested in operating and managing these facilities. In 2024, because of the foresight expounded in the presentation by the Minister of Finance, we are going to see and witness the Agriculture and Fisheries Census. Yes, we have an exceptional cadre of data collectors, but because of the disruptions caused by the volcanic eruptions and the droughts, there are persons who have moved their production. There are persons who have increased their production in some commodities and reduced in others. And we want to ensure that we capture this information. And in 2024, we are going to have a census. The Cabinet 3 weeks ago established a drought preparedness committee. And this is critical. Madam Speaker, I cannot emphasize more the challenge that a drought and the oncoming drought is going to pose to our farmers. You're coming out of a period where you have recovered from the eruptions of La Soufrière, in that you have gone back to your farm. You have planted 3 different cycles, only to find that because of the heavy ash, that your production levels are extremely low. And when you need an encouragement to push on, Nemo is telling us and advising us that for the first 6 months of this year, when you look at the weather, there are going to be some very dry weeks, days, and possibly months. And the cabinet decided we are going to get ahead of it. We're not just going to sit down and let the drought come and we sit it out. So, budget 2024, we are going to ensure that we provide the tanks. We are going to assist, as we usually do, in taking water to the livestock, the provision of drought-tolerant seeds, technical support based on the agroecological zone that you're in, and we are going to have a monitoring exercise and system in place to monitor zone by zone, district by district, region by region in this country for the impact of the drought. It's one thing to come and talk about climate change, but it's a whole different thing when you actually have to do the work to mitigate and also to adapt. We are part and parcel of a project, the Windward Island Food Production Corridor Project, that continues to bring significant benefits to the agriculture sector. And I want to explain how this is done. Madam Speaker, never in the history of agriculture in our region that any island has ever done a commodity alone and enter into major source markets. If you take it from the time with sugar, you had the British West India Company that aggregated the sugar so that you had economies of scales. If you take the commodity bananas, if it wasn't for Wibdeco to aggregate the bananas from Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia and Grenada, you would not be able to get the volumes to bring the geese line. And it is with this same type of appreciation and thinking that even though in the Windward Islands we now have a diversified production platform, the FAO has sponsored a $500,000 project called the Windward Island Food Production Corridor Project, so that as we diversify together, we must also be able to aggregate together. Keep my market in France and in England and in the United States of America. And because of that, because of the inconsistencies in supply, when they call me and I don't have, they switch to other persons. So we are going to work with Dominica, with Dexia and Dominica, so that we can aggregate Dashin, so that when they don't have, we have. And when we have big markets, we can consolidate. This is a foresight post Wibdeco and post Windfresh. We have done significant work, Madam Speaker, as it pertains to conservation. And as it pertains to conservation, this administration, I want for persons to listen to this because it impacts on your health and your wellness. We place a total ban on aerial spraying. We place a total ban on the importation of glyphosate. We place a total ban on the use of malathion in fogging because it kills the bees and also impacts the human beings. We place a maximum size on lobsters that can be harvested. We place a total ban on the harvesting of the parrotfish and a total ban on the harvesting of sea turtles and eggs. And we protected, continue to protect the Union Island gecko under international conservation laws. And I see the representative from Forestry here. And we have established an ex situ population for the protection of our national bird through the collaboration with the Association of the Conservation for Threatened Parrots. And just on this one, I remember when we established that relationship with the ACTP, some persons say we're sending with the birds. But I remember in the first meeting that we had, they say we're selling them. Oh yes, and that we collected jeeps in exchange. They say they get a pickup. But the thing about it is this: in the first meeting, when we were having the discussion, it was raised. I could never forget the scientist asked the question: do you appreciate your vulnerability for Category 5 hurricane that can hit you and could destroy the habitat for the national bird and could drive the national bird into extinction? That is why you need an ex situ population. And do you know that you could have an eruption of La Soufrière? Well, at the time, when he mentioned Soufrière, I said, well, he gone too far because that ain't going to happen. So when we think and we have foresight and we have vision and we act, sometimes you just have to ignore the naysayers. And, Madam Speaker, in 2024, because I know that the housewives, I know that all citizens are very concerned about the conch. And somebody said the house husbands. In 2024, there will be an announced closed season and an open season for conch. We must protect our resources while we harvest them in a sustainable manner. The modern medicinal cannabis industry. In 2024, there will be a significant focus on the traditional cultivators. We said in this parliament that no traditional cultivator will be left behind, and we are going to work with our traditional cultivators. Therefore, within the first quarter of 2024, we are going to operationalize the project at Top Hill and Lasham, and we are going to provide assistance to the traditional cultivators to diversify their production. And I want to take this opportunity to thank and to congratulate the hard-working staff at the Medicinal Cannabis Authority. Throughout the region, persons are calling the MCA for assistance and for help. It's a best practice. A few weeks ago, in St. Kitts and Nevis, we had to assist and to present, and there is an excellent OECS partnership in Grenada, in St. Lucia, and in St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua and Barbuda. We are all part of the OECS platform to advance this. The Basic Needs Trust Fund. The Basic Needs Trust Fund continues to do excellent work. In 2023, the following access and drain sub-projects were completed in Diamond Estate, Pierre Hughes, in Dickey, Dondo Hole, Pepper Village, Stubbs, Brighton, and New Chapmans. And in 2024, the BNTF will deliver to Fitzhughes Primary School and Early Childhood Development Center in the sum of $2.6 million. The Bureau of Standards. In 2024, the Bureau of Standards is expected to lead the process in testing food items imported for pesticides residue levels. We have a state-of-the-art lab here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which will be able to provide support. We are not allowing glyphosate to come into the country. But those persons who we are buying from overseas, they are using glyphosate. And a lot of the vegetables that we have and it is excellent to eat your vegetables, but if you're eating vegetables with high pesticide residue on them, and it is the duty of the Bureau of Standards to check those levels, and they're properly placed to check them so that we can protect our citizens. So we'll expect and anticipate for that to be operationalized within the first quarter of 2024. And also with the growth and expansion in the hotel industry, fisheries industry, the Bureau of Standards will be extremely vigilant in 2024 to ensure that standards are met. Significant work would be done in 2024 to review some of the laws that we have on the books pertaining to agriculture and fisheries. We expect to bring to this Parliament within the first half of the year a revision of the Fisheries Act. We also will be doing work with the AG's chambers as it pertains to the Agriculture, Produce and Livestock Prevention of Theft Act, since we are going to do the work with predial larceny with the microchipping. We would also have to make some amendments to the Act. Because we now have a long list of persons and a long list of entities providing loans to farmers, we will have to do some work on the Agriculture Advances Act. And we have several farmers who are complaining about issues touching and concerning the Dogs Injuries to Cattle Act. Because we are opening up and we are seeing more persons come into St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they may wish to bring their pets, especially dogs. We have to ensure that the guidelines are there so that we can have for ease of travel whilst also protecting our dogs here in the country. And the other issue is the compensation for damage to crops by animals. Farmers who are listening, sometimes you go to the police station to take an issue, and when the extension officer brings in the value of the damage, it is a joke. Not that the person didn't do their work, but because of the dollar value still on the books, and we have to address this. Madam Speaker, we continue to work with regional entities and organizations. And in 2024, we are going to do significant work with CARICOM pursuant to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas as it pertains to reducing our food import bill, working towards the continued reduction of our food import bill under the CARICOM 25 by 25 initiative. Also, pursuant to the revised Treaty of Basseterre, the OECS Secretariat has launched the OECS FAST strategy, mainly about how we can use intra-regional trade to move more food within the islands. And on the 16th of January, in Santiago, Chile, we will have a final validation meeting for the CELAC Food and Security Plan. And on the return from Chile, we will have the plan sent to the Secretariat here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, addressed to the Honorable Prime Minister for his review and comments. I am happy, and I want to commend the Labor Department for the work over the last few months as it pertains to the issue touching and concerning the minimum wages. I want to note that with all that is taking place in the economy, labor as a factor of production will come into play for discussion. Already we see workers who hitherto were involved in agriculture are either straddling between agriculture and construction, or some have totally gone to construction. We see persons who were in construction Some have come over and gone into vegetable production. So we are seeing significant changes with all of these opportunities, and it's no better time as we have all of these opportunities to ensure that those persons, and particularly those who work on the agriculture stations, that they will witness an increase in the minimum wage. It is also important, and it was mentioned by the Honorable Member for East St. George in the presentation of the budget, about occupational health and safety. When you drive the roads, the trucks are moving. The trucks are moving with aggregate. They're going to construction sites. We have to make sure, as a labor department, that the workplace and the workplaces are safe. Yep. And we are going to do significant work in 2024 to ensure that we have a cadre of persons working in the unit. South Central Windward. I want to thank the people of South Central Windward for the excellent contribution that they continue to make to national development. And in 2024, we are going to see some significant work taking place in the constituency. As it pertains to road and infrastructure, bridges in Lauders will be completed. The bridge in Union, the one on the highway, and also the one going up into Chapman's. And there's an over $10 million project, Freedom Road, from Montgren and Bushshed all the way up into Diamond. We're going to do over Daddy Gus Bridge, all the way down to Diamond Gap. And we are going to identify a parcel of land for a resource center in the village. And we're going to do work at Coffee Hill. I know that Braxa is in the constituency in South Central as we speak, addressing roads coming out of Chapman's, because persons are using the bypass road more. And it will begin in 2024 and will spill over into 2025. Healthcare. Healthcare. In Lomans, in Greg's, and Diamond, we will see significant work done on the clinics, and we are going to have a modern clinic there in Diamond Village. Sports against crime. And I say this to everybody. There are too many opportunities in this country for people to waste time with crime. Just too much. Too many opportunities. Too many opportunities in this country. And I will be doing some work with the Department of Labor to help to market some of these opportunities, because there are many persons who can work, but they are not satisfying that element of having an active search for work, because some persons, for whatever reason, may think, if I go to an employer, he may not hire me. The Department of Labor in 2024, we are going to go into the highways and into the byways and speak to the young people to give them a lift. If you want a CV done, if you want a resume done, we take your information, we bring you into the learning resource centers, and we explain to you how to dress for the interview, how to speak at the interview. We are not leaving you to sit down in your community and saying you can't find work. in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have more opportunities today, more than ever before. And we are going to work with the different sport personalities in the communities. And we are doing good work with having the different competitions in the different communities, in Diamond, in Greg's, and a netball competition is expected to start next weekend in San Souci, because we have to keep that camaraderie and that love. Senator John, your team will be there. NGOs and community-based organizations will receive more support. And from the marketing standpoint, we anticipate working with a lot of the traffickers in the constituency and fully operationalizing Lauders as a marketing hub. There are still many persons in the constituency who we have to work with as it pertains to the regularization of the title for their land. Some persons have been living on a particular piece of land for 15, 20 years, and they don't have a deed. If you don't have a deed, you can't unlock the potential from the lending institutions. So we are going to provide that support. And we're going to also work with the schools, the primary schools and the secondary school, to ensure that we have our students properly prepared for the local exams and also the external exams. Madam Speaker, we must put aside those things which so easily beset us and keep a needed focus. We have a nation to build, and we have to work harder, and we have to work smarter. We have to be focused, steadfast, and resolute. And Madam Speaker, permit me to close with the words of Reverend Alan Kirkton, a song that I love. In your hands. In your hands we place our future. In your hands, we bid you take over all our lives, Lord. Our dreams, aspirations, all our best, Jesus, Lord. Our hopes, our fears, in your hands. I wish this bill a safe passage through this House. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
For the debate. Yes, I recognize the Honorable Senator John. Just a moment. Get myself. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to Budget 2024 with its theme, Accelerating Sustainable Development, Propelling Inclusive Growth, and Advancing People-Centered Reforms to build a more resilient St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, I realize that this is my first time speaking here for 2024. So let me take this opportunity to wish everyone a Happy New Year. And we hope that it brings peace and calm to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, I love the book of Proverbs, and I love that book because it is filled with wisdom. And in that book of wisdom, chapter 19 and verse 21, it says, "Many are the plans of a man's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails." And it goes for all of us in here, that basically our plans are in pencil, are written in pencil, but the Lord's plan is there forever. And we must take it into consideration when we are going through life. Madam Speaker, I say that because yesterday I remembered the Minister of Finance in delivering his lengthy address. He talked about plans, plans of this government, plans of this government. What is the Lord's will? Once again, Madam Speaker, when I look through this budget, I realize that basically there is nothing new that we can say from it. 20 odd years, and we are having roads still in need of repairs, schools still having wood lice, we have to contend with that, health centers deteriorating in bad need, Madam Speaker, and many more, which we can go on and on. It means that the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines deserve better. Madam Speaker, I look through, going back to the estimates, and I realize that on Roman numeral 1, our tax revenue, there is an increase in our tax revenue. And our non-tax revenue, it has decreased for the year 2024. What that is saying to us, and it was well articulated yesterday, that many Vincentians still have to dig deeper into their pockets to finance this budget. It is simple. Government gain their revenue from taxes, yes, and also from non-taxes. And if we are gaining more revenue from the tax instead of the non-tax, it applies to individuals. So it applies in terms of your income tax, and in what we see here, increase in driver's license, increase in motor vehicle license, and other tax reforms that we are seeing here. Madam Speaker, many may say, but we have the tax threshold increasing. The question is, how many Vincentians are earning wages that reaches that tax threshold? We are now hearing about increase in wages. Prior to that, a yes worker was working for $450 or less when you take out your stamp duty and your NIS. 400 by 12. That could never reach, and we had a number of workers here working below wages that are below the poverty line. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at it, we are getting one thing with this hand and we're pulling it back with the other hand. This is what this government is offering our Vincentian people. Madam Speaker, I would say that this budget is one of missed opportunities and the unwillingness of this government to acknowledge what is really happening across our country. We know that. Increasing poverty, unemployment still being high, Many people are still suffering, Madam Speaker. Single parents can't buy bread for their children to go to school. We are faced with those issues, and we must face reality. Every one of us knows what is happening within our constituencies. The high rise in inflation and cost of living means, Madam Speaker, that the purchasing power of the dollar reduces. When there is inflation, your dollar has no value, basically. What you can buy decreases. And we see it, Madam Speaker. You go to the supermarket with $300 and you come out with basically one plastic bag. All right? And we know that. We are faced with it daily. When you go to the supermarket, Madam Speaker, one has to ask the cashier how much that is. Because you question, why is it that I cannot meet my basic needs? We are talking about health care, good health care. But Madam Speaker, we cannot eat proper because the prices are so high that our basket dwindles. Our food basket that we take home dwindles. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister acknowledges that Vincentians are living in extreme poverty. The Minister of Finance, and if we looked into the estimates here, the Ministry of National Mobilization is also alluding to that. And on many occasions, we realize that many of the programs are there to reduce the poverty level that we have in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, yet we cannot have a good poverty assessment. So what we have, Madam Speaker, are social protection programs that help to ensure that people survive given the state of poverty in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there are a lot of social protection programs that are meted out here. But I am saying, Madam Speaker, if we are a modern developing economy, the amount of social protection programs yearly should be declining because people should be empowered to work and to be able to meet their own basic needs. Madam Speaker, I remembered long ago, the farmer was able to build his own house. The farmer was able to send his children to school, and he was able to buy a new vehicle. Compared to what is happening now, you go to the mountain, to the lands, and farmers are complaining. Madam Speaker, I remember long ago, there was good market for produce. The marketing board used to reach to Fancy to buy their produce. Farmers dug it, and they come there, and they did their assessment, and farmers were paid. They were happy to leave Fancy to come to town to collect their monies. This is not the case. We do have traffickers who come to the various villages, and we are happy for those traffickers to come and assist us as farmers. But Madam Speaker, the prices fluctuate from time to time. So sometimes you get $40 a sack for potatoes, which can never pay the farmer. Because when you look at the price of fertilizer, subsidized or not, it is still high. Madam Speaker, this is the future we are talking about. If we are looking at development and if we are looking at creating opportunities, we must take people into consideration and the way in which they are living and how we are going to raise their standard of living. Madam Speaker, when we look at the strategic priorities for the Ministry of National Mobilization, we realized that there was a significant increase of approximately 9,000 individuals that were received cash and in-kind contribution over the year 2000, over the fiscal year. Significant increase, Madam Speaker. It tells us that people are still looking for opportunities to empower themselves. Right, Madam Speaker, it's not easy to depend on somebody. It is not easy because what happens when they give you today, if you go back tomorrow, you're going to get the insult. And this is what happened to most of our Vincentians. They would tell you when you walk the street that they don't like to go to this ministry to beg because they will face the insult from time to time. So we should not be seeing an increase in the number of individuals getting in-kind and cash contribution. What we should be seeing is an increase in the number of persons being employed. Madam Speaker, with high cost of living plaguing our society, and I have had the complaints from constituents, I've had the complaints that on mornings they get up and don't know what to do. And I'm sure my minister has also gotten that complaint over the years and is still receiving it now. My minister, my representative, yes. I am sure that he has gotten that complaint, Madam Speaker, from persons within the constituency. It means, therefore, Madam Speaker, that we have failed our people at some point. It means that our people are looking for more from this government, and it has not been satisfying that need of the people. The farmer, the single parent, the vulnerable. Those persons, Madam Speaker, the youths, they are looking for more. I am happy that one of with the increase in mechanization, with the increase in globalization and information technology, Madam Speaker, this government has come on board. And what we realize is that there is now a modernized payment system in collaboration with the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to help pensioners. Madam Speaker, while it may be welcoming for the government, because one of the reasons given for such a drastic change is that the government can save some money, okay? But put yourself in the position of a pensioner from Fancy who has to travel to Georgetown to collect $275 or $280. you have to pay a pensioner, Madam Speaker, so we realize that that person is not working. So that person depends on that money. They have to now pay probably somebody to collect their money, or they have to pay approximately $15 out of that money to get their money from the bank in Georgetown. Lunch, they will not get a transport to go back, so they have to wait, the time spent, the mental stress on that pensioner, Madam Speaker. I am hoping that the government is taking into consideration those challenges that persons will face, especially those persons over the river. And I am hoping that they consider putting an ATM machine somewhere above the river to assist these pensioners in cutting down on the cost of getting whatever belongs to them. So, Madam Speaker, I do hope that the private sector, the bank, and the government can work together to ensure that at least in Sandy Bay or Orange Hill, an ATM machine is placed there to assist our pensioners and also our road workers who are also on this modernized payment system. Madam Speaker, I am happy that the issue of gender-based violence was raised by the Honorable Minister. And being a mother, being a former, an educator, and I won't say former, and a woman in politics, I am always happy to see women excel themselves. Madam Speaker, this commitment, is seriously lacking. This commitment to gender-based violence, Madam Speaker, I can say, I feel like it is seriously lacking. It's only a word of mouth from the minister. If we look at it, Madam Speaker, the UN said that SVG does not produce timely and reasonable and accurate data on gender-based violence. In the budget, there is nothing for such to come on stream. It says the administrative data which exists in the police records and the records of the health and court system are not routinely complied and are not collected by one central mechanism. So if we are talking gender-based violence and we want to know figures, Madam Speaker, I do hope that these are things that we want to take into consideration. Madam Speaker, we need long-term investments in this. We must be able to work to achieve that sustainable development goal of eliminating violence against women and girls in our society. Madam Speaker, I also want to look at the 18% increase in child development under the Ministry of National Mobilization, which I welcome, because we know that we have children who need to be rehabilitated, who need to move out of their home, that they are facing issues, and who need the love and the care of someone. And when the minister said that this $250 million will go towards rental of homes for boys and girls, I smile and I say welcoming, very much needed at this point in time. Madam Speaker, I've been in the school system and I've seen children who are down, who are abused, who need to come out of the homes, but they have to go back because there is no space for them anyway. And it is sad that that had to take place, but I am happy that they have now seen the light and they are now realizing that our children are the future. And because of that, Madam Speaker, this amount was done. However, Madam Speaker, the abuse of children we know continues, and we see it and we hear it every day. If I can take you back to 2022, when a child was sexually abused by a 35-year-old man. And the verdict, when it was passed down, Madam Speaker, we had public outcry, big outrage as to what the time that was given. Madam Speaker, we could not blame the court system. It is what we have in our laws, and the court could not go out of it. It is therefore important, Madam Speaker, that we address the legislative framework to address abuse of children, women, and, Madam Speaker, when we look at this entire Sexual Offences Act, we must address it. We realize that our sexual offences laws at the moment, they are archaic, they are unsuitable, and they are inadequate for a modern democratic society. And for a modern democratic society that respects the rights of women and children, Madam Speaker, and for any government that loves women and children, these laws should be reformed now. And now basically is very late, because this government has been in office for over 20 years. So it is something that should have been addressed a long time ago. Madam Speaker, we must face the reality that our rape culture still exists, again, on women and children, especially our girls. I can't leave out our little boys or men, but we know how the men act when these things happen to them. It did not happen, Madam Speaker. This rape culture does not exist overnight, right? Too long. We are facing it, and it must be eradicated. Madam Speaker, the amendment to the criminal code was done over 26 years ago, and that amendment was really to establish the powers of the family court. to hear all summary and preliminary inquiries of indictable sexual offenses. Madam Speaker, today I say this is the criminal code is in urgent need of revision. Madam Speaker, I realize that the government has a record of deleteriousness when it comes to either passing or putting or enforcing laws that would protect our most vulnerable. That's why we are staying so long to address these and to enforce them for those that have been already addressed. So, Madam Speaker, there are a number of bills that we are yet to see to come to Parliament where consultations can be done, where we in this Parliament can ensure that we understand and we put our feet down on matters that will affect our future generation. Madam Speaker, honorable members, I want to, and I refer to what my leader was saying, the member of the Northern Grenadines, when he spoke, and I just want to reiterate the issue of mental health and the stress and the issues that many persons face, and I don't think we are taking this seriously. And I know the member for West Kingston will address it in more detail. Madam Speaker, we have a mental health center, but we have persons with varying mental health issues. They go to one center and it's being dealt with the same way. Madam Speaker, that cannot work in our society. We cannot write off someone with mental health. We can't. And I do hope that with the building of the new acute medical complex, that this issue of mental health is taken into consideration and there are allocations for it in that center. Madam Speaker, we know that we don't have a psychiatrist, and that is why there is a backup in the court system. Madam Speaker, farmers are scared of mental health people going into their lands. Madam Speaker, even in the home, persons are scared of who they have there with mental health issues. So, Madam Speaker, it is something that we need to take into consideration and not take it as a laughing issue, because mental health is no laughing issue. It is one that affects you and affects me and everyone around us. Madam Speaker, I turn to sports, and the leader of the opposition member of the Northern Grenadines spoke to it as well. And I see development in the budget for sporting facilities, and more so the Annisville complex to cater for the ICC World Cup. Also at the Diamond complex out there, we see allocations being made. Madam Speaker, we have many different sporting areas in St. Vincent and the Grenadines where persons have excelled tremendously. And I speak of netball. Madam Speaker, for over half of my lifetime, I have been going to the Nutrition Netball Center. And I'm ashamed to say that not much development has taken place there over the years. Madam Speaker, we have and we can boast of great netball players. Skiddy Francis, Ambassador Delarice, the Foster sisters. Madam Speaker, they have represented us well throughout the world, and they are well spoken of. However, Madam Speaker, if they have to really come out and be proud netballers, the home of netball must go with it, Madam Speaker. And if you go to that place, you wonder what is really going on. Does this government respect our netballers? Madam Speaker, we need a drastic upgrade there. And I'm also looking at the court area itself. Many of our netballers face injuries because the hard concrete is not good for playing this sport on, Madam Speaker. We need proper upgrade. And I'm asking the Minister of Tourism to rally, Minister of Sports, sorry, to rally for the netballers. Make sure that before there are other serious injuries. Madam Speaker, is just next year they're going to represent world under 23 or something like that, Madam Speaker. And I mean, come on, these girls, they play their best. They have the talent. They put their best foot forward in representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Give them the home, the rightful home that they deserve. Let us go up there and feel good in something that is presentable, of international standard. Okay, Madam Speaker, and I hope that the minister responsible, if it's not the right place, find somewhere. Find somewhere, Madam Speaker, because for years that has been there. So it could have gotten some upgrade. All right? I'm not seeing it in the budget, and I'm referring here to what I am seeing here in the budget. I cannot be in your mind to know what you will have in your mind. So if when that time comes, I will be able to say and to commend the government for it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak on the issue of national mobilization, national reconciliation, and our churches. I know that many of our churches, especially in the red zone, were destroyed, the physical building were destroyed by the volcanic eruption and Hurricane Elsa. I know many are still struggling to rebuild. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if the minister responsible has done done an evaluation, has spoken or has met with these church leaders to find out from them how can another ministry assist them in their rebuilding process. I am not sure. I would like to know if that happens, Madam Speaker, but we must put God in everything. And I am really hoping, I have seen the struggle of many of those churches, Madam Speaker, in the rebuilding process. Some can't make it because their congregation is very small. And I am hoping that the minister could speak on behalf of these church leaders to the relevant ministries to assist them in their rebuilding process. Madam Speaker, I turn to the constituency of North Windward, a constituency that my navel string was buried, a constituency that I live and I intend to retire, a constituency where my family, friends, loved ones, foes, everybody, they are there and they have Madam Speaker, we Garifuna people, we are very welcoming. We are also very resilient. But Madam Speaker, I think this constituency is a constituency that deserves more, that deserves better, that deserves transformational representation. Madam Speaker, I have lived there all my years, and there are infrastructural damages that have been there from since 2013. Madam Speaker, 2013 to this year. And we have not had much being done to address these issues. Madam Speaker, it's a shame. Madam Speaker, there is a need, and there are needs for proper agricultural roads leading to farmlands, Madam Speaker. You drive on some of those roads, Madam Speaker, and you know that they have been there since the days of the New Democratic Party's government. Madam Speaker, it is simple that there normally, what we see here in this government is either you leave it to go to the dogs and then you redo it and have big fanfare. This is what is happening with this government, Madam Speaker. And I know many farmers have complained about their access roads. Many are saying that they are not able to have trucks going up to, and those roads were built under the New Democratic Party government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are many constituents who still have a lot to contend with in terms of their ash-rusted roofs. Madam Speaker, the ash fell on every one of us roof. It fell on everybody's roof, Madam Speaker. And when we look at it now, Madam Speaker, we realize that there are some persons, even after the all clear was given 2 years ago, some persons still have to move their little babies because the rust is dropping when strong winds blow, and the water is wetting the bed when it rains. Madam Speaker, I do hope that the monies allocated for repairs in budget 2024 will be spent fairly, equally, and justly. Madam Speaker, when we look at North Windward, there are many potential in terms of the culture that we have. Madam Speaker, a lot of persons are very handy with their hands, very handy with crafts, and the opportunities there for tourism. I do hope, Madam Speaker, that these women are given the opportunity to excel. Madam Speaker, I must thank the Taiwanese mission for their input in the Women Empowerment Program that they are doing. And Madam Speaker, I want more to be done for our single women, our mothers who need that push to get businesses off the ground. Madam Speaker, we need to enhance the economic climate in North Windward. It is too dead. Persons are complaining, businesses are complaining, Madam Speaker. And I do hope that with the injection that is being allocated here, that we will see more businesses thriving, and the multiplier effect will be on our people. Standard of living will increase and the persons will be happy. Madam Speaker, when we look at Budget 2024, over the years, yes, climate change has affected the people of Sandy Bay, and that coastal area, I said already, has been eroding. The sea defense is of utmost importance there. And the people of Sandy Bay are happy that they will be able to save their homes along that coastline. We come to Owea, Madam Speaker. What is in Budget 2024 for the people of Owea? I am still looking to see if there is anything that will sustain the people for the year. I'm waiting and I'm hoping that I would hear it before the end of this session. Madam Speaker, I also look at Fancy. Over the years, Madam Speaker, I have seen allocations being made for a satellite police station in Fancy. I have not seen it in this estimate. I don't know if it is still in the process or if it is pushed out of that pipeline, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure, but I'm not seeing anything else that will substantially affect the lives of people in Fancy. Madam Speaker, I also look to see what is in it for the people of Caratal and Bay Road and Chapman's and Dixon. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember asking about the retaining wall a couple of years ago. A question asked about the retaining wall that holds up the school because it was in a deplorable condition there. And I am happy to see that this year it is being addressed, and I'm sure the people of Dixon will have some relief in knowing that their children will be safe. Madam Speaker, our youths in the various villages in North Windward are still seeking meaningful employment. You go through the villages, Madam Speaker, and you hear the complaints. I spoke to three of them sometime, and they were saying, Miss John, the only thing we want is job. We are home not doing anything. We don't want to find ourselves involved in trouble. We have signed up for this, we have signed up for that, but we are hearing different stories. Madam Speaker, let us give these youths a good opportunity, full opportunity for them to excel. Give them a chance, a fair chance, Madam Speaker, in everything that we do. Madam Speaker, I want to...
Honourable Member, you have to wrap it up.
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I want to continue to let the people of North Windward know that I continue to make myself available to be of service to them. And Madam Speaker, I want them to know that there is hope. Don't give up. There is hope. And I want to let everyone in here know not to withhold good from those to whom it is due when it is in your power to act. And that is from the Book of Wisdom, Madam Speaker. Let us always be fair. Let us always be just. Let us always be equal with those who are around us. God bless you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Much obliged.
For the debate, yes, I recognize recognize the Honorable Minister of Transport. Honorable Minister, when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to give support to this bill that is before this honorable House at this time. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Finance and to congratulate the Ministry of Finance for yet again, in another crucial year, to be able to find the resources that are required to meet the needs of Vincentians in the year 2024. Madam Speaker, the world economy, to me, is indeed challenging and very frightening. And as I speak, there are anxious moments all across the world. And whatever that can be triggered from a number of these anxious moments can change the result of this budget in the twinkling of an eye. Madam Speaker, as I speak to you, the war in Ukraine and Russia, it is troubling. There's a war in Israel, in the Gaza Strip, which has now dragged in Iran. Another troubling point for us. There is a threat of attack on Taiwan from China. And quite lately, we would have seen King Kim Jong-un flexing his muscles in preparing for war. These are troubling moments. And right here in our own backyard, right on our doorstep, there is Venezuela and Guyana squaring up with military muscle. Again, threatening peace within the region. Madam Speaker, the region is right here on our doorstep. And I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for being the mediator between these two nations, as tension would have heightened quite recently. Thanks, Prime Minister, for bringing peace to the region, because your own action has made us safe over the last couple of weeks. Madam Speaker, there is confrontation in the South China Sea where merchant ships are being attacked. And already, there are serious dislocations of goods and services in that region. Madam Speaker, what next? Wars are not a good thing for any country, for it brings food insecurity, it brings inflation, food prices will go up, gas prices will go up. The overall fear in living is something that we do not want at all. And it is not good for any country's development. And so, Madam Speaker, these are concerns to any nation as to the developments that would happen within their borders. Madam Speaker, quite recently we would have seen what transpired from COVID-19 just a few years ago. We also saw what took place with the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano. And that what is encouraging to me is that I've seen the Ministry of Finance manage the economy superbly during these difficult times to ensure that the economy of St. Vincent today can realize positive growth. Madam Speaker, I listened to the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance. And as I was able to scan through it between last night and this morning, and I would have seen where the assumptions predicated on the budget hindered on a couple of things. One, there will be increase in economic growth up to approximately 6% for this year, 2024. There will be the continued boom in construction. We are seeing more hotels developing. We see the development of the new port. We realize that there will be more international flights here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we also realize that there will be improvements within the agriculture sector. Madam Speaker, these are positive and practical measures to which the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is being hinged and can certainly improve the economy over this year and in the very near future. Madam Speaker, I'm interested in development. And part of that development, Madam Speaker, is road management. And I have seen, Madam Speaker, that within recent times, of course, I have seen that the road, or roads in this country, has become the road march for the opposition. I have observed, Madam Speaker, that within recent times, there are more questions coming to this House on roads than ever before. Madam Speaker, I agree that in some areas, the roads are difficult and it needs to be fixed. Particularly in some residential areas. And Madam Speaker, I would say to you that this government over the years have been making that effort to fix the roads over the period. Madam Speaker, I listened to the opposition leader this morning in reference to roads. And as usual, he chastised the government on roads. He also said that a budget is a package where you're supposed to deliver everything in it. And that this government has failed promises to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, having been experienced with the many questions since I came to the ministry, I have gone back to the estimates and expenditures under the NDP. And I have here in my hand that 2001 estimates. I also have estimates of 2000. I believe these are documents of the House, Madam Speaker. And of all of the estimates I've looked at, the best estimate presented by the NDP administration in office is that of the year 2000. Madam Speaker, these are documents. These are documents of the House. Madam Speaker, in the year 2000, the Ministry of Transport and Works received in recurring expenditures $28,387,000. In its capital expenditure, it received $56 million. And I want you to go with me, Madam Speaker. 2000, the NDP allocated $56 million to capital expenditure. But in 2001, their capital expenditure was $43,213,000, $12.8 million less. Madam Speaker, while having looked at the 2001 estimates, you have a situation here where there are 20 programs for the Ministry of Transport and Works in those days. 20 programs, including airports, post office, the technical services offices, which includes the chief engineer, GESCO and all of that, the electrical inspectorate and so on, as well as public works department and its maintenance. So you have 20 programs, and the capital expenditure for the year 2001 is $43 million, you can see. Madam Speaker, in 2024, the capital expenditure for the Ministry of Transport and Works is $106 million. With roads given $75 million. But I want, Madam Speaker, to go to the best years of the Ministry of Transport and Works for the year 2000. And I'm speaking about the capital expenditure, Madam Speaker. So when you hear the questions keep coming, you would understand what is happening. That this country was existing before 2001. Here it is, Madam Speaker. In the year 2000, and I want you to reflect again, that the capital expenditure in 2000 was $56 million. In the estimates. Capital expenditure. Upgrading of roads, an amount of $970,000 was allocated. That's what was allocated. How much was spent? $49,899. Reconstruction of roads and bridges, Madam Speaker. How much was allocated? $1 million, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if I'm seeing right. I'm seeing a zero. Zero.
Good old days, man. Good old days.
Madam Speaker, labor-intensive road maintenance program, $100 allocated, zero expenditure. Emergency road rehabilitation, $200,000 allocated, zero spent. I'm talking about roads. Alternative access road, Annesville playing field, $250,000 allocated, zero spent. This is a document of the House, Madam Speaker. Anyone can look at it and see. Maurice Road Rehabilitation, Phase 1. Madam Speaker, you have Phase 2. You have an amount of $2,300,000. How much spent? Zero. Rosa Kane Garden Road intersection, $95,000 allocated, zero spent. Can I hold it up for the to see?
Put the cover too, so the man don't believe you type them up now. I'm really sure that you type up anything, man.
Madam Speaker, if I continue. Resurfacing, rehabilitation of highway and suburban roads, $500,000 allocated, but they actually spent $1.4 million. So they went up in this area. The Central Leeward Highway rehabilitation, my brother, $1,025,000 was allocated. Zero spent.
No man. No man.
Madam Speaker, under the Labor Intensive Road Maintenance Program, which is grant, $4 million allocated, $80,181. Reconstruction of roads and bridges, storm damage, $7 million approved, zero spent. This is the document here. This is the document here. And you coming to tell me about roads? And this is the best. This is the best year for the NDP in office. Madam Speaker. You know, so $56 million were allocated. But for roads, the money is allocated to roads overall was $27.7 million in that year. You know what was spent? $4.2 million was spent. in that year, their best year for road development in this country. You can look, these are documents of the House, you can get them.
Hold them up because people.
These are the documents of the NDP for the years 2000 and 2001. And coming to talk about roads in this country? I know I can't interpret it. But you tell me if a number is 1000000 and you spent $10,000 out of it, you mean I can't interpret it? You really can't interpret your own document? You can't interpret your own document? Huh? What is worse, Madam Speaker? What is worst? Even $56 million was allocated for the ministry. Madam Speaker, the total capital expenditure for the year for the NDP in the year 2000 was $35 million. $35 million. I ain't talking about roads alone, you know.
Whole government. Little to fall. Much to praise, little to fall.
In the year 2024, Madam Speaker, the budget for this ministry for capital expenditure is $106 million. And we are spending $75 million. 75% of the money is allocated for the Ministry of Transport and Works. We are spending that to develop the roads in this country.
They couldn't interpret.
Madam Speaker, so that when we came to government, Madam Speaker, when we came to government in 2001, Madam Speaker, when we came to government in 2001, the roads were so bad, we immediately had to negotiate a loan with different financiers up to a sum of $140 million to fix the roads from Kingston to Fancy.
Who lie down in the road and block it? You. Eh?
Madam Speaker,
which MP lie down in the road?
This
and block
is the roads
anything can happen.
That existed before we came to government.
This country to its knees. 2,000 years you pick, and you were part of making this country ungovernable.
Madam Speaker.
You were part of making this country ungovernable.
Honorable members.
So when you
honorable members.
happened in 2000,
you can say what you want.
Blame yourself.
You can say what you want.
Blame
honorable
yourself.
members. Honorable members.
Blame yourself and the other one who trying to store you on. What are they making you look like you know?
Honorable members. Honorable members, please.
Here in 2000.
This
is not my document.
And look who they pick. Look, you think they'll make
honorable members.
You think they'll allow the son to talk such nonsense? Never. They're using you, and you're even.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
It hurt me that Oscar.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Why the senator is hazard. That a certain member just.
Honorable member, just a moment, honorable. Just a moment. Just a moment. Honorable members. I always smile. Honorable members, please. Just a moment, honorable members. I am going to remind you that when a member is making his or her contribution, they're really to be heard in silence. That is what, yes, honorable member. I'm speaking, honorable member. I understand the lively debates, as I've always said, I understand the crosstalk, but it gets to a particular point where it interrupts and interferes with the debate, and I then would have to step in. I am so doing. Honorable Minister of Transport, I will continue your time now.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
So, Madam Speaker, when we came to government in 2001, the roads were already in a deplorable condition. And we have made every effort, Madam Speaker, time after time, to see how we can, under the scarce resources available, to see how we can repair the roads that we met, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall the minister before I came to this ministry, Minister Francis, who championed this ministry before I came, that he would have sometimes created miracles to ensure that we have proper roads in this country. Yeah. And so, Madam Speaker, when I came to this ministry 3 or so years ago, I equally recognized the need for road improvement in this country. And I went to the Ministry of Finance as the Minister of Transport and Works to ask to have more resources available for road improvement in this country. And the Cabinet approved, and subsequently this Parliament approved $120 million over a 3-year period to have roads to be redone in this country. And so, Madam Speaker, for this year, 2024, there are 4 major projects, 4 major road projects that will be ongoing in this country over the period. There's the National Road Rehabilitation Project. There is KDL, Kuwait Dynamic Limited Services. There is NDM, the National Disaster Management Program, and there is BRAXA as well, that is involved in road repair and maintenance. Madam Speaker, it is important that I lay that framework to indicate that the roads of this country was not just yesterday, but has been so a long, long time ago.
Good framework.
And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to lay that groundwork, that frame of what it is. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch on a few other areas. I have, Madam Speaker, I have listened to the debate by the member for Central Kingstown on the 19th of December and would have made prior comments on this matter, where, and of course the leader of the opposition, where he has indicated that the NDP government will spend $50 million within the agriculture sector to pulp soft fruits for farmers to benefit. Madam Speaker, I joined the Ministry of Agriculture in 1975 as a young extension officer. And there are others who joined before me. There are people like Clive Bishop, Glenroy Brown, who are maybe still alive. There's a Gonsalves, there's a Davis in Morocco. All these are guys who were there before me. And there are those who came after me. And all of us, our interest has been to increase the overall profits at the farm level. And that we would have had tremendous work with AICA, with CARDI, with FAO, in relation to pulping of sour fruits, and to see how we can have other initiatives within the Ministry of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, as it was identified for pulping of fruits, there is quite a technical difficulty, as identified by the technical people, in pulping of sour fruits. I'm not saying it can't be done, it can be done. And I want it to be done because part of my life has always been farming. And I represent a farming community. And so, even let's say you're pulping mangoes, because of the different texture, there are different chemical treatments, different sieve sizes. These are things that are required, which are very expensive. It's like, Madam Speaker, for the treatment of patients as they have kidney problems and you go to the health center, that each patient has to change the different medical appliances to ensure that they have the maximum treatment. The same thing applies if you are pulping fruits. And so, Madam Speaker, I support very much the initiative, and much more than that. But $50 million in the agriculture sector, particularly at this time, if you really, you're serious, $50 million will not do it. Madam Speaker, we have tried in the Ministry of Agriculture. And even when the banana industry was being wound down, WIPDECO, which became Windfresh, with the support of the government, we were able to buy 2 units. Well, Windfresh WIPDECO was able to buy 2 units. One in St. Lucia, one in Grenada. They were closed after they were involved in the processing of sour fruits. The owners could not go with the expenses incurred in this exercise. But Madam Speaker, Windfresh sought to divest its portfolio from bananas into other crops. And Windfresh injected about $60 million. They capitalized about $60 million to ensure that you can get involved in this activity. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Windfresh did not survive the test of time. And so these entities were closed. But I hear, Madam Speaker, I hear the sound of the member for Central Kingstown and others on the opposition side on their reflections of the agriculture sector. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, if they are really saying, mea culpa, mea maximum culpa. Madam Speaker, are they apologizing to this country of the actions the NDP committed to the agriculture sector between 1984 and 2001? Madam Speaker, the NDP came into government in 1984. And Senator Bob.
Madam Speaker.
Senator Bob, do you know that there was a sugar industry in this country?
Raise on a point of order.
Right, on a point of order, please.
The matter of discussion which the honourable member has raised with respect to my contribution. Because I've taken the time out to listen to him very attentively.
Yes.
And I think importance of the matter. First of all, Madam Speaker, he's referencing the contribution that I made in it. Hello?
Mic is on.
By the way, no, Madam Speaker, we have been getting a lot of public feedback that the sound of the Parliament is going in and out, in and out.
Yes.
People are not being consistently heard.
Yes, we're aware.
So you're aware?
We're aware, yes. The matter is, they're trying to address the matter.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yes, Madam Speaker, I think the Honourable Minister, let me first of all say that I'm glad that the contribution has caught his attention. But
Remember, just a moment. I have to make sure that I'm following you. You're rising on a point of order, and I'm trying to, because the points of order, when you rise on a point of order, as I've indicated before in the Honourable, I was strange enough to the Honourable Minister of Transport before, it's a succinct matter where you just state the point of order and then we move on. But it's not an opportunity to engage in a discourse, a long discussion or anything of this sort. But I was getting the sense that you were asking more along the... Very well, Honourable Member. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was making reference to the agriculture sector and what transpired between 1984 and 2001 as it relates
Madam Speaker,
to...
on second reflection, I just want to make the point that I was not a member of the New Democratic Party government between 84 and 2000.
Very well.
To hold me out in a Jesus Christ.
Just a moment.
Lord have mercy.
No. Honourable Member, you see, this is why I am saddened that you didn't continue and just take the guidance that I was offering, because I believe you were asking for... I'm having a good evening, Honourable Member. Please continue, Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I am making reference to the agriculture sector within a particular period. That's what I'm doing. And therefore, within that period, I'm saying that, and I asked the Honourable Senator Bob, because I believe she is one of the younger members on this team, on this side, that if she can remember that in 1984, if she's aware that there was a sugar industry in this country, but she did not respond, of course. But Madam Speaker, by 1986, of course, the sugar industry was closed, sending over 2,000 workers home. Senator Brown, do you know that? Huh? You didn't know that? Yes, in 1986, it was closed, sending home 2,000 workers.
2,000 down to zero, is it?
2 years later, the Orange Hill estate was closed, sending home 450 workers. I'm talking about the agriculture sector. In the second term, the coconut industry was closed. The coconut farmers then had difficulty in the sale of their produce. Madam Speaker, you know, I laugh because I remember when the coconut oil industry was closed, the then Prime Minister said, that coconut oil It's bad for your health. And it is better and cheaper to import corn oil. Madam Speaker, on reflection on all of this, Madam Speaker, after the Cold War, the great United States of America established the free trade of the Americas. And so, what happened? You had a number of industries, even removing out of the great United States of America, and moving into China. Bill Clinton was very happy because big businesses were making great profits. But little did they know that they were actually making areas of North America poor, while China's economy was growing fast. Today, we see the US President Joe Biden is calling for companies to come back into the great United States of America and is offering protectionism to these companies. So, one president in one era thought what he was doing was right. But in another era, it is something else. So you have therefore, Madam Speaker, in 1986, the closure of the sugar industry, the closure of the Orangeville estate, the number of persons going home. Is it now that the opposition is saying that they understand what is happening? Madam Speaker, if that all was what they did wasn't bad, but you had the closure of the diamond dairy. You know about that? They said the milk was giving us diarrhea, so they closed it, sending home another 200 workers. Madam Speaker, I heard a while ago from the presentation of the senator, which we welcome very much, in the olden days, where the marketing board used to go out and buy produce all in the areas of this country. Oh, we are fancy. Madam Speaker, when the NDP came to government in 1984, they met the marketing corporation operating, buying farmers' produce. But they closed the marketing board and turned it into a supermarket. You didn't know that? So when they start talking about markets, of farmers' produce, they close the markets for the farmers. Yet you're coming to talk about markets? Who is fooling who? Another area of importance within the agriculture sector is the arrowroot industry. I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, because I want the youngsters to understand where we came from. When the NDP administration came to government in 1984, they met the arrowroot industry with 5 factories. 5 factories, arrowroot factories, and just over 1,200 acres of arrowroot.
Madam Speaker, I make one last attempt.
Yes.
This budget is appropriation bill for the year 2024. And it's clear that the subject matter...
Is that a point of order, Madam Speaker?
...is not relevant...
Right, it's non-relevant.
...to
come on,
the current estimate debate. But as he himself admitted,
just a moment.
Historical view of a past period of
just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment.
I am saying, Madam Speaker.
Just a moment. Honorable member, just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment.
I ask if he is standing up.
Honorable members. The Honorable Member for Central Kingstown. Honorable members, I have to get it clear again. I didn't hear, am I getting it clear that you're asking, as it pertains, Honorable Member for Central Kingstown, the relevance of the contribution? Yes, ma'am. The relevance of the contribution. Honorable Member, the question is the relevance. I am not sure if you wish to indicate. I have to give you an opportunity to be heard on it. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Senator even made a reference to it as I'm making reference to the marketing board and markets in the country.
I see. So yours is in response to the senator.
Exactly, Madam Speaker.
Yes. All right. Very well.
So that the arrowroot industry fell from 1,200 acres to 100 acres in 2001 with one half done factory at Owea. In other words, here again it goes, that another crop went a-begging. Hundreds of farmers are out of production and workers are out of the production system. Madam Speaker, you know, I have sat here from time to time, and I recall hearing questions on the arrowroot industry. But on the 27th of March, 2001, the then government sold out the assets of the arrowroot industry, making it worse. One day before the election. So that if that party had won the elections, I have asked the question, what would have come of the arrowroot farmers in this country? It is this administration who had to save the farmers of this country when we came to government in 2001. We had to pay severance pay and all of that to workers in this country. So, Madam Speaker, when I saw what was happening as a member of the community in which I live, I see crops go, I see workers go. Where over 4,000 workers went home. And when the NIS records that they are increased in the number of workers at the NIS, they are disputing that fact. It's obvious, if they send home workers, and after a couple of years, the NIS start registering new workers and so on, it's obvious. But Madam Speaker, you know, when I hear the opposition speaks about the agriculture sector, I say, there goes SADCOM. There goes SADCOM. I abbreviate the word SADCOM for the sugar industry, the arrowroot industry, the diamond dairy, the coconut industry, the Orange Hill Estate, the marketing corporation. Madam Speaker, this is the record that is before us. But indeed, I would like to see the agriculture sector, Madam Speaker, I would like to see the agriculture sector move on much more. I would like to see much more injection of funds within the agriculture sector. But of course, the resources can only be met as you can find it. You know, I would have had tremendous discussions on crosstalk, crossfire, with economists as to the input of $1 into the agriculture sector as against an input into the tourism sector. And so, the economist has always welcomed $1 to be spent in the tourism sector than that of the agriculture sector because the returns are higher. And the truth be told, Madam Speaker, we would have seen billions of dollars injected into the tourism industry. We have the Arnesville, the Argyle International Airport, value over $1 billion. We would have seen hotels, Sandals coming. Sandals is well over $500 million. We see Holiday Inn, Marriott, other small hotels. All of these are given tremendous sums to the development of the tourism industry, and we welcome that. But I would very much like to see such sums of monies within the agriculture sector. I recall when the banana industry in the late 90s was ailing. I worked in the banana industry at that time. And we asked the then government for an injection of funds into the banana industry. And the Minister of Finance then indicated that the agriculture sector is a productive sector in this country, and he will not put a single cent into the productive sector of this country. These are what were before us. Madam Speaker, I'd like to see the modernization of the agriculture sector at the farm level, making production more competitive. I'd like to see improvement of marketing in this country. I know for a fact that marketing is indeed a costly exercise which involves transportation and so on. But, Madam Speaker, I believe that the agriculture sector still can give jobs, secure jobs to agricultural communities. It can bring foreign exchange, and it can make us happy again. I welcome any such investments still within the agriculture sector. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the Ministry of Transport and Works. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Works, surveys and physical planning. This ministry, Madam Speaker, is indeed a very important ministry in the physical development of this country. Madam Speaker, it serves to develop and maintain the national physical infrastructure, regulate land transportation systems, manage the sustainable use of land through an integrated approach to physical planning and prudent land management. Madam Speaker, this ministry for 2024 has 7 program heads, which includes Policy Planning and Administration, Roads Building and General Service Authority, Land and Surveys Department, and Land Management, as well as Physical Planning Unit, Electrical Inspectorate, and the Engineering and Project Management Services. Madam Speaker, Policy Planning and Administration. This unit is responsible for the overall and effective management, efficient management of the ministry, of the ministry's program. This year, they would continue to ensure that the inspection of school buses and other private contracted school buses are assessed and are roadworthy. They would also be responsible for the security of all government buildings, including schools. They would also be involved in staff training to ensure excellent service delivery. And quite importantly, the unit will collaborate with the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force and other pertinent stakeholders to review and update the Motor Vehicle Road and Safety Act during this year. This is indeed vital to ensure improved safety for the traveling public. Madam Speaker, BRAXA, Madam Speaker, this unit has been the live wire of the Ministry of Transport and Works. And no doubt when disaster strikes, that this unit is called upon to ensure that there's access and there is whatever services are required, that these services are available to the general public. And so this year, Madam Speaker, BRAXA will continue its mandate in terms of the repairing and building of roads. Under the NRRP program, they are doing some 9 roads. BRAXA has just installed a new sifter at Ravaka to produce different grades and sand for the construction industry. A new mixer has been established at Escape Argyle to meet the construction needs. Madam Speaker, BRAXA will also establish its lab, testing at Escape, and it will also establish the tire shedder plant at Escape. Madam Speaker, it is important that a tire shedder be placed for the destruction of the used tires, unused tires in this country. At the moment, the practice is where tires are sent to Ravaka for burning. That practice, Madam Speaker, is not the best one, for it contaminates not only the water system, but of course, for that of the agriculture sector, including the cannabis industry. We are hopeful that this exercise can be done soonest as possible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, BRAXA will continue its work in terms of the maintenance of government buildings, including schools. It will continue to upgrade and repair roads. It will execute its annual road repair program. It will continue to the harvesting and sale of Ravaka materials. And Madam Speaker, with the demand of materials that is now required from Ravaka, BRAXA is now putting into control a new ticketing system so that there can be better controls on the process and higher levels of accountability. Madam Speaker, I have had the opportunity to work with a gentleman by the name of Ken Bartholomew, who's the manager of BRAXA, a small man, but his heart is large, and he does good work. This year, BRAXA will have an increase in $1 million in its subvention to try and assist on improving its work. In terms of the Land and Surveys Department, Madam Speaker, this unit is one to identify and manage all Crown lands in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I know, Madam Speaker, that the task is not an easy one, but the department continues to strive for excellence. The land management is part of this unit, and they work together to ensure the best management of the resource available. Madam Speaker, for several years now, I have been making an appeal to the occupiers of government crown lands, government farmlands, to go to the Surveyors Department and to regularize their ownership on these lands. Madam Speaker, since in the 80s and in the 90s, lands were given out to a number of individuals in the form of lease as ownership. And so there's a time frame to which these leases are valuable. And so in a number of cases, these leases, the time has expired, they are no longer void. And so what is happening is that the operators are operating basically illegally. As a matter of fact, in some cases, you have the leasee, the original leasee, may have passed on, and the children are in possession. There are even areas where leasee may have even extended further leases to other individuals leasing government land. All of this complicates the issue. And therefore, Madam Speaker, there's need to ensure that there is proper regularization of the ownership of these lands. I once again make that appeal so that individuals can actually legally own the lands that they are operating on. In terms of the Fiscal Planning Department, Madam Speaker, this department is a very crucial department in the physical development of this blessed land, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The department regulates the orderly physical development, and particularly in this modern era, this institution is to facilitate sustainable national development through effective land use planning and regulations, thereby ensuring the optimum utilization of our limited land resource. Madam Speaker, we have seen a number of individuals there are a number of structures, Madam Speaker, from time to time are established, both on private and public land. Madam Speaker, I want to indicate to individuals that there are procedures and processes through which developments can occur. If one wants to engage in a development, please come to the Fiscal Planning Department or find out from someone how it can be done. Instead of going onto lands or building structures without the right approval. Madam Speaker, it's not good to see someone establishing a structure and have to lose that structure. But if you If you seem to go that route, then of course you are liable to pay that penalty. And so this year, the Physical Planning Department will seek to amend the Town and Country Planning Act. It will seek the completion of central business district boundaries for towns in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It will see the completion of Volume 2 of the 2 local area plans. It will sought to verify spatial data. It will host quarterly public awareness programs, which will be done in conjunction with the Agency for Public Information Service and other media houses. Madam Speaker, you know, it is heartening, it is welcoming to the eye to see developments done in a proper legal way. But nothing is more disturbing and worrying if such developments are done out of order. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge individuals to do what is right first time, because the department in 2024 will continue to demolish unauthorized development or structures that does not have the approval of the unit. Madam Speaker, the Electrical Inspectorate, of course, this is a small department in the Ministry of Works, but it's very crucial and vital for the nation's survival. Madam Speaker, this department ensures that all users of electricity adhere to national electrical standards and electricity safety as enunciated in the Electricity Supply Act and regulations. Madam Speaker, electricity is a pleasurable commodity to all of us when it is rightly used. Of course, it powers our homes, it plays our television, a lot more. But when the utility is used wrongly, it can be deadly. So there's need to ensure the proper use of this commodity at all times. This year, the unit will conduct re-inspection on at least 300 government buildings to ensure compliance with national electrical standards. It will re-inspect at least 1,000 private homes and tourism-approved accommodations to ensure compliance of national electrical standards. It will utilize social media platforms and public awareness campaigns through the hosting of exhibitions throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines to educate the general public on occupational health and safety relevant to electrical installation. It will develop online platform for the processing of applications for electrical inspection and collection of fees. Madam Speaker, this department is very important to the ministry. The engineering department, Madam Speaker, is no doubt the heartbeat of the ministry, for it is entrenched in the formulation of strategies, coordination of projects and programs, as well as general supervision and control of various divisions within the Public Works Department. Madam Speaker, central to the establishment of the unit, it seeks to develop and improve the national road network system, as well as to upgrade and maintain government buildings. It also guides in overall mitigation measures. This year, there are several programs identified under this unit where we'll see continuous work to be done on the implementation of the Windward Highway, the Villa Rehabilitation Project. Of course, Madam Speaker, the Sand Hill section is to be completed as the designs are now being finalized. There is the National Road Rehabilitation and Repair Program, Madam Speaker, where we have already seen work has commenced under the NRRP program. Of course, OECC and Braxton are the two main contractors, and some other 15 contractors are already doing work. Under the secondary and village road projects, of course, we have KDL doing that work, Madam Speaker. And of course, we have identified that this contractor has really been lagging behind. But we continue to talk to the contractor so that the contractor can understand the need to ensure that these roads to be done urgently. There is also, Madam Speaker, the continuing program of the restoration of the Fort Charlotte Bridge. The consultant Stantec consulting firm has commenced work on this final design and will assist the ministry in tendering for a contract to undertake the restorative work of the bridge. Madam Speaker, the 11th EDF Feeder Road Management Program work will continue on this program for this year. Let me indicate that, of course, Madam Speaker, that when the project was given the green light in 2023, the project manager who was appointed then subsequently passed on. And so that position has been temporarily filled. A unit is in place. The designs for the works to be done are already on the way, and by mid-2024, we would realize some work under this project.
Honourable Member, you have just about 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In relation to the NRRP program, of course, Madam Speaker, of course, this year $40 million would have been budgeted for its work. We have already spent, according to preliminary reports, $27.6 million. And so, work will continue under this program, Madam Speaker. There is, Madam Speaker, a number of areas that are being looked at in terms of road and road development in this country. I've already had a report, a report from the ministry as to how the ministry sees itself proceeding in the new year. The port is going to come into being very soon. You'll have more traffic in Kingstown. There is going to be need for greater access in and out of Kingstown and in and out of Annesville, and those activities have been reviewed at this time. But Madam Speaker, I now come to the constituency of North Windward. Madam Speaker, the constituency of North Windward has been a great constituency to me over the last 23 years. March 28th will signal 23 years that I've been representing that constituency. It is indeed a historical mark for that constituency. The person who would have held the reins of that constituency for the longest was Mrs. Ivy Joshua. She would have done it for 22 years. I'm now doing it for 23 years. But what is noteworthy, Madam Speaker, is that the record must show that I have represented the constituency for 23 years in government, and not part in government and part in opposition. Very important in the historical development of things. Madam Speaker, this year, the constituency will see several projects unfolding and increasing. There will be the continuing work within the Ministry of Housing for the Life to Live project, where we are building and repairing houses in the constituency of North Windward. We have done almost 1,300 houses so far, and so we will continue that work. We are also having houses built under the Ghanaians built houses. And then we also will be having materials where we can distribute to families, where they can do their own repairs to their own homes. Madam Speaker, under the Ministry of Education, we will see the commencement of the Sandy Bay Secondary School at Orange Hill. This is indeed a historic moment for the constituency, for where their parents and grandparents could not trespass. They will be having their education on those lands. Madam Speaker, under the Ministry of Agriculture, we'd have the completion of the Arrowwood factory. Madam Speaker, again, I just want to make reference. Under the estimate debate, of course, the representative for West Kingstown indicated that the factory that is at Orwell, that to bring the factory at Orange Hill is that it is a waste of time. Madam Speaker, I want to say to you that technology has improved. In the Sahara Desert, there is the production of agricultural crops.
Madam Speaker,
and so,
on a point of order.
Here it is that...
Just a moment, you raise on a point of order.
Yes,
Honorable
Madam
Minister.
Speaker.
Honorable Member,
I
just a
loathe
minute.
to do it, but the Honorable Minister is absolutely misrepresenting what I said in the estimate debates. Absolutely misrepresented me. Madam Speaker, you sat here and heard me debate the estimates, and I simply asked about the Arrowwood industry. Why are we moving it from Oya, where there's water, to another location where there's no known source of water? And that water is a critical component in the processing of Arrowwood. That's all I asked. What the minister said bears no resemblance.
Very well.
If he doesn't understand, he could ask.
Just a moment.
Because
Honorable
he
Member.
seems not to be able to understand a lot of things.
Honorable Member, you rose on the point of order, but I needed you to expound, which you did. So, Honorable Minister of Transport, the Honorable Member is in the...
I am addressing the issue, Madam Speaker, because at Orange Hill, there was an Arrowwood factory just 40, 50 feet away from where the new one is being built. There was an existing factory there, powered by water from the Rabaka River. And where you have the arches at Orange Hill, which you can say it's a landmark, it was used really to elevate the water over the road and to turn the water wheel that existed for the Arrowwood factory. So to say that there is no water in that area, the member is wrong.
Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Please
the
continue.
The factory will be built at Orange Hill due to new HACCP standards.
You don't know what an aqueduct is? You don't know its purpose? It's no longer there.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yes. Oh, Christ, yes. On you.
Continue, Honorable Member. You have just about 3 minutes remaining.
Under the Ministry of Transport and Works, Madam Speaker, we will see work done at Dixon to repair the Dixon School wall. This is not to be mistaken with the other project that is being done by the CDB, where Hutchinson Construction is the engineering company doing that work. I know that it has indicated in some quarters that is what is being done, but no, this is the wall at the school to support the structure of the Dixon School. Madam Speaker, work will continue on the road at Overland School to ensure that the access is safer. Work will continue, Madam Speaker, on the Sandy Bay City Fence project. Of course, Lot 1 and 2, Lot 1 and 3 is what is being done now. The contractors have been already mobilized, and Lot 2 will go out to tender in the middle of this year, so that by the end of this year, actual work would be done on lot 3. At Overland, Madam Speaker, there will be the God Save the Queen Bridge project. The contractor is already mobilized and work will be continuing as of early of this year. What is also crucial here, Madam Speaker, is that there are 7 houses to be relocated, and lands have already been identified. HLDC is the contractor identified to rebuild these houses, and so that work will get on the way soonest. Under the infrastructure housing development, Madam Speaker, work will be done at Orange Hill, Noel, and Sandy Bay developments, as you know, where we would have relocated the families after the volcanic eruption. We are doing work on those developments. Under the National Road Rehabilitation Program, Madam Speaker, work will be done in Noel, Sandy Bay, Orange Hill, Magum, Langley Park, London Street, Caratal. All these are works to be done under that program. Under the Ministry of Urban Development, Madam Speaker, we will see a new vendors market in Georgetown, which is just south of the Caratal Bridge. That project will be beneficial for the constituency, both North Windward and North Central Windward. Madam Speaker, under the Ministry of Social Development, of course, that the ministry will continue to, the constituency will continue to have the number of programs from that ministry, including public assistance and uniforms and so on from that program. Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, you have to wrap it up.
You know, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the tourism project for Chateau National Park, we did not get all the funds that we really wanted, but we'll do with what we have. However, there are funds available under the tourism sites that would help to help the facility at Saltpond to have their fair share of work. Madam, last thing is that at Langley Park, there will be finally the distribution of the lots there, and we want to have the awaited playing field. We want to have that being done this year. Madam Speaker, it is crucial that we have these projects for Langley Park. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to wish the constituency well for 2024. I know that Point Massive would not have not gone into the competition for the Christmas lighting program, but a new group would have gone into the program and would achieve the 3rd position of Christmas lighting, and I want to commend them very much, of course. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Ministry of Transport and Works. I want to thank the staff there, of course. I know sometimes how tedious it can be and how frustrating it can be when you can't have the programs going as you wish, but they have stuck to the task, and so I want to commend them very much, of course. And to members of Parliament, I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year, and looking forward to working with you for the rest of the year. I'm much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Further debate. Further debate. Further debate. Further debate. Recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance. Yes.
Who has shown any interest to debate? If it has been decided collectively that we'll take an early evening today, I think we must be expected tomorrow to go very late. Because we have to finish this debate on Friday. And if we don't finish it on Friday, I'm going to ask that we meet on Saturday. So we will finish the debate. I just want to indicate that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I just, before I move the motion for a suspension until tomorrow, because I see a number of persons interested apparently in talking tomorrow. That's what I've been advised. So that's why I said that we'll go late. Madam, when the crosswalk is finished, I'll continue. Yes, it has no crosswalk has ceased, so I'll continue.
Yes. Please continue, Honourable Prime Minister.
I will sit down until Senator Bruce has had his say.
Honourable members, Honourable member, thank you. Honourable Prime Minister, please continue.
I'm obliged, Madam Speaker. I can stay here all night, you know.
Honourable Senator Bruce, just a moment. Honourable Senator Bruce, we are doing some housekeeping matters here, and I think for the benefit of all concerned, we should hear what the leader of government business has to say. So, honourable member, thank you. Honourable Prime Minister, please continue.
Madam Speaker, I want to apologize for not indicating yesterday about the absence of the Honourable Minister of Health. And honourable members were probably wondering where he was. I'm sorry, I wasn't here this morning, Madam Speaker, so I didn't know that that was done in my absence. His mom has died, and she'll be buried tomorrow in Trinidad, so he had to leave on Sunday, and given the transportation arrangements, in fact, I've been trying at my office this morning with the staff to see if we can get him to Trinidad, to Barbados on Thursday, to get him here in time so that he can speak sometime, maybe Thursday in the afternoon, hopefully, in the evening. So, Madam Speaker, we're taking an early night, an early evening. I beg to move accordingly that this Honourable House do stand suspended until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Prime Minister would allow, certainly we would want to express our condolences to the Minister of Health.
Very well.
And we have very good relations, and we wish him well during this difficult period. Madam Speaker, just one other very, very minor matter that we spoke about last evening when we were looking for the presentation of the Governor General. The Governor General's speech that was contained in the package of the Minister of Finance.
You didn't get it?
No, it's not that. They should, in future, she's entitled to that respect to have a little separation between documentation. You know, small matter, but important protocol.
Thank you.
That's not one and the same.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Speaker, may I just make one other point? I'll come back to if you permit me. The Honourable Member.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I was just indicating, asking the Honourable Member of Finance to have circulated. There was an error in the appendix on the motor vehicle the movement of the increases, there was an error where it was an earlier number which was put, but there was an increase in 2016 as was indicated, and which has been in SRO number 2 of 2016. And the number which was put as per the budget address was in fact a typographical error. They put it for an earlier SRNO, not the SRNO number 2 of 2016. So that, for instance, the motor vehicle moves from $455, which is the existing number, to $500, which is a $45 increase. And you go down, rather than 520 to 650, to 590 is the current, and so on and so forth. The only areas in which there are significant differences is in relation to those vehicles 5 tons and over, for which were not addressed in the 2016 SRNO. So it's a typographical error which is on that column. So the current actual is as per SRNO number 2 of 2016. So I just want to mention that, and before honorable members continue their debate tomorrow, that they can see what is the actual number, not the one where there was erroneously put in the appendix. The officials in the Ministry of Finance this morning recognized their error in the typographical representation of what the sum was. So a pre-existing sum had been put rather than the one current, which is number 2 of 2016. I just want to make that. Madam Speaker, I repeat my motion that this Honourable House do stand suspended until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House do stand suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, 10th January 2024. As many as are that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. House stands suspended.